Hello everybody! Welcome to Sea Community Invitationals. My name is Nitera, and of course, once again, I am brought to you by and with my co-caster JJ. Now, how are we doing here today on day 2 of our amazing Sea Community Challenge?
See, there's a lot of people who were looking for me yesterday, and I was like, hey, you know what? We're gonna be doing some admin work, can't really cast, so, but for now, at the very least, we're here. We found some time for me to, cast on here, and just really excited to see all the matches. Unfortunately, of course, for our, local teams, it's we're currently in the lower brackets, but it doesn't mean that we can't crawl back up. Now, we're going to have a double eliminations for our playoffs, right? So yesterday we did have our round robin where everyone fought with everyone. We divided them into 2 groups, at least 1 team per region on a group. But now we are now into our double eliminations. So for the upper brackets, we're going to have No Lucario and Havoc from Singapore. And then we're going to have Rise and Team Overdrive from Indonesia on the upper brackets. Then whoever's going to be winning that would go proceed into our winners finals. And then of course to lower bracket, we're going to have Team Rocket from Vietnam, and then going against AS40's Regis Soul from the Philippines, and then War from Vietnam again, and of course Tar Night Raid from the Philippines. And then
I think cut it short here. Sorry about that. We're gonna just jump into the team preview. I think that's more important for us, right? We want to see what's going on behind the scenes. And wow, okay, I'm pretty shocked to see some of these picks here. It's more or less a mirror match, and their picks are also basically like same items, more or less. What are your thoughts on it?
Now here's the thing, right? Like we definitely see a lot of slow smokes now, just because of the fact that it's actually really good and annoying, So I'm really excited to see. I mean, look at that. Look at War. 3 of them have slow smoke, and of course the Absol just so that it would be able to utilize itself. Its mobility is going to have its full heal. And at the same time, there's Onishan and Roblox Masters as well with the with the full heal as well, just in case there's a slow smoke. So I think this is a pretty good lineup for them. And of course, you can still use your eject button anyway if you're slow smoke, but still. So here we go. I am just really excited to see this match, and we're just gonna be waiting for 30 seconds, just to ensure that everyone is connected. This is a cross-region tournament, so we need to know whether everyone is connected, and we need to ensure that the connection is good. So
just a quick reminder that this match is against Havoc, which is from Team Singapore, and of course on the other side, oh no!
What? No, Ryan, no.
It's War. Whoa. Sorry. I'm thinking of the wrong thing. It is War versus oh my god.
Night Raid. It's Night Raid.
Night Raid. There we go.
Night Raid. What are you doing? Ryan, this We've been casting together for quite a long time, but like I don't really. What happened? What happened with you, Ryan? Ryan, please.
I'm sorry. I'm just so excited for some of the games afterwards. I kind of forgot that War and Night Raid are just strong contenders as well. As we move into it, we already see how the competition is gonna line up. Same Pokemon, so mirror match all the way. 1-1-3 coming in.
Right, and it's gonna be a 1-1-3 for both of them, and it's the same lineup actually, but they're gonna be changing up into their items, and of course just about an item. But we're gonna be seeing slow smoke here once again, another one from Cowdy here, but not gonna be enough to actually get away as that. Ooh, amazing. Coming from our Turkish is gonna be able to take down Kari, and the first goal goes to Tarv. Night Raid, despite not being able to score in, but of course they're gonna be able to equate it with a score of their own.
Yeah, very much so.
I think it's we still can't say for sure who's gonna be getting it's still in the equilibrium, and there's still no catalyst that we're still trying to find out, especially that they have the same composition and they have the same laning as well. So this is really going to be an interesting match, and whoever's gonna be losing this one, right? Whoever's gonna be losing this one is going to have to go home. But still, it's the best of 3, so let's find out.
Yeah, but I think we have a clear victor on or a clear idea of who's really in the lead here. As we can see here on the top lane, it is of course going to Team Night Raid, and of course on the bottom lane, it is going to go to Team War, with them all being level 4s already actually.
Yeah. But here's the thing, though. Tuskiz rather, is already into the Eldegoss, whereas, of course, into the side of Night Raid, their Eldegoss is, well, still not an Eldegoss, still a Gossifleur. So That could actually that's a pretty good thing as well for an Ichan here, because it's using XP share, so just ensuring that it's not going to be evolving really quickly. But look at this, Kairi is going to be caught up once again with a slow smoke, but here comes the Sing, but not going to be able. Oh, actually, he's going to be able to get away. So that's actually pretty risky coming from Kairi, and I like how War is coming in the team fight, how they are engaging. You know, like they ensure that they're going to be able to pick off one, and you know, they're always coming together. They're not spread it out, you know, like what Night Raid is doing right now. So I think if this goes on, they're going to get picked off really quickly. But here goes. Huinu is coming in with the Absol, with a beautiful, you know, with the beautiful skin from coming in from the battle pass. But I think we're going to see one clash here the moment that the beast comes out into that of the bottom lane, going over into our Dreadnought.
10 seconds, tensions are rising, they're all positioned for that, and I don't think they realize that the Absol is on the top right of Rouge Elf. Of course, Skirmish coming in.
Oh my goodness.
It's going to be a blood splatter here. I don't know how this is going to come out, because Roblox has the beast to help him out with the E-Speed, as Silver continuously just goes in on them and clears them out, and I do believe we're seeing a clear victor here moving into Dreadnought here, which is Night Raid. But not to worry,
Night Raid's going to be able to take down two. Yeah,
they took out two.
Get the two, and I do like the fact that Silver actually just went out, you know, disengaged, just you know, not risking it a lot. But here comes a Dreadnought. Let's find out who's gonna be able to take that. Who's going to be able to
really
get that Sing? But it looks like Niter is gonna be able to take that Dreadnought, and let's find out if they're gonna be able to punish them. There's gonna be two down now for War in exchange for one, but that's gonna be three. No, that's gonna be four, and now they're gonna be able to destroy the first score goal into that of the bottom lane.
Now, let me tell you all about that. That was an amazing display of how they were able to capitalize the Dreadnought shield and then go onto the enemy team here, which allowed them to just, you know, continue to landslide their victory on the Dreadnought. So now, of course, the cross-map play, right, they're going to rotate upwards. They're going to try and get Rotom here, and let's see how that's going to play out. And notably, we also see a lot of close combat Lucario's now, which is going to be something that we're going to talk about later on. But let's see how the Rotom plays out as they started.
Right, and of course, you know, Night Raid here now has the advantage in terms of XP. So if they are going to be able to, you know, utilize this and capitalize from this, they would be able to snowball War. But let's find out if that's going to be happening. Roblox Mask is going to be able to make use of that aura cannon. Not going to be able to survive though, as this Absol is going to be able to take that. That's going to be one down. No, make that two. 1 for 1 trade. No, 2 for 2 trade, and that's going to be 2 for 3 trade in favor of War into that of the top lane. But Kairi is still, you know, Kairi with Silver here is going to be able to defend their score goal. That Rotom is not going to be able to help them as much as they.
Oh, I'm sorry to say that,
but they're going to be able to. Never mind. Yeah. I actually got a. They made me eat my words immediately. I thought it didn't help them that much, but you know, Kairi was able to destroy that first score goal with the help of the Rotom.
Now, we're going to see another skirmish down at the bottom. Roblox Master is trying to go for some very interesting plays here. Unfortunately, getting caught off just like that with close combat not giving you any movement. You got stuck there, getting chipped off and slowly going down. But of course, Silver coming in with a clean-up crew, you know? He's a one-man army, goes in, sweeps out. And of course, Dreadnought, spawning soon, means that, hey, Night Raid sitting nicely in the bushes waiting for them to come. They're in the lead, they can wait for them, they can wait for the approach, and then punish. Oh, there we go. Like
exactly.
Oh, I thought Kairi was going to go for a Sing.
I think, you know, what Kairi is really doing here is just ensuring that War, or at least their enemy team, their enemies are not going to be coming in, so that the others would be able to, you know, push in a lot of damage from the back lane, especially with the Pikachu and of course the Silver coming in directly. But here comes the Sing. They're going to be able to pick off here, but it looks like the Huinu is going to be able to punish them. There goes the Thunderstorm coming up, and there goes the Sing once again. Starlight Shot is going to be used by Crib, and there goes 1 for 1 trade. No, make the 2 down for Night Raid, and that's going to be all of them wiped out for a team Ace. War is going to be able to secure themselves the Dreadnought.
Complete massacre on side of War, which we were seeing on the back foot for quite a while. And that's amazing because, man, you don't really see that kind of play unless you really had to like slip up there. And I think Kairi was just a step too far when you got picked off right there.
You know, well, I think I like what Night Raid was doing. Unfortunately, they weren't able to execute it properly. You know, where Kairi is just you know, they're essentially repelling away the enemy, right? The enemy team. But unfortunately, Kairi went a little bit too deep. That allowed War to punish them, and of course, Night Raid just went ahead and supported Kairi going into the team fight. Unfortunately, of course, they got sandwiched away by War, and you know, they got wiped out. But at the very least, you know, they had the Rotom this time. But unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see the Rotom later on before the Zapdos.
Let's very quickly look at their levels and of course their stats here, because it definitely looks a lot more even as compared to the start. They're all peaking about level 11 average here, and that's really good on both sides, right? Because at the very least, we now know it's just going to be a war of attrition who gets the first big goal here. And I do believe top side is going to get that. Silver just a 27 with the Lucario dropping a 50, hopefully. No, not dropping it, but he is going to pull Roblox Master in a very tough spot here with the slow stopping him right there. And I don't think they can continue this push here unless Absol wants to go in with his life.
Right, but here comes what's really interesting about here, you know, like we mostly see a Bone Rush Lucario, but as you can see, Neil TR here is using close combat. This is because of the fact that there's a new patch, right, where close combat actually now has healing properties. So it's a good way for you to, like, you know, I guess sacrifice the mobility, because even if you don't have mobility, you're going to have like the life steal property anyway. So it's in a way still sustains you, and of course having that having one good battle item to complement that is actually a great thing to have. But like right now, is going to have into that on the top lane. I think they're trying to take Roblox Master, and they're gonna be able to take them out even after using the Aura Cannon. I don't like what happened. I don't like that Aura Cannon. That is just a waste of a Unite move going into that on the top lane, especially that there's 4 of them up top. There's a 4v1 situation. You're not gonna be able to do that, but at the very least, you know, Tarb Night Raid here is gonna be able to take down the Dreadnought for them to get the XP before the Zapdos. But here's the thing, they are a little bit incomplete here. They need to be able to adjust here against War, because just one mistake and they would be punished. They would be punished really hard against this Zapdos.
Nairi has to play very patient here. They are in the back foot in terms of points, and that's why they might need the Zapdos. But inversely, if they take a good fight here, it is their game to win. So let's see how they're going to slowly approach this as we look at the skirmish that might just be happening here as they're trading a few blows here and there. And I'm telling you, I think the key player here is going to be Roblox Master and, of course, you know, Neil here. So look at their close combat. Look at close combat.
Look at the damage. Look at the damage. Already at half health. I don't think this Lucario is going to be able to do a lot here in this team fight. And look at that War just coming in. And they're going to slow smoke as well. Gets the sink. And Starlord Side is going to be used. Mid Slash is going to be used as well. Going to Cloud Crash. Aura Cannon is going to be pulled out. And that's going to be 1 down for Night Raid. And here comes the close combat coming in from Roblox Master as well. There goes a Thunderstorm coming in from that other Pikachu. But it's still not going to be enough though, as War is now currently in the lead. They don't need the Zapdos even for them to be able to take down Night Raid. That's going to be another one for Night Raid. That's gonna be 2 down. No, make a 3. No, perhaps make a 4 as well. And it looks like everyone's gonna be taken down as well. But look at that, another one. I think they're going to be able to, you know, get this Zapdos. Completely get this Zapdos. Oh, never mind. We
have a lone Eldegoss coming in. Lone Eldegoss.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're not gonna be able to take this Zapdos, because there's only like 30 more seconds. And Neil TR was able to score 100 down below in the second tier score goal.
I don't know about you, but with Zapdos, it might just be possible for them to at least run down to the second tier goal if they're able to make it now, right there. But there we go, Nairi coming in.
Oh, they just, oh my goodness, I don't think they're gonna be able to catch up. I don't think they're gonna be able to catch up. Yeah, you're gonna be able to see the Eldegoss go up, you know, get some 100 points, but
that's not enough.
Wait. Is it?
That's not enough.
No. Yeah. They get 100 points. Yeah. They get 100 points earlier. I don't think that's enough, unfortunately. And getting the Zapdos in just 10 seconds, they don't have enough time. You know, they don't have enough time to go into the second tier score goal instead of the bottom lane. So unfortunately, in just 40 points, that was very close. That was very close.
Oh, sorry, no, that's 21 points because they needed exactly 21 with double points to go in. But either way,
no, do your math right, dude.
21 times 2 is 42.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's because War was the one who got to 332 first, so they're still gonna be winning if it's a tie. So yeah, 41. I'm sorry, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry. That's why you're the play-by-play and I'm the color. I'm the one with the mathematical knowledge to compensate for your inability to count.
Shut up! We're doing this. We're doing
this, man. We're doing this. But of course, you know, jokes aside, we are seeing quite a, you know, neck-and-neck play, so to speak, here from War and of course, you know, the other team that I completely butchered just before, right? Which is Night Raid. But let me just tell you how much Night Raid has worked out to that, because honestly, if they had gotten the Zapdos a second slower, Kaori would have been able to walk in with Sync, slow them down, and of course allow the team to continue pushing. But at that point, what could you have possibly done?
Man, honestly, like I like what Night Raid is doing, honestly. You know, like Kaori is being the one that's the tank of the team, right? Ensuring that they're going to be able to get in as much damage as possible. You know, pushing them away from their enemy. Unfortunately, what happens here is that they need to be a little bit more careful. I think they're playing a little bit too risky, especially that when War is going to pick off one Pokemon from the side of Night Raid, right? When they're picking off one Pokemon from the side of Night Raid, they all of them come in. You know, all of them come in, and then unfortunately for Night Raid, they are a little bit too late to help out the one that's getting picked off from them, and from there, of course, they're getting outnumbered. Not everyone is on the team fight, and from there, they're just getting sandwiched.
They weren't really able to like capitalize and then capture like the opportunity when it arrives, right? So they were fully on the back foot, but War always had the opportunity to just like completely collapse on them. But they knew, right, they had only one good chance to do it, and of course they took it at the right time at Zapdos pit, and of course that led into a complete team wipe. And
honestly, at the same time, like going into the Zapdos fight, right? Going into the Zapdos fight, Night Raid had the XP lead. Night Raid had the XP lead, right?
Yes. No, they did not, actually. Now that I remember this, the Absol from Night Raid was level 13 compared to, War's Absol.
No, yeah. But what I'm trying to say is, like, in general, like, there are more Pokemon into the side of Night Raid that had a higher XP than that of,
Mirrored, actually. What I was
than that of, War. But again, they were able to punish them quite heavily, especially that the Lucario wasn't there as well, where Neil TR was just punishing the Lucario, and the Lucario had to go down, had to go back, and knowing this fact, knowing the fact that Night Raid isn't complete, War just went in on the team fight, right? Just went in on the team fight and essentially just snowballed on them.
My thoughts exactly. So JJ, that's why you're with me, because you encapsulate what I'm going to say and just say it for me. I don't have to say it.
Oh wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. You know what? This is why I'm with you as well, because like what I'm trying to say, you're gonna be saying. So you're gonna be saying everything now.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You're welcome. Anyways, we're going back into the match here. No changes from either side. So I'm interested to see how this could be any different from the last match here, because if War was dominating early on, maybe this time, with a little bit of, a change of strategy, not being too aggressive, maybe we'll see Night Raid doing the same, and instead be the dominant one. But,
yeah, see, exactly what I mean. That's what I was going to say. Yeah. This is why we're together, dude. This is why we're together, because, I'm saying what you want to say, and you say what I want to say.
All right.
Telepathically.
So you think of what I'm thinking of right now.
Pokemon Unite.
No, chicken nuggets. God dang it.
Well, we don't have it. We don't get it. No, we can't partner up anymore. We cannot partner up.
Sorry,
anymore,
look. We're done. We're done. We can't do this. I'm sorry.
Yeah. This is the last time. Okay, this is the last time.
We're done.
We're done. Yeah. This is just the last time.
But in any case, of course, we're going into the match here. I don't think we need to talk too much about this, right? You know the compositions. It's a 1-1-3 composition. No change in the team comms. I don't know what else you can change here possibly, so let's play this out, and hopefully this time Night Raid will be in the leading front.
Right, and again, this is going to be a swap out, of course. Night Raid is going to be the one on the left side now, and then of course War is on the right side. So let's find out if they're going to be... Oh, Kaori is going to get taken down again. This is what happened earlier on. Kaori was the one who got taken out at the start of the game, and it looks like we're seeing a repeat of the history here. But at the very least, in this top lane, they were able to punish down Neil TR.
Well, let's hope the tables will turn for them here, because initially, we saw it was again bottom lane with Night Raid being dominant, and of course the other side is War. But it's anyone's guess how this could play out moving into the next set of Vs here, as we see Absol clearing them out just like that, which means once again, War will most likely be dominating the top lane here in the early stages, and the bottom lane, again, at least now we have an Eldegoss on both. Oh, nope, I'm sorry, a Gossifer on the side of Night Raid.
No, I mean, it's for the side of Night Raid, right? Like, they ensuring that this Gossifer doesn't really level up. Just like what happened earlier, because it has XP share, just so that, the Pikachu and that of the Blissey would be able to, sorry, not Blissey, the Wigglytuff would be able to get in their XP before it before it becomes an illegal. But look at this. There goes the electro web gonna be used. Tusk gonna go down, and there goes Kwang 24. Sorry, not 40. 24 is gonna be the one that's left. But what's happening right now is, at least in the bottom lane, despite the Pikachu being alone here, Night Raid isn't being aggressive against this Kwang 24. Whereas War, the moment that everyone is here and then the moment that they know that they are incomplete, they just go in. They're not scared.
And very much so. I mean, when you have Absol, you want to capitalize on like early skirmishes when you're ahead of levels, right? Because you have high crit damage, you don't have to really worry about it. If you get one good blow, it is your game to win from there on. So, with that being said, as we're waiting for the bees, it is all going to just collapse to the bottom here. It's a 4v4 bottom. Lucario's in their own island, so we don't need to care about them. Let's see what they're going to do to try, continue to push their lead here. Because I definitely do see, more of one side winning than the other, even though their levels are the same as they keep getting poked out. So, Night Raid.
Wait, we don't see the fight. Let's find out if we're gonna be seeing the fight, but we are not gonna be able to see the fight here. But we are moving a little bit. We're just seeing the Absol here. I think the observer would need to bring us to the fights. But here we go with a manual free camera. There we go. There goes the Sing. And we're gonna be seeing the first KO now into that of the Absol. Silver's gonna go down, and another one here. Coward is gonna get picked off. Slow Smoke's gonna be used, but Coward is not gonna be able to get away. Yes, the Sing just to get away actually is a little bit enough to get away from that team fight. But it looks like War is now gonna be able to have this advantage of the number into that of the Dreadnought. But Neil TR is gonna be going down. That's gonna be 3 down for the side of War, and that's gonna be 2 for the Pikachu. Here comes the Sing once again, and they're gonna be able to secure this Dreadnought from War. But let's find out if they're still gonna be able to punish and score into that at the bottom lane. Are they gonna be able to do it? No, they're not. They got interrupted by the Pikachu. Auracana is gonna be used, and the Absol is gonna go down as well. Gets the close combat, but only one hit from the close combat actually hits, so wasn't able to really heal up from that of the Pikachu down below.
Well, I mean, there is a reason why they call him the Roblox Master, you know? Then it shows with his Lucario gameplay, really a masterful set of skill. He almost cleared out 3 just on his own with E-Speed, and was able to capitalize in clearing out the Absol as well afterwards. So now with that being said, Night Raid next objective here. You know, I said this on every stream and I'm going to repeat it once again. If you're taking Dreadnought, what are you trading EXP for? It is a game about levels and numbers, and they are not doing anything to capitalize on that as Night Raid slowly falls further and further into despair here as we look at them lose all the keys right here. Midnight Slash comes out,
gonna be used. They can go the Sing as well.
Here we go. Triple KO.
Triple KO. Wait, no, that's double KO. But like, they're gonna be able to get punished. Yeah, we were able to see this the Absol away from War, but we weren't able to see that there were 4 down into the side of War as well, and they're gonna be able to destroy this first tier score goal into the top lane. I just wish that they were able to destroy the first tier score goal first before they allowed the Rotom, giving them more opportunities to score into the top lane, especially into that of the second lane. Second tier score goal. Right, it was unfortunate that they weren't able to score, first before the Rotom comes into the first tier score.
They tried their best here. I saw the 26 going in, and he did get the dunk in, but Rotom said, "Nah, I'm the player with the less points. I'm gonna score." All right.
Anyway, it was just like 0.2, 0.1 second that the Rotom came in when the 26 points came in, right?
Yeah. If he's the solo player I usually play with, like the solo queue players. Yeah. Don't be done. But anyways,
alright, so we're going down into that at the bottom lane. Night Raid has the lead in terms of XP and the points. So let's find out who's going to be able to get this Dreadnought, because if War gets this one, then they're going to be able to, catch up into the XP of Night Raid. But Night Raid is really doing their best to secure this Dreadnought, or at least repel them away. But Cry is going to try to repel Night Raid here. But here comes the, look at the HP disadvantage here. Everyone from Night Raid has low HP. It looks like the Absol from the side of War is going to be able to get that Dreadnought, and they're going to be able to punish Night Raid as well. There's going to be 3 down for them, and they're now going to be able to score into that at the bottom lane, first tier score goal, and going to be able to destroy that one as well. And look at the scores right now. It's 144 to 123, and their XPs are now the same, more or less.
I mean, you're basically right on that. and I do see them being in a more commanding position, however. You know, usually when you're the one catching up and you just equalize it, you're not in a very good position. You're still behind technically because you only just got up, and you know, anytime you go in for a fight,
No, yeah, but they were able to get 3 into the state of Nitrate. So not only were they able to get the XP from the Dreadnought, but they were able to get the XP from taking out 3 from Nitrate as well. So I have to agree with you. Unfortunately, I have to agree with you that they are currently in a commanding position.
You are going to eat those words later on, but we're gonna see this time if the Rotom does go in here, and I think they do, but everyone's at the bottom side trying to score as well, which means that, you know, no one's going to be contesting against Rotom as Absol continuously goes to score on the top side here. But look at the map here, right? We don't really see a lot of difference in terms of score. Like, it's only a 60-point difference, which might seem a lot in the long run, but goal-wise, they're about the same, and that's really good on the play for Nitrate, as they've been defending it really well, even though they're on the back foot, and now equalizing it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not really, you know, it's not really that huge, especially that we're now heading into the 2-minute mark where everything is doubled up. So just 1 point would be able to, you know, turn the tables around. But here's the thing, though. War already has 40 points, right? War already has 40 points into the second tier score goal into the bottom lane. Now, War has a lot of points as well, so it doesn't matter if Nitrate is going to be able to get the Zapdos and they can just score, whereas, you know, War can just counter score. The thing here is the win con here for Nitrate is that they need to be able to take down at least 2 from the side of War and take the Zapdos as well for them to be able to win against War. So let's find out if we're going to get into game number 3 or not in this fight. And look at that, a lot of them are currently down in HP. They're gonna slow smoke as well, guess the same, but it looks like that's gonna be 1 down for Nitrate. And let's find out, all the Unite was coming up. Thunderstorm is gonna be used by Kwang here, gonna be able to take down 2 into the side of Nitrate, another 1, and there goes. Oh my goodness, Neil TR is just trying to get away, you know, just to give some OS against Nitrate. You know, just Lucario just taking down their they're taking as a distraction, you know, taking in so that they're going to be scoring here or not, or you know, they might not just be able to get this one up, but it looks like Nitrate's going to be able to take that one.
Got it.
Silver at the very last seconds was able to take that Zapdos, and I think we're proceeding into game number 3 if they can score this one.
No, they definitely got this. Great.
And defend this.
Now that is actually quite a tall order, depending on how they break the goals, which they broke it optimally, I believe, for War. Because now you got the furthest goal and the nearest one, and there's no way you can split your forces well enough for that.
Oh wow,
that was close for
as well. Oh, that's it.
Oh no,
that's it.
I don't think War wants to try to go for that. That was a. I feel like they could have done something about that, honestly. But why they surrender that? I think maybe, you know, too little points on their end. They can see their points, and we can't that much. So in any case, 1-1, right? 1-1. We're looking at a very good first game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, most of the games that we saw on the stream yesterday were mostly 2-0. But at the very least, you know, we're gonna be seeing the first game, and perhaps maybe even on the last game of the day, we might be able to see, you know, what do we call this? A game number 3. You know, perhaps a grand final reset as well. Yeah, first game 3 of many as well. Of the stream, yes, of course. Like, I mean, we would want you guys to watch it at home, right? More Unite for you guys, more Unite for us to cast. You know, pretty solid day. Pretty solid day plan. Yeah, pretty solid day. Except you're my co-caster, so. I mean, oh yeah, that's the best part about it, right? You're my co-caster. Like, it's a solid day, and we have the best day. Yeah, it's a solid day, and then we have to cast with each other, unfortunately. Oh, what do you mean unfortunately? It's the best part about today, right? No. It's not your day with Orion and your day with Orion. What can I say? Oh man, no, I don't. That's a prelude for you guys. I don't like that. I don't like that, dude. I like that as much as I love that Absol coming in from Silver right there with the steal. Come on. Yeah. Well, I mean. Yes, you agree with me. There we go. See? Something. No, Ryan, no. But you know, we'll be talking about it together with our quote-unquote friendship together behind the scenes later on after this match. Because we're going to be proceeding into our very last match of this game. It's a Nitrate versus War, and again, we're going to be switching up. Well, actually, it depends if we're going to be switching up their placements.
I believe they are, most likely.
Well, we still have to flip. You know, we have a coin flip. We need to coin flip for the last game just so that everything is fair. You know, we are trying to maintain a competitive and fair environment here where I'm pretty sure you know as well that the host of the game gets the server as well, the server advantage. So for game number 1, it's going to be on the the left side, and then the one on the right side is going to be the one hosting on the second game. And then for the game number 3, we're going to have a coin flip to find out who's going to be the server host.
Yes.
But let's find out who's going to be going in.
Who's moving up the bracket?
Yeah, who's moving up to the bracket? And I think they're going to be banning Venusaur and Mamoswine.
Now those are interesting bans actually, because like that doesn't
those are the bans. Those are the bans since game 1 actually.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, it still doesn't affect the comp. In fact, for the most part, it feels like this comp, like, they thought about this comp even before the bans.
Yeah,
but with this Cage, right? You know, War thought, Absol not doing too well, said, alright, let's go Talonflame. We get as much crit damage as we can with Absol, and we get immunity to Fly, or Brave Bird to go in from far away. So, I'll let's see how this plays out.
I definitely would like to see this matchup, since War here is changing up their Absol into the Talonflame, and knowing the fact that if we're just talking about like scoring, right? Objectively speaking, I'd have to say the Talonflame is better. Talonflame also deals a lot of huge damage. Solo huge damage.
Absolutely.
Right. Whereas Absolute could do a lot of damage as well, but Talonflame does it in just one big blow, and at the same time, if we're talking about scoring alone, if we're talking about like objectives alone, I think objectively speaking, Talonflame is better just because of the fact that it has more mobility than Absol.
All right, here we go. As we are now going into the lane again, once again, no change. Only difference is the Talonflame, right? But let's see if there's a change here as they do try and get that one Audino. This time, War is in the lead. They did take that Audino, and they're almost going to capitalize on that with
Power is going to go down again.
Nicely done, moving in. War is now in the lead in terms of EXP. Can they continue to just snatch all the Audinos out and put Oni-chan in a very devastating position?
Nope. Yo, Kaori was the first KO of all the games that we've had so far.
Is it? I did not realize.
It is. It is.
My co-caster has a keen eye. All my co-casters have keen eyes. I need specs. I need to start getting them. I'm telling you, it's really how it is. But as we say that, look at that, right? They're all level 3 on the side of Night Raid this time, whereas the level 4 Prior goes to War now. So I'm excited to see how this is going to play out the bottom lane. But we're going to look top side here with Roblox Master trying to clear everyone out with that early E-speed here. But no KOs here. So it looks like, neutral state on top side, bottom side, everyone's being pushed back in towards the side of Night Raid. So there we go. First KO coming in. Unfortunately, we're not going to see that. But I do believe as the freshman is going to come down and help them, potentially. Or they might get cucked by Absol. It's already happened.
That's the second KO actually. Second KO. Well, now we are currently the third, which we don't see as well. We didn't see as well.
It's okay.
Unfortunately.
No, you know what?
But yeah, it's fine. It's fine that we don't see it because it's not as heavy. It's not as a heavy team fight anyway. Those are just a little bit of a pickoffs. In areas where there's not a lot of everyone is. But what's really interesting here is that Kwang 24, right? Kwang 24 was the one with the Pikachu earlier, and now they are changing their and Neil as well. Neil TR as well earlier was the one with the Lucario actually using Power Up Punch, but for this time War is changing up those two players with their Pokemon. And instead of using Power Up Punch, actually has the Extreme Speed.
Thank you for, asserting and reaffirming the fact I need spectacles, because I can't see anything.
Yes, you do.
But again, as you're saying all that, and I do believe it's true, we're going to see if they can continue to push their advantage at bot lane here for the Dreadnought, because top side is doing the same here since there's nobody, right? Free goals, no contest, anything. If they don't get anything off bottom lane now with 4 players, I don't know how it's going to be, worth it for them to even rotate down.
Right, and now we're gonna be seeing another team fight here into that at the bottom lane as we are proceeding into the Dreadnought. Let's find out who's gonna be able to win this team fight and get this Dreadnought as well. Our score is currently at 18 to 69, very nice. And now we're gonna be seeing the Bravebird actually not fly, actually not using fly here for Huinu, but actually goes in for the Bravebird. And now coming in here with extreme speed, it looks like they're gonna be able to take down that Pikachu. Unfortunately, wasn't able to take out that LD Goss, but we're gonna be seeing one more KO. That's gonna be 1-for-3 trade in favor of War, who's gonna be able to take this Dreadnought. It looks like War's gonna be able to take that one up, and everyone from Night Ray is gonna be taken out as well, albeit not at the same time, but that is still considered a team ace for War.
And once again, we do see them not trying to break the bottom goal early because they don't want to give, more ordinals for them to farm up, which is very good actually, as they go on for top side as well. Night Ray is already starting that, and let's see if Roblox Master can go in with the close combat, clearing the Absol out, and of course with the E-Speed to secure the Rotom here. Nicely done. But can they continue to hold that back with levels disadvantage? I'm going to tell you the answer is no, but we're hopeful to see a turn back here if it's possible as the Bravebird comes in to sweep and clear them out, unfortunately.
Right, and just like that, they were able to not only catch up with the points of Night Raid here, not only catch up with the XP, and not only catch up with the XP, but also destroy the first score goal into the top lane. Like getting the Dreadnought is already crucial, right? Getting the Dreadnought is already crucial. Getting punished after the Dreadnought is far more crucial because they're not only giving to the XP of the Dreadnought, but they're also giving them more XP than what they should only have. And look at this score. Look at the XPs right now. Look at the levels. Level 9, 12, 11, 9, 9 for War, and for Night Raid it's 7, 9, 8, 7, 10. That's too much of a gap.
I mean, that gap is going to be even further with that. Look at that Bravebird. I mean, going in, sweeping them out, they're just slowly building that EXP back up, and it's getting completely, removed right there as just completely Bravebirds in and Brave Bombers, all of them out of existence. Night Ray is going to be slaughtered here if they are not trying to get out of the fight and farm. Because at this point, look, that 10 points means nothing. You should just back out, go and farm as much as you can, right? Try to keep farming up even though you have a big deficit.
Definitely. But look at this Night Raid, everyone is ganging up into that at the bottom lane. Everyone is on the bottom lane, and for War as well, but Night Raid is just not coming out of the score goal, or at least the area where the score goal is near. But look at this, they're trying to pick off one from War, but look at that. Both of the Pikachu actually uses their Unite move. Gets a Mid Slash as well. Cloud Crash is going to be used as well to sustain their teammates from War here, and they're going to be able to take down Coyote as well. And here comes another one. Silver trying to get away. Is he going to be able to get away? No, he is not. He is going to be caught on by Kwang24, and they're now going to be able to destroy the the first tier score goal into the bottom lane. And Kwang24 looks like wants to get the jungle as well from Night Raid, denying them of the XP that they could still get before the Zapdos.
This is not out for blood. This is caught telling them, I don't want you to play the game. It's not fair.
It actually is. It actually is. It is a... how do I say this? I can't put it in a nice way just because of the fact that, number one, those are my local fellow countrymen. Right? But they are getting really crushed here. Right? War is really demolishing them. They are disintegrating Night Raid. They're reverse engineering Night Raid. That Night Raid aren't able to do anything at all.
They're set on the pedestal at the top. They saw Night Raid come up the stairs, and they're like, all right, Night Raid is ready to fight. And all they did was kick them down to restart the process over and over again. And even let's look at the scores real quick as well, right? 227 to 16.5, and it's really hard for them to do anything. Even their score has been 16 for quite a while.
Yeah, and even if they take the Zapdos, right? Even if they take the Zapdos, knowing the fact that a lot from War here have huge points, even if they take the Zapdos, they're going to have a hard time. Especially that, again, War has many points. They can just counter score. Number two is that they are currently in a huge lead in terms of XP, that they can just demolish Night Raid. And this is the tall order. Not only do they need to punish War, but they also do need to take down the Zapdos. And even if they take the Dreadnought here, it's still not going to be enough. Although, of course, it's still going to be a huge help, but like still.
Maybe their shields might help them here, because as they walk in here, you know, they're gonna continue to try and make the fight here as Huinu misses the Brave, but it might be the opportunity to carry on to assert their dominance here as they slowly
need to play this right.
Right, clear that. Yeah, they need to play this right, as you're saying.
Yeah, they need to play this right, because the moment that yes, they are. I mean, we saw from the previous games that War, the moment that there's just a little bit of a tiny hole from Night Raid, they can easily punish them up. But let's find out if what's going to be happening here. If it is Night Raid going to take down the Zapdos and win this game in a 2-1 fashion, or is War going to be able to dominate against Night Raid? Here comes the Sting. There goes a Thunderstorm as well from that with the Pikachu. The Pikachu from Night Raid is going to be taken down. There goes a Flame Sweep. There goes a Oracan as well. Not going to be able to KO anyone from the side of Night Raid. That's going to be 2 down for Night Raid. That's going to be 3v5 situation right now. And it looks like that Kwang 24, Kwang 24 alone can push back Night Raid. And now I think this Lucario from Night Raid and of course the Absol for Silver going to try to take this one up. Gets the Mini Slash, but unfortunately the last hit of Mini Slash from Absol is not going to be able to take this Zapdos away from War. And look at them, there's 5 players right now from War that has 50 points. That's 500 points in total. I don't think Night Raid is going to be able to score back up against against War here.
I can't say the same for, of course, the team of Night Raid here, but again, this was once dominating all of them here in this last round here. War definitely did their best to push them back all the way, getting the Rotom, getting the Zapdos, getting the Dreadnought. In fact, the only objective I do believe that Night Raid took was Dreadnought. And at this point, 16 seconds, I don't really know how you're going to try and make this work. The Flame Sweep comes in and clears 2 of their teammates here. Night Raid is going to be going home tonight, unfortunately. And I do think this is a congratulations to War for taking in their first game of the day.
Yes, and unfortunate as well, unfortunate for Night Raid, but they're going to be the first teams to say goodbye, into our Pokemon UNITE SEA Community Invitational, after day 1, because on day 1, of course, we had to say goodbye to all the teams from Malaysia and Brunei, as they weren't able to, get into the top 4 of each groups. But for today, we're gonna be saying goodbye now to Night Raid. And on other news as well, we didn't stream Vietnam's Team Rocket and Philippines AOS 40's Regisol. But just to give you guys an update, AOS 40's Regisol from the Philippines won against Team Rocket, and we do see War here, of course, from Vietnam, as we just saw, altogether winning 2-1 against Night Raid. So it is into that of the lower brackets, right? We're gonna be seeing one team from the Philippines and one team from Vietnam. And of course, we're now proceeding into our next game, which is Singapore versus Singapore, Lucario versus Havoc. And then after that, we'll immediately proceed to a game where it's a battle between Indonesia and Indonesia, with Team Rise and Team Overdrive. So whoever's going to be losing that would be facing off against AOS 40's Regisol from the Philippines, and of course against War from Vietnam. So yeah, that's a pretty huge match here, with War and Night Raid. What can you like, any last words for that game, Ryan?
I think Night Raid had a very good understanding of the game. It's just that they were getting picked off a lot, and I do believe that they can come back from this, right? I hope to see them in the future. In fact, I do keep a close eye on a lot of the teams here. Maybe a few I missed out, but I think Night Raid is one that I'm gonna have to put on the top of my list. And War is gonna continue to keep dominating as best they can here into their lower brackets. Let's see how they're gonna show up here. Right,
and before we head into our next game, which is the first semifinals of our semifinals upper bracket, right? The first game of the semifinals. We're going to have a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for more Pokemon Unite action only here in Pokemon Unite SEA Invitationals 2022.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Southeast Asia Community Invitational. My name is Moonboy. I'm joined by PKMN-id. We are representing Singapore right over here, and we are moving straight to a Singapore versus Singapore game. How are you doing, PKMN-id?
I'm doing great. I woke up just for this Singapore versus Singapore, and who better to represent it than, two people from Singapore. And we know these teams very well, right? This is not going to be the first time we've casted them. We've seen these teams show up in our local tournaments time and time again and take the crown. They're fierce rivals, the both of them. But do you know who we have on the menu today, Moonboy?
Well, coming straight right from the island, Singapore, I think maybe Hougang or something,
I don't know.
Team Havoc coming in. Coming in from Team Havoc, we got Kamiru, NT, KST, Airi, and not forgetting Team NL, No Lucario. These are the one of the top winning teams in Singapore as well. Not forgetting, we got players like Senna, Seer, Balloon, Rebongs, Ray, and Clowning BJ.
Yeah, so these are all familiar names. If you're part of PUSG, you've seen them before, as we get a shiny new pick screen to play with, so we can even see what they picked beforehand. A lot of times we jump straight into the game and we're like, oh man, what's going on here? But already straight away, I think one of the biggest things to point out is slow smoke, right? It's been such a significant item as we've seen in the game so far. The buff has definitely made it very viable, held by these supports, as we see Balloon and Steer on the side NL. They're going to pick it up themselves. And interesting to note that there's an Absol played by Wraith. What do you think about this Pokemon?
Well, I mean, coming in from NL, we know that Rebongs is the 2-goal Absol. He's one of the top best Absol in the global rankings. And Ryder coming in with the Absol instead of Rebongs, that's going to change a little bit of dynamics coming in from Team NL. But on the other side, Kamiru on the Dragonite as well, not on the Lucario. That's also something different, but something that we noticed after that nerfs and patch coming in. There's lots of changes, and that being said, Wigglytuff is one of the premium picks coming in, as both sides coming in with the ban of Lucario and Zarina. Thus, this kind of arrangement coming in as well.
Yeah, as we get into game number 1, it's going to be the Singapore Showdown. No Lucario versus Team Havoc here. These teams should be more than familiar with each other as we get into the game. I want to point out, since you mentioned the bans, true to their name, it's No Lucario who banned the Lucario out. So, that was a Pokemon that we've been seeing quite a lot lately because of the buffs to his moves, giving him a whole new playstyle, making him even more dominant. We're not going to see him in this game, as instead we're going to see some Greedent running a Rampage.
Yep, the thing about having Greedent in their lineup is that, it's going to be really pesky. And right here, No Lucario immediately taking down Havoc's Wigglytuff in the process as well. No Lucario just having such a great early lead. Team Havoc is having such a great early lead in the bottom lane. And that being said, the first player to get a Wigglytuff is going to get the huge advantage in the lane.
Yeah, and I mean, it's always about these tri-lanes early on, right? If you can suppress those early level ups, then that's where your tri-lane can really start to snowball. And when the Dreadnought rolls around, when the jungler comes down, that's where it can be all, that's where it can all crumble.
Yeah, that's definitely right. Like, something to take note coming in from No Lucario as well. They have kind of like 2 junglers in the top side. They got Absol on the top side going up against the
Greedent,
right? The Greedent, right?
Yes,
so
Dragon and
it's gonna be a little bit of a skirmish coming in, and immediately down as well.
Yeah, and Absol, really good when he's chasing you down, but not really when the tables are turned. He's gonna take an early tumble, but right now it still looks pretty even, right? Both teams sort of feeling it out. This is the first match of the winner bracket for today. Both teams obviously ending up in the winner bracket. So whoever loses this isn't out just yet, but they'll have a second chance at kind of coming back here. But obviously staying in the winner's bracket is the easiest way to the goal, right?
Yeah, definitely, right? You've got the shortest possible way all the way to the grand finals, and that being said, you got an additional health in the grand finals as well. So winning over here is going to be crucial for both teams, as they have that significant advantage in the whole tournament. There we have Balloon going in for a big sleep as well.
Okay, but here comes Kamiru, and one Hyper Beam! We were just in the middle of just discussing the implications of this game, and they just melt right in front of my face. And a third, he's gonna get a KO streak of 3, making it look easy here. Wraith is down here to party, but I don't think this is one he wants to show up to. He's gonna back off. He's staring down a level 9 Dragonite, baby. That is not looking good.
Yep, coming in, Kamiru at Dragon Knight at level 9 already, while No Lucario is only at level 8 with, rebounds on the Dragon Knight only at level 8. He's really behind a little bit in a sense where that, how having that Unite move is going to be making so much of a difference. And Havoc having that early game lead, they have to maintain it, take that position and try to get that Dreadnought and get that big advantage.
7 minute rolls around and the fight is gonna kick off for now. It's gonna be an early knockout to the Wigglytuff on the side of No Lucario, and here comes the Chaos here, just gonna get sniped down by Kamiru, and rebounds, he's falling solo. One last belch down his throat, and that's not what you want to see. Kamiru, once again, like you said, they have this early lead on the side of Havoc, and they push the advantage. They're gonna get Dreadnought for themselves.
Yep, having that Dreadnought, No Lucario immediately rotated straight right to the Rotom, saying that, we're not going to contest that Dreadnought. We're just going to try to get that Rotom as fast as possible so that, we can get the additional push on the top side. But that being said, Havoc is just clamping down No Lucario. So difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to make their way to the top of Rotom, but guess who's there as well? It's Kamiru on his Dragonite. He's not. Here comes the Draco Impact, almost getting the kill on the Wiggly again, but just enough for them to be zoned out. That Balloon has to back off, and both supporting cast members of the side of Havoc, they're gonna guard this perimeter as they secure the Rotom for themselves. So Team Havoc firing on all sides of the map right now.
Yep, this is really good play coming from Team Havoc, not allowing Team Lucario to get any form of farm, removing all their objective in their way and just pushing them away, because as of right now, No Lucario is not in the right position to fight at all.
What do you see, right? The HP just disappears. This Absol has not been having the time of day, that's for sure. I don't think he's been able to find as much as he needs to as well. As we see in the levels, they're falling really behind and crowding in the bot side. Not even at that Venusaur stage yet, so really hard for the side of No Lucario to put up any sort of fight.
Yep, No Lucario over here, they really have to start focusing on farming. As of right now, look at the level difference. Team Havoc is really at an average of about 10 right now. And there we have, Greedent going in for the Unite move. They will be pushing in Team Havoc on the offense.
Yeah, it was looking like it was a free pickup on this pesky squirrel, but you can't underestimate him when he has this Unite move just charging forward. Here comes the rest. Draco Impact down as well, but KSD, he's gonna be A-okay. Meanwhile, the rest of the side of No Lucario, they're trying to push back Havoc, and they're gonna be successful for now because the health bars not looking too pretty for them. One Hyper Beam takes down a crucial kill. That's gonna be a much needed chunk of EXP. If they can get Yang, this could be huge. Level 10 now hit for right. Dodges away from that Hyper Beam. Kamiru can't land the last hit, but Airy, he's gonna finish him off. Now Rebounds in a bit of trouble as well. There's chaos all over the back. Balloon gonna sleep up 3 though, and the slap, the contact crash is not there. It's time. And Airy, try as she might, can't save a team. Now it's Eldegoss against 4. Now it's Eldegoss against Dreadnought. What can you do on the side of Havoc? Airy, what can you do? You poor little Eldegoss gonna get pushed away, and they're gonna take the Dreadnought and the fight.
Wow, No Lucario taking the fight straight to Havoc. Key pointer to take note right over here is Rebound coming out of the jungle at level 11, up to what Havoc could provide. And that is where the whole tide turned against Havoc, where, Rebounds on the Dragonite just turned everything around. A big Hyper Beam taking off the right picks at the right time. No Lucario, fine macro play coming in, and that is exactly what they want. But Havoc on position onto the Rotom right now.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as they topped those deaths, they were just like, okay, you know what? We're going to look towards the Rotom. We're going to try and even it out. They do. The point lead is not very far apart. It's just 171 to 219. Any single sneaky dunk in the final stretch could change this all around. And as you see from all the sides of No Lucario and Havoc, they have some key players holding a lot of points. Right is one of them, but he's falling a little low. Trying to get out of this situation with the dashes, but they're not going to be there in time as 3 members of the side of Havoc are going to chase him down. And there's a lot of points lost right now. They're going to have to find one dunk one way or another. They have to know how tense this is.
Yep, it's gonna be back to back, and face right here, it's still gonna be anybody's game as of right now. As both teams really have to start farming. They have to get in position for that big final stretch, and that is gonna be the turning point for the whole game. But that being said, that last Rotom coming up on top side might be a big objective coming in from both sides.
I think the final, it's so important now, right? Because the last thing you want to be doing is wasting Unite moves. You want to get these pickups where you can. And speaking of Unite moves, no! Kamiru gets caught out himself, and that's exactly what you can't afford right now. Every single Unite move, every single resource is just so important, and losing your prime Dragonite like that is not how you want to start. This Greeter as well, trying to run away from all of them, but the chase is there. Not enough. The Absol looks like can't finish him off for now. Actually diving quite deep into the goal zone to try and finish it. But gonna get slapped up, pushed away by NT. Is this Absol and NL? They're gonna exercise a bit of discipline here. They're gonna back off.
Yep, I believe, right here, the key pesky squirrel, the pesky little squirrel is just so annoying to be dealing with. Like, he's always running around minding his own business, and none of the opponent could be able to get a little bit of a position ahead of him. But that being said, Rotom is off the menu for both teams, and both teams
but the fight is
into the Zapdos pit.
Yeah, the fight is already gonna start. Zapdos not even up. Here comes the Unite moves though. Rise is gonna be the first one picked off, and Unite moves Buddy Barriers all around Balloon. The Starlight Recital keeping his team alive. NT as well, straight with the answer. So far, both teams keeping healthy, but not for long. I believe Rive, he could come back into this fight, but the Wigglytuff already there. NT falling low. It's starting to look like Havoc are taking control of this pit as they wipe down 3. Now only... Okay, Venusaur manages to get a kill. Clowning still sitting quite pretty in terms of the health bar. Do they have the damage? The Pedal Dance just doing its work onto the entire side of Havoc. But it looked like Havoc could have it. They don't have the damage. Belch is there. Who's gonna grab it? It is the side of no Lucario. And they get the Zapdos. They knock down that pesky squirrel. And they're running straight for the goal.
Wow, immediate FF coming in from Havoc. Big surrender as no Lucario takes home game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen,
What?
That
Damn.
is what they're just staggering their fainted count, and coming with a big comeback with Wraith on that Absol, taking that final steal of the Zapdos. Ladies and gentlemen, 199, 299, but the winning side going straight right to Havoc. Wait, what? This is a little bit messy, right?
No. Okay. Let's try to figure out what's going on here, okay? Because it looks like NL, they got the Zapdos. We all saw that, right? You saw that, Moody? Because I saw that.
I saw that. That's
Yeah, so Rive secured the Zapdos. But I don't know whether it was... did they surrender after taking the Zapdos? Because it looks like they FF'd. Because they... So some shenanigans going on here. Don't really know what's going on. We got so excited for the side of no Lucario only for them to surrender like that. I was...
Okay. I think that's a little bit of a bug, like a discrepancy. But the win is definitely going straight to NL. So game 1 going straight to NL with Team Havoc dropping that surrender button immediately after the death of the Zapdos.
Oh, that was some... I don't know if that was some BM or whether there was some advanced mind games there, but they definitely got me good. What matters though is that no Lucario, they're gonna take the first game win, because even though the point difference doesn't look like it, it's probably a little bit of a bug, but we know from those final moments of the game that NL would have more than likely dunked those remaining 200 points in and gotten the lead from there, and I don't think from at that point, Havoc could come back. So, excuse me, a little bit of a burp. Too excited, too much action going on. I'm cosplaying Greedon a little bit there, but what a way to start the first game, right?
Yeah, we got a clear, fight coming in, and it's really neck to neck coming in from both teams. As that particular game, it could have gone either way. It's all down to that one less Zapdos fight, and Wraith coming in with the Absol, taking the last hit on the Zapdos as well, and that just simply turned the tide over to Team NL, and NL just immediately pull it straight into it, take out the whole team as the rest of the team are back from respawn, and they're just pushing straight right with a pure aggression coming in as well.
It really didn't look good for the side of no Lucario. They were like dropping one by one, even though they sustained for so long. It started to look like the side of Havoc, they were taking the lead, but all that time, the Pedal Dance was just running, baby. He was doing so much damage, and he managed just to slowly cleave them down. So what an action-packed first game. Man, that was crazy.
Exactly. Free Wraith indeed. Wraith is out of that Venusaur, and he's on that Absol, taking over Rebongs, while Rebongs move straight right into the Dragonite. But that being said, the ban phase for game number 2 is already up, and there we have it with Team Havoc banning Dragonite, while Team No Lucario have a really interesting ban on Gardevoir. So
that's pretty... Yeah, I mean, that's pretty interesting. Also, the fact that, they haven't actually brought out Gardevoir in this series yet. Of course, I'm not entirely sure about whether they showed it or whether it's something that they've researched that, okay, maybe the opposing team, they want to bring out this Gardevoir as a strat. But we have seen Kamiru play it. So it's not... Oh. Okay, wait. So, I'm getting some information now. I need to know who won the game right now, because our production is telling us, and we think, okay, so based on what we saw, it looked like no Lucario won. but we're not
Yeah.
entirely sure because no Lucario also allegedly surrendered. So we're trying to figure out who won at this point in time, but of course this is a best of 3 after all. Okay. So Havoc is the one who's surrendered. Okay, so as expected, no worry folks, it's all everything is as it should be.
Yeah, so I think coming in, right, knowing that Lucario is open, Serena is open, but Dragonite is banned in this particular game as well. So what are we going to expect moving forward from Sneeze?
It's Lucario. I mean, they say no Lucario, but I bet they're gonna pick it. That Pokemon has been so intensely buffed right now, especially since you can't really stop, you know, the strikes coming in to heal you, the close combat anymore. This Pokemon used to be dominant, but now has just... I mean, as if he wasn't strong enough, right? He was already eating bans left and right ever since this whole idea of implementing bans into competition rise. It was always the Dragonites eating the bans. It was always the Serenas and the Lucarios. This is gonna be no different. They ought to ban the Gardevoir, which is interesting. I don't know whether they'll bite them in the back though.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really interesting ban, but I'm not really sure what is in their mind coming in with Gardevoir, because Gardevoir moving into this particular patch, she's still one of the, you know, Pokemon in the lower side that is not exactly that impactful, especially where you got, like, you know, really strong assassin like Speedster coming in as well. You got, you know, Pokemon like Absol, Gengar, they are really strong, and I think moving forward, you know, in the game number 2, I hope to see, you know, Kamiru on the Lucario. Right, he's really strong on the Lucario, and I believe with Dragonite being banned, you know, he's gonna be back on the Lucario. Rebongs will be back on the Absol as well. So all these top players will be back to what they were comfortable with in the previous patch. Like, that's exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, just like you said, my friend Rebounds, he's gonna pick up that Absol for himself. Meanwhile, Rife, back in jail you go. No, nothing special for you. No, we ain't picking Pikachu today. We're here to win. Get back in your Venusaur, Gerald, says the Team NL, as they pick that up for him yet again. 2 slow smokes on the side and crowning. He's gonna be championing the Lucario in the top side. Meanwhile, a pretty interesting hover here. It's a Charizard, gonna be picked up by Kamiru. It's not locked in at the present moment, but boy, do I want to see this Pokemon.
Wow, I mean, Charizard, we have been seeing him in lot of games yesterday, right? Like, knowing that, you know, the buff coming in from Charizard, and he's just going to be doing so much more damage coming in. So I believe Kamiru will be moving straight right into the jungle with the Charizard. But that being said, would he be able to keep up the rebounds on that Absol as well? Ryder back onto the Venusaur, as we have seen him on the Venusaur once again and again. He's just too strong, and he's an unstoppable machine besides Seer on that Eldegoss.
Yeah, and as we get to loading into the game, both teams playing something a lot more what we're familiar with. The big shining fiery flag is Kamiru on this Charizard. We've already seen him make so much impact in these games early on, right? Like, with all these junglers that he picks up, he likes to try and experiment with all these different things. But we're gonna have to see whether the mobility buffs for Charizard can come into play and still help him be this dominant figure that he usually is from the jungle.
Exactly. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me just welcome you guys straight to Remote Stadium as we are going game number 2. Team Havoc going up against Team No Lucario. Team Singapore versus Team Singapore is gonna be head-to-head. And there we have in the top side, Lucario against the Lucario, as if we're gonna have Trilane in the bottom side.
I think one thing that's very important to mention is the fact that no Lucario, they've been such a stack for so long, right? The Balloon, Seer, and Rife bot lane is so strong, but obviously not strong enough to win the early tussle, it seems. And Seer's gonna be the first one to fall, a bit of a caster's curse. Balloon with the defense curl out, not able to make it out in time. But the point I was trying to make before it got completely ripped away from me is the fact that this is such a strong core, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really strong composition coming in, right? You have Havoc with it's Anti on the Blissey as well, so currently a Chelsea. So that being said, the Wigglytuff on the opponent's side, if you went with a Sing, that's going to be making a little bit of a trouble coming in, as Anti is going to be having that safeguard, as it's going to be nullify every single Sing.
Yeah, as both hit their level 4, they want to look to fight. There's still a Gossip Floor on the side though. Airy needs to be a bit careful, but they don't have anything to worry about, it seems, as Yang cleans up yet another. Even though they have the level advantage, Havoc still causing, just true to their name, Havoc in the bot side for the side of NL.
Yep, Havoc is just causing havoc right now. No Lucario, you know, we might be seeing a deja vu coming in from game number 1. As Team No Lucario is just so
the
behind.
rollout. Nice little rollout there from
the wicked
Balloon.
stuff. That is something big coming in from NL. No Sing. That being said, he's not too afraid from the Blissey. So with that rollout, things is gonna be impactful coming in from No Lucario.
I think it's a very interesting pickup, right? Because a lot of the times when it comes to hard CC and you have the safeguard from the Blissey, you can just keep your distance from the Wiggly and then you nullify whatever CC she's throwing out. But with the rollout, you can cover so much distance that before the safeguard can even come down, you could probably knock up the Blissey as well, right? So a very interesting decision coming here from Balloon.
Yep, that's definitely right coming in, Permasneeze. So, you know, no Lucario coming in. I think this is where the turning point is going to be at. As, you know, the Kamiru is immediately rotating straight right into the bottom side. As Rebounds immediately catches TTKST on the top side.
Yeah, they might be able to pick off this Lucario, which will be huge. They're obviously emphasizing a bit on the top side. They're rotating towards the Dreadnought, but it's not time just yet. It's just the Beast for now, and Kamiru is here to claim that for the most part for his team. The rollout, very far forward from Balloon though, on the wrong side of the stadium, and gonna just accept his death and die. I mean, he did it for the squad, he did it to interrupt the Beast, and he does. And now they're gonna posture around for this Dreadnought coming up in just 1 second. It's up, but they don't have their Wiggly. She's still a ways away, and that is such a huge piece of CC for them. Rebounds falling a little low, they need to be careful. But is it KST to fall first? Yes, it is. Unite moves coming out, and they're gonna be the ones to claim the Dreadnought in one fell swoop. Rebounds, it looks so dicey for him just for a moment, but no big deal. This is his Pokemon, Absol Nation, just literally ripping them apart.
Top 50 Absol, ladies and gentlemen. That we have Rebound on Absol to the finals. Coming out of the jungle at level 9. Already have that Unite in his pocket to be used right there and then, and use it at that perfect timing for No Lucario to have the additional advantage. And there we have Lucario already in position for the Rotom, and we got to see a head-to-head right here on the top side.
They've already used quite a lot of resources though for that Dreadnought fight, so they need to be careful. And here comes the Charizard Unite move! Seismic Toss! Onto Sia! The shields are not enough, and there's the Elder Gods down! Meanwhile, Rife looks like he's just avoiding this fight altogether. Might have been a wise choice because Fire beats out Grass, as we know. This Charizard, you don't want to deal with him when he has that Unite move up. Just spraying and laying waste to the side of No Lucario. They're taking down the goal zone, but now Crowning. He wants to fight back on this Lucario, but he's being burnt alive! Just disappears on the side of, and really the Lucario's gone. No Lucario to speak of, but Charizard gets wiped down again. Rebounds, the true superstar of this team, cleans up. He's like, okay, your Unite move is over. Let me just grab my bucket and mop.
Rebounds there to save the day. No Lucario immediately. The name is what it is. Havoc removed that Lucario, saying no Lucario for you today.
Yeah.
And you know, Kamiru is going to be wrecking havoc with that Charizard on the top side. But that being said, you know, No Lucario managed to just fan off that one particular attack, and they are back on the offense. And TTVKST is not going to be in a too safe position right now.
Yeah, I mean, tries to pick off Sia there on the Elder Gods, but gets away with the shield and the Leaf Tornado as well, keeping himself alive there. Very nicely done. I just want to point out that Rife and Yang, they've been engaged in a bit of a duel in this bot side, both being left alone to farm. And right now, Rife's hitting pretty in terms of the level advantage, as we see off screen. Actually, KST gets his revenge on Lucario, but rollout is here. And Charizard falling a little low. Rife with the Verdant Anger cleans him up. Starlight Recital as well. The CC's being pushed, but the shield is not enough as they get wiped down. That's 4 members all dead across the map from No Lucario. As Havoc, they're able to turn the tides and take this Dreadnought.
Well, this might be a turning point coming in from Havoc, as there we see it, we are moving straight right into the mid game right here. But No Lucario is not allowing this goalpost to go down anytime, as rest of team catches up and chases Team Havoc away.
I mean, the Lucario falls, but the rest of the side of No Lucario are here to defend their goal, and not a single point scored from their Dreadnought. The advantage, yes, you get some EXP, but now the fight is breaking out. Roll out. This is exactly where this Wiggly wants to be, as the pedal dance going for Yang, falling a little low. Rife as well. They need to be so careful. Where's the support? There's the shield, and there is the slash. Absol once again, Rebong swiping them down. Bing bong, he says, and wipes them all down.
Wow, No Lucario immediately turned that down 4 into a win 4 for them. You know, turning the tide around at the top side. You know, No Lucario immediately got that Rotom, got Team Havoc's Lucario down at the same time, as they were marching down top side, trying to score a little bit of points and get more advantage lead on the top side as well.
So 94 points right now to 178. They really got to make this work for them, but the pressure coming in on both sides. They not only won the fight in the bot side, defended their goal, but like you said, the solo kill, the Lucario and the Rotom pushing in is going to waste so much time for the side of Havoc. Instead of farming, instead of making mad pressure, they have to deal with this pesky Rotom just auto-attacking away at them as NT. He's going to deal with that real quick, but as we wind down to the final minutes of the match before it's the final stretch here, take a look at the map. It's just cleaned of resources right now. Both teams just waiting around to sap up whatever farm they can get.
Well, I love it, right? I love it how Team No Lucario take advantage of that
There's a
Rotom.
tussle in the top side though, as we are a bit late to the action, but not much action to be had as Reebok just cleans up too. Regular business, nothing special, sorry.
Yep, so that being, as I was saying, No Lucario was just sweeping out all the farm that they could find, and that being said, Rife is already at level 13. So he's so far ahead compared to what Havoc is having, as their lead level is Kamiru at level 14. And that being said, No Lucario will be moving straight right into Zapdos fight with such a huge advantage moving forward.
This could be the crucial moment for Charizard though, because as we know, that Pokemon is all about the seismic toss. Once he gets powered up, he has that energy amplifier as well, and he can pump out so much damage. A lot of times what you want to do is disengage and just avoid the fight if he does. But I mean, around this Zapdos pit, you can't just ditch, you can't just give this up to your opponent. As we see, the fire damage already coming out from Kamiro. He needs to be so careful not to be caught out though by the rollout. This window is exactly where Balloon wants to be, but Sia, he's gonna be the first one popped on the side of NL, and that's the healing support down. Balloon second to fall, and so much damage coming out from them. But here comes the Aura Cannon coming out from Crowning. He's trying to do what he can, but he gets cleaned up, and right now fall down on the side of No Lucario. Havoc, have they turned this around?
Yeah, Reeboks is just buying time, taking Yang away from the fight as the Zapdos goes straight right into the 1/3, as No Lucario might be able to steal it, and it's still a little bit of a chance coming in from No Lucario, but no, Havoc took down the Zapdos, and they will be marching straight to the goalpost to score as much points as possible.
And yeah, he's not even bothering himself with the first goalpost. He's just going straight for the next one. Sia trying to do what he can to score, but there's a big bad Charizard there waiting for you. And just like we said, it's at the Zapdos pit that this Charizard is so strong. No Lucario, they had such advantage early on, but not able to turn it into a winning fight at the Zapdos, and that means 494 points now to 178. No Lucario. I don't know how you can come back from this. This might just be a game 3.
Well, as the clock is not 0, the game is not over. Perma sneeze. 536 to 178. We got 45 more seconds on the clock. Team No Lucario just desperately trying to push in to score in as much points as possible. As there's still a little glimpse of hope, but Kamiro is not allowing them to do so.
Okay.
Right? Coming in for the big
shield
coming in.
Yeah, the shields coming out from Starlight Recital means that Balloon can get a score in crowding as well, trying to apply some pressure onto these two Havoc supports here. But meanwhile, the backline just getting ravaged by the Charizard as he gets out of that situation. They're gonna knock him out and finally take down Kamiro though. But crowding, he's trying to do the damage. Here comes the jump pads for the interrupt. Can they get the points in? It's still 242. 10 seconds left. They need to make their way to the goal, but the slow smoke actually keeps them away. If they wanted to make it there, they can't in time. Slow smoke, my friends. Slow smoke. Winning the game, or at least keeping it alive for Havoc in the winner's bracket.
Wow, I mean, we are going so neck to neck as of right now. There we have Team Havoc taking home the win, 536 against 344. As ladies and gentlemen, we'll be straight right to game number 3. So,
oh my god.
Wow. I think the turning point right there is going to be Kamiro on that Charizard. You know, taking down everyone at the Zapdos pit right over there. You know, winning that fight, taking the advantage, while the rest of the team is not ready to come back up to actually take the steal. And there we have, you know, taking the win, 536 points. That's a lot coming in from this particular match.
It literally is. Take a look at that graph. Literally 94 straight up to 536. That is the Zapdos effect. TM, as we've seen quite a lot of times in the Pokemon Unite. You know, in these games that we play, it's just the Zapdos that really turns it all around. It wasn't looking too good for the side of Havoc there, but they managed to just narrowly grab that team fight in the middle when it counts and make it work for them. And definitely all of the players playing really, really sharp and clean on the side of Havoc to make this happen.
yeah, it's really clean play coming in from both sides, right? You see them having so much discipline. When it's time to farm, you farm, right? Get in front, get ahead of your opponent, have that level advantage so that you're ready for the fight. So coming in, you know, Team NL already have that great advantage. You know, they got the levels, they got everything ready, and you know, but they're unable to get over, you know, Kamiru with the Charizard. So much damage coming in, 88k worth of damage. That's a lot of damage coming in just from one Pokemon.
Yeah, I think it also goes back to, you know, Rebongs. He's on the Absol, and Absol, while you're really good at picking these Pokemon off when they're caught out alone or chasing people down, you don't really want to be jumping straight into a Unite move Charizard or straight into Yang, who has his Venusaur, you know, Petal Dance going about him, NT and Airy backing him up. There's so much area damage, and you know, Absol, as good as on Absol as you can be, you are very squishy on that Pokemon, and we saw that come into play when he just kind of tries to do the damage that he can, but ends up melting. And you know, Havoc, we're 1-1 now. Team No Lucario and Havoc, they're tied neck and neck, and this is exactly what we expected. Of course, both these teams know each other so well.
Yep, and that being said, let me just bring your attention to Balloon on that Wigglytuff as well. We have always seen Wigglytuff coming in with Sing, but for the very first time today, at least, right, we got a rollout Wigglytuff. But the rollout is not exactly that impactful coming in against a Charizard who has already popped his Unite move, right? He's already airborne, is unstoppable, so he can't exactly do too much against that Lucario, right? That Charizard. But, you know, against the rest of the team, he could do something, but the Charizard just deals so much that Balloon can't exactly be really impactful in this particular matchup.
Yeah, I think also, I mean, since we mentioned that, NT as well, with the buffs up onto Kamiru, just allowing him to do so much more and just allowing him to be free and fly and just terrorize them, right? I think it all, this draft from the side of Havoc really all coming together for them, and they definitely, you know, they deserve this win.
Yep. I mean, this is a great win coming in as we are moving straight right to game number 3, and this actually kind of show, you know, how competitive these two teams are, and they are really here to represent Singapore, to be the best in the country, and you know, later on today they could be pronounced the best team in the region as well. So that being said, I think we got the first ban coming in, you know, as Team No Lucario already banned Lucario. So we're not going to be seeing much Lucario coming in from any Lucario coming in from game number 3, but Team Havoc is still deciding on a ban right now. So I think it might be a Dragonite coming in. So, you know, things might be a little bit different coming in from game number 3.
It says that No Lucario has very surprisingly banned Lucario, which I mean is what we expect, especially after that performance from KST, right? Just such an unstoppable force in top side.
Yeah, I mean, KST is doing so well on the Lucario, right? And at the same time, crowning is not too far off, so it's still a little bit of head-to-head. But that being said, Team Havoc already submitted their ban, and it's gonna be a Dragonite coming in from the bans as well. So, no Lucario, no Dragonite. What do you expect? I think Absol is still gonna be a pick coming in from Rebongs. Charizard might be a premium pick coming in as well, as Venusaur might be also one of the top picks coming in.
I mean, they definitely, now that the Charizard has been presented, right, they definitely have to pay mind to it. They have to think about what are we going to do to deal with this Charizard, right? Because even though you manage to get those successful fights and skirmishes and pickups all across the map, when it comes to those important team fights like the one at the Zapdos pit, that's where the Unite move just really fires off.
Yep, like as you said, right, Charizard is there because of the main reason that Charizard is actually picked is actually for the Unite move, and you know, being airborne, not being affected by any other CC coming in from the rest of the field. That is what makes Charizard so good, right? He's unstoppable, he's uninterruptible at that point in time, he's dealing so much damage, but it's still anybody's game as of right now, as you know, Zarina is live, as we have crowning on that Zarina as the rest of the team sticks to what they were, and NL Balloon on the Blissey right here, and you know, on the other side, NT on the Wigglytuff, and Kamiru immediately insta-locking that Gardevoir.
Moon Boy, I know you're a big Gardevoir fan yourself. Tell me a bit about this Pokemon, because actually, before you do, let me just preface this by saying we actually saw Kamiru play this already yesterday to make success, because when he got his level 5 early, he was off to a hot start with the ganks, with the damage, able to secure the objectives, but the other team that once they saw the Gardevoir, they opted to counter it by sending the Greedent or their jungler in early on to mess with the rocks, and it's so hard to play if you get interrupted early on. What do you think about Gardevoir in the jungle?
I mean, Gardevoir in the jungle is great, right? You get all the level advantage coming in the jungle. So you could be level 9 as fast as 7 minutes. And that also means rebounds on the Absol is not going to allow Kamiru to do his shenanigans. So knowing that rebounds on the Absol have that early game advantage, so he's going to take advantage of that gap closer that you have, right? Get as close to the Gardevoir as much as possible, because the Gardevoir really love damage, really love distance. And ladies and gentlemen, that being said, let us go straight right into game number 3. No Lucario going up against Team Havoc. No Lucario on the purple side, while Havoc on the orange side.
Yeah, who is gonna be the one to emerge victorious in the Singapore grudge match? Both these teams so familiar with each other as they start off with very different drafts from what we've seen in the previous 2 games. Like you said, the Serena in the top side, previously banned out, and now we see a Greedent as well, picked up by KST, and of course, how can we forget Kamiru on that Gardevoir? We're gonna have to see what he's able to do as the slow smoke's already coming out. Such an annoying aspect to play against now in these tri-lanes.
So we have seen, we got a Blissey coming in from both sides. So on the bottom side, it's kind of like a back and forth, right? Whoever gets that level 4 or that first evolution first coming in is going to have the advantage on that bottom side. But however, on the top side, it's going to be Serena going up against Greedent. Serena really needs her level 7 ASAP. If she's not a Serena, she's not going to be too impactful in this matchup as well. But, Reeboks, knowing that, the Serena needs a little bit of help, rotating straight right to the top side, as that Curlia is on the top side as well. I think, Reeboks is going to be definitely aiming down and gunning down Kamiru as tight as possible, not allowing him to get any breathing room to get no Gardevoir.
Yeah, I mean, it's the age-old story, right? You got a backline, intense damage dealer in the Gardevoir, and on the other side, you have this assassin who's going at it. They're actually trying to chase each other down in the middle of the map right now, but they're gonna be able to get out of that relatively scot-free. No one under some threat, but KSD, he's gonna be the one to get wiped down here, as that little squirrel just pokes his head a bit too far forward, leading to a bit of advantage in the top side.
Yep, and there we have No Lucario is just pushing in, trying to get, as much gold as possible. I believe that Serena is likely going to be on attack wait, so she's going to be getting a bit more stacks coming forward as well. As, at the bottom side, No Lucario is having a little bit of a level advantage. They're kind of winning in the bottom side, but they have to be really careful, because right here, Kamiru on the Curlia is already at level 7. That being said, the Gardevoir should be going on live pretty soon, as that side shop is also live as well.
Now, NL posturing a bit far forward here, but the Curlia is here to party. Balloon falling a little low, but the side shot's not gonna land. Meanwhile, the Squirrel is all over Rife right now, trying to deal with that Venusaur, but they don't manage to get anything. They bring 5 to the bot side on Havoc, but NL managed to walk away with their lives. Meanwhile, the advantage in the top side as well. The Serene are now fully evolved, able to get a dunk off to reach that level 7. Like you said, this is gonna be a pivotal point for her.
Yep, definitely No Lucario right now. Game plan is definitely going to be getting Rife into that Venusaur so that he could do so much more impact, as we're moving straight right to the Beast, as No Lucario already got a head start onto the Beast as well. 14 more seconds to the Dreadnought. Is going to be anybody's game, because as of right now, No Lucario have the advantage, but Havoc might be able to turn this game around.
Yeah, there's so much AoE damage also, right, from this side shot if they're not careful, if they all clump up and eat those hits. But it looks like KSD, he might be the first one being picked up, but makes his way back to his squad. Lucky for him, though. But he's gonna start running towards the Dreadnought now. They're gonna look to start it off as both teams posturing around. This could be the perfect fight. The side shot's coming forward, the shields as well. Rife, he's just gonna charge straight forward. It looks like they want to try and take a fight. But Balloon, have you gone a bit too far? Rife, where are you? Where's your team? You need to be a bit careful here. Backs up, thank goodness. But it's gonna be No Lucario who are able to chase Havoc out of the Dreadnought and take it for themselves. Now with the shields and the EXP advantage, they're gonna surge themselves forward, but the slow smoke keeping them at bay for now. But Rebounds, he's not done with the slashes in, so much damage and the crits as well, but he's not gonna be able to clean anyone up for now. But it's only momentary as he keeps going forward, keeps getting the slashes and the crits, and just knocks the entire side of Havoc down.
Precision, bringing the Havoc straight right into Havoc's face on that absolute bad barrel of bad news indeed, and he brought that bad news to their home. And there you have, they will be rotating straight right to the top side as Reeboks is not allowing KST any breathing space, just trying to take him down before he do any of his pesky shenanigans.
He's not even done. He got mail for days. He got bad news in his bag and he's just handing it out to everyone he sees. Takes down KST in the middle of the jungle. This squirrel, poor little boy, just got a slap across the face here. But now Crowning needs to be a bit careful as the side shots land, but gonna be able to dodge his way out of that one as they're now posturing towards the Rotom. They want to start it off, and crucially, now this Gardevoir has hit level 9, has that Fairy Singularity online. Could be really scary to fight into in this clumped up area here. 4v4 at the moment, both Venusaurs at the bot side still on their duel, but here comes the ultimate, but manages to keep them all together, but doesn't do a lot of damage. Reeboks, both teams kind of staying alive for now, but it looks like it's actually the Eldegoss first to fall, and Reeboks gonna get cleaned up as well. The Gardevoir Unite move kept them together, didn't do a lot of damage, but they're able to clean up in the end and get the dunk in as well as the Rotom.
Turning point coming in from that Gardevoir. As long as the Gardevoir is online, she's gonna be a monster to be dealing with, and that is exactly what Havoc demonstrated to us. Having that Gardevoir, having that Unite move, you're able to control your opponent positioning and at the same time deal so much damage coming in as well. And that being said, the Gardevoir managed to just shut off Rebound's ultimate, and that's so crucial coming in for their fight.
They want to fight for this Dreadnought though. They know the resources are used up, and Rebound's going straight for the Gardevoir. Gets chased away by the spotting cast of Havoc though as they're making space. Verdant Anger coming in. Here comes the knockup as well. Unite moves popped on both sides. Now Crowning needs to be careful as he's caught in the middle of all of them, but no Lucario. They're going to be able to secure the Dreadnought, and chaos all over the bottom side of the map. This poor little Ivysaur just evolved into a Venusaur, and now he's being chased down. 4 down, and one last kill to claim. They're going to grab it. No Lucario. They answer right back.
Team White coming in from Lucario. They are just moving so well together as they're just destroying Team Havoc. Now, they have so much sustainability coming in from Seer on the Eldegoss, and also that Serena is... So, it's just gonna be so, strong coming in for Team Lucario, as Team Havoc really have to try to catch up on levels. And on the level department, look at the difference coming in from the Venusaur. Level 12 is level 10. No Lucario, just so much in the lead, and they to take control of the fight, or else it's gonna be game over for them.
Yeah, the story of this game so far really has been all about the resource management, right? Both teams recognizing the second critical Unite moves are being used. That's where they can go and contest, and that's why no Lucario. They just made a beeline straight for the bot side. They still are though. They want to punish Yang for being here alone, and they're gonna get him. But the trade in the top side is gonna be this Rotom.
Yeah, I mean, Team Lucario immediately gave up that Rotom, right? They're saying like, you want the Rotom, take it, but I'm gonna take one of your players in return of that positioning. And that being said, Rive doing his mid-game shenanigans, going in for the push, and at the same time, no Lucario having that one additional Pokemon advantage on the top side. So they are gonna be, in a little bit of a better positioning, as the rest of the map don't really have much wild Pokemon to be gathering EXP for now. So Team Lucario is still so much in the lead.
Yeah, but Rive being chased down here, this could set up for a bit of a scary fight. He's down for 14, so he'll definitely be late to this Dreadnought fight. On paper, it looked like no Lucario, they're gonna have the resources, but Rive they're sending so many from Havoc just to chase that pesky Venusaur down. Meanwhile, the Eldegoss still having to deal with that Rotom slowly but surely. Seer gonna clean him up eventually, and the last hit is there, but should make her way down. Actually, they're just opting to give it up altogether. They don't want to contend for the Dreadnought, as I think KST as well, he recognizes, okay, we're not gonna have enough damage to try and deal with this. Let's try and break open this goalpost. Yep, we're into the final stretch now. So KST could actually opt to dunk this 40, but they've already started out the Zapdos, or at least posturing for it.
Yep, Zapdos is live as of right now. Both teams are already in position, but Havoc have that lead positioning coming in. And it's gonna be a big scramble coming in from both sides.
The fight is breaking out though. KST is running in with the Belchers. Here comes the shield, and Fairy Singularity right on top of his own team. Not gonna clip on anyone with that Gardevoir out, and now it's just complete chaos. They're being run down right now, but the shields are there. No one to fall just yet. Everyone's staying up, staying sustained. The shields are there. Rebound still keeping himself alive, and the Blissey is gonna be the first one to fall on the side of Havoc, and return is Rebound, so that's the Absol down. That's one of the big damage dealers. Crowning as well on that Serena. The side of no Lucario, they're starting to fall apart. But Rive, he's there with the Venusaur doing the damage. The Battle Dance is there, the Sustain is there, and he keeps himself alive for now. They managed to stabilize the fight despite the numbers disadvantage and the respawning Pokemon. They're gonna come in and join this without a doubt. But now Havoc, they're looking towards the Zapdos right now.
Yeah, they have to stall as much as possible as right here Team No Lucario immediately moving straight right into the
They're
Zapdos.
coming in, the AoE damage, the lightning, it's there, they've taken down 3, they get the Zapdos for themselves! And they wipe down 4, make it 5 here, as Yang more than likely gonna fall. No Lucario, they snatch that right from under Team Havoc and say, we are the best team in Singapore, get out of my damn house.
Wow, 2-1 victory going straight to No Lucario coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, he will be straight right into that winner bracket finals later on. So it's wow. I'm speechless, Farmer Sneeze. I'm speechless coming in.
What a game to start us off. You know, me and Mooney, we woke up today, we're like, man, we're gonna get to cast some good Pokemon Unite, and good Pokemon Unite we got. That is for sure. Rife as well. You know, Rife, like, Crown, it looks so tough in that last fight. It looks so tough, crowning and rebounds being picked off at first. We're like, oh, it's only Rife. There's a reason why they keep that man in Venusaur jail, okay? They keep him there because he wins them the damn games. He wins them the damn fight when it matters. And yeah, he's proving his yeah, he's just way too good. What are you gonna do, man? When Rife is on that Venusaur, you better run.
Yeah, but I mean, that being said, this is the Southeast Asia Community Invitational. That being said, we got the best of the best from all over Southeast Asia, and this is the quality of match that we will be expecting for the whole day, ladies and gentlemen. So, you know, if you guys think that this is exciting, I mean, wait till more games later on. It's gonna be more neck and neck battle because we're gonna be seeing the best of the region, and this is what the region is gonna bring to you guys. It's just so insane.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, there was a bit of a display bug earlier on that says that Team Havoc won. It is, in fact, No Lucario who have won this series at 2-1, right? In the first one, they were going to win, but I think maybe they fat fingered the surrender. We're not sure exactly what happened, but we have confirmation that it is No Lucario who won that first game, and as a result, they're going to move straight into round 3 and just stay in the winner's bracket as well. Meanwhile, it's not over for Team Havoc just yet. Of course, they played an amazing game. It was neck and neck the entire time, but they're gonna drop the lower bracket, and they're gonna face off against War.
Yep. So it's still, you know, it's still anybody's game, right? You know, as long as you're still in a competition, the dream is still alive. Anybody could still win this tournament. But as of right now, you know, we got Team No Lucario going straight, and I believe they are on a undefeatable streak. You know, they're undefeated as of right now. They're moving straight right into the winners bracket finals, and hopefully they just maintain this and just represent Team Singapore. As that's just how good they are, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so that is it for this series though. But we had the Singapore special in this round, right? We had the Singapore, you know, the best of what Singapore has to offer. But coming up in the next match, fans from Indonesia, hold on to your seatbelts. You gotta get 2 of your representatives in the upper bracket. It's gonna be Team Rise versus Team Overdrive. And I'm gonna be staying here, Mooney. I think you're coming back for me a little bit later, right? But I'm gonna have one of Indonesia's finest casters with me to bring you the action. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break.
Welcome back, guys, to the Pokemon UNITE SEA Community Invitational. My name is Hashigi, and with me today, Moonboy Gaming will be accompanying for the second match of this winners bracket. How is it going, Moonboy?
Yo, I'm so excited, right? For the very first time on the Southeast Asia Community Invitational. So we have been seeing the best of the best coming in from the Southeast Asia region, as we'll be moving straight, right, as you said, the game number 2 of this particular segment, where we're gonna be having both Indonesian teams coming in. Segi, you're from Indonesia yourself, right?
Yep.
Team Rise going up with Team Overdrive. What do you think of the both team?
So I guess like looking back about both of these two teams, these are the top 2 teams in Indonesia at the moment, I believe. Like Team Overdrive, maybe if you follow our first community invitational, they were the winners throughout the whole tournament. And then coming right up, we have also Rise, which I guess like in tournaments locally in Indonesia, both of these teams try to win against each other. Like let's say if they always meet at the bracket, like they always meet whether it's in the semifinals or whether it's in the finals. They're just the best 2 teams in Indonesia at the moment, I believe. So for example, like Team Overdrive, they decided to join this tournament because like they won the first tournament, so I invited them over this one. While Team Rise is actually going through this qualifier where we have more than 30 teams qualifying from Indonesia, right? And they are the one that is chosen, I guess, like by the community that they're the best and should represent for Indonesia. And we can see from yesterday's bracket or on the round robin match, they actually goes for 5-0 and topping the Group B.
Wow, I mean, coming in undefeated as well, right? So it's gonna be back to back, right? Their winning streak going up against the best or the previous community invitational winners. So it's gonna be really interesting. And as you know, do you know a little bit more about the players? Maybe you can share more a little bit about that.
All right, I think for Team Rise especially, I think their characteristic or their trademark team is the captain Bongo. He always uses a Venusaur. Like I play with him several times, just casually playing, and there are always times that I always mesmerized by his Venusaur because the Venusaur is like really damn good. Whereas for Overdrive, I think a lot of the players has characteristic. I think when Greninja was at its prime, Eeyore has a really good mechanic when playing with the Greninja. Goes with a double team at the perfect timing, very perfect positioning. And as we know, like Greninja is a very hard Pokemon to play with, especially I think during the Surf meta, it was quite easy. But when the Warrior Shuriken and also the double team, it's very hard for you to get the right position, the right positioning to take out the knockouts on the opponent, or even like heal yourself when you're being chased by the opponent. So I think these are the two, I guess, like characteristics between these 2 teams players.
Yep, you're definitely right. Greninja is one of the most difficult Pokemon to be playing in this meta right now, right? Especially you got so many Get Closer. Greninja is not exactly the most tanky Pokemon out there as well. So it's gonna be really challenging, but if they bring Greninja into this matchup, so it's gonna be one of the Pokemon to watch because the skill cap is just so high coming in for Greninja.
Yep, that's true. But I believe like in the meta right now where we've seen a lot of slow smoke, right? It's not the ideal Pokemon for you to bring in. So for example, like I'll opt in for more like a Dragonite, or even like I think Sarina is still pretty strong even though it's got nerfed. We've seen Gardevoir just now. It's actually pretty strong with the buff as well, with the new patch. There's just like a lot of Pokemon that's going on, and I feel like this kind of like nerfs, buffs, and patches kind of changes the meta game a bit, going forward. Especially like we just got the patch like I guess 3 days before it, like on Wednesday or on Thursday. So definitely I think in terms of the team, they do play or they change the strategy a lot, especially after the patch. So for example, like Lucario, we see Bone Rush a lot previously. Right now with the close combat going, we have the life steal as well. A lot of people choices for the close combat.
Yeah, definitely. So like as what you said, right, because of the nerf and patch coming in, there's lots of movement coming in the roster. We have seen that being played more and more, yesterday and today as well. Zarina is actually more played because of the ban system, and there's a chance that Lucario is gonna be banned. And Lucario, despite being nerfed, he's still really strong as well. Garchomp might be one of the good pick coming in. Yeah, I would love to see a Garchomp come in for this matchup. This guy, this Pokemon has been like left unattended for the rest of the game, for the whole lifespan of the game. And this patch actually looks a little bit better for Garchomp, but hopefully we get to see a little bit of him.
Yeah. I mean, we do see Garchomp yesterday, right? But it's not to the prime, or it's not like to the level that we've seen that it's very competitive that we can, in preview. So basically, I think we'll be going to the game preview soon, possibly, for these battle between the Giants of Indonesia. We have Rise on the left side and also Team Overdrive on the right side. And as we know, for the bands, Team Overdrive bans the Venusaur, as I mentioned before, as the characteristic from Team Rise, and Rise decides to ban Wigglytuff, which is, I believe, Thorfinn is really good in terms of playing the Wigglytuff for Team Overdrive.
Right, I think coming in, looking at the team composition coming in, on the right side, I think is Team Overdrive coming in with the Ice Age team composition, where, it's all frozen, freeze comp, while on the other side of Team Rise, they're in a very combat kind of style, right? They're really reliant of going straight right in to do as much damage as possible. So Team Overdrive might see this particular formula coming in from Team Rise, so they go with the Ice Age matchup. So this might be a little bit of an advantage coming in from Team Overdrive.
Yeah, especially Overdrive, as we know, Mamoswine and Ninetales is really strong early game, and it makes the opponent unable to do any creeping, unable to go for the goals, unable to activate those kind of attack weight. But anyways, we'll be going on to the match right now. Without any pause, we see the Dragonite, both Dratini is going on the mid lane. We see on the top will be a Lucario against a Bounsweet, whereas on the bottom we'll see the double Snow Ice Age against Charizard and also Chansey.
Yep, I mean, that being said, on the top side, we got that Bounsweet against the Lucario, as the Lucario is going to be taking a little bit more advantage on the top side as well, but down here on the bottom side is Team Rise.
Slow smoke.
So aggressive right over here as well.
Yep, very aggressive, especially going onto the Aldino directly instead of going on top. Right now, Team Overdrive trying to take the Rise Aldino on the bottom side, but decides to not. Is he able to take it out? I can't see on that part. But Eeyore up on top. We have the two Dratinis, Dragonairs right now trying to get on with each other, but decides just to I'm just gonna wanna gain some experience myself a bit more before going onto the war, especially right now we're still on the 850 mark. The first SP Queen up on the middle. We see the first ward coming in right up, but we have not seen any first blood just yet.
Yep, no first blood coming in as for sure, because as of right now, on the bottom side, the Swinub is still a Swinub right now, so he really have to try to get into that Polyswine to do a little bit more impact coming in the bottom side matchup. That being said, on the top side as well, that bonds that Serena really have to reach level 7 as fast as possible, because that Lucario is on level 5 and is going to be doing so much damage coming in, and she is in so much pressure if it's not a Serena ASAP.
Yeah, and as we see right now, even like Team Overdrive going in a very high pressure. We have the Piloswine coming in. We have the Slow Smoke coming in as well. We see there's a Leaf Tornado, but going in, but does not picks up any KO on Rice's side. And we see still a Charmander, still very frail, still very weak. But as we know, throughout this whole tournament, we have seen as many comebacks. Like winning the first early game does not guarantee you winning the late games, especially on Zapdos War.
Exactly, but that being said, the opponent side on Team Overdrive is really so far in level. They already got that 9 on level 6 as well. They are going to be dealing so much damage, so much CC coming in, and I believe that...
And that's got the first blood. Yes, especially with those two freezes, I don't think like any Pokemon can be actually go away from that unless they have the eject button to just go away with it. We've seen the score is 3201. Both teams trying to position themselves for the Dreadnoughts. I think Team Overdrive decides able to take out the best within most of it, but Rise at this moment has the Dragonite right now, while there's still a Dragonite. Oh, just evolved into Dragonite for TOD as well.
Yep, I mean, having that Dragonite is so crucial, and that being said, next step is going to be getting that level 9. Having that Draco impact is going to be doing so much coming in, as the Dreadnought immediately goes straight right into the Ninetales pocket.
Yeah, and there's the Draco impact as well, but decides knocks out 3 Pokemon during the war. They're able to take the Dreadnought and also able to take out 3 Pokemon from Rice's side. And now I think most Indonesian players, or in terms of the meta game, when they pick up on the Dreadnought, they always try to go on top and take the Rotom as well. They don't want to let the opponents take out the Rotom, because securing 2 objectives in the early game guarantees you to have easier, smoother journey to win the game in the later time.
Yep, and there we have, Team Overdrive moving straight right into the offense, as both teams is just staring straight to each other in front of that Rotom, while Team Overdrive already got a pole position onto that Rotom, pushing it straight right to their side. Hyper Beam, Rotom immediately going straight right to Overdrive's pocket. So it's gonna be, really pushy. Overdrive is just leading so much against Team Rice as of right now.
Yes, and on the bottom as well, I believe like D-Melon also using the Ninetales, which is a very good Pokemon as a defender to defend their tower, right? And able to pick up all those EXPs on the Ordinals as well. And right now, Team Overdrive decides to push up on the bottom with the Eeyore, but okay, I think they decide not to go to war because it's on the other side of the tower.
Yep, that is not the fight that you want to take.
Yeah.
Even though you're in front of the tower, but Team Rice is just so under-leveled right now. As you look at it, Chameleon is only at level 8. He's so not even close to getting a Charizard as of right now. So if the Chameleon stays a Chameleon, that fight is not going to be doing too much of impact coming in. So Team Overdrive is just so well equipped and so level right now. But that being said, Rice on that Charizard already, and that might be a turning point over here for Team Rice.
And I think we'll go for the second war onto the Dreadnought. We see the Draco Impact, and also the Eldegoss using its Unite move decides to go down. There's a war. There's a Draco Impact from Rice's side, and picks out the knockout on our Ninetales. And I think right now Rice is able to take out the Serena, takes out on the Dreadnought, and also takes out on the Dragonites from TOD side. And there's a comeback from Rice, going to take out also the Mamoswine as well on the war just now. Huge war, huge advantage on the war just now that has been won by Rice.
Exactly, that is exactly what you said. Big fight coming from Rice, and that is exactly what Rice need at this point in time. Having that level advantage, that Dreadnought is going to be even the playing ground for both sides of the field. So Team Rice already, on par to Team Overdrive, as we are moving straight right into Rotom. It still could be anybody's game, but they're letting their Rotom straight right to Team Overdrive, as Team Rice is ready for their defense and get that push coming in from Team Overdrive.
Yep, but I feel like Team Rice doesn't want to go to war. They're kind of a bit. We'll give the Rotom to the opponent. We'll just defend a bit more, even though in terms of level, actually they're winning. Where the Dragonite, the Charizard, and also the Serene on level 12 against Team Overdrive. Only Dragonite is still on level 12. But Rotom, when you're already over leveled, it's still pretty easy for you to knock it out. But on the bottom, we see the 40 points from the Alola Ninetales decides to get on through and also destroys the tower on the bottom. And as of right now, we have seen the score 85 and 208 to Team Overdrive.
Yep, 85 versus 208 coming in at the point of 3 minutes. It's not too far off, because we know we're moving straight right into the final stretch in about 1 minute's time. That Zapdos is going to be crucial, as both teams have to get ready for the big Zapdos fight. 40 is trying to dunk onto the Mamoswine, but he managed to dunk that 40 in and the additional lead over Team Overdrive. But it's still going to be neck to neck as of right now, as the Mamoswine being clamped down in the bottom side jungle.
Yep, as well. And right now, Rice, coming in together, try to take out the. I believe it will be the last objective of the game before the Zapdos, of course. Try to knock out on the Dreadnought, get those kind of shield, as well as which they do, and as well the some tiny bit of experience advantage for them to win the war in the Zapdos, which will be coming out in the next 20 seconds.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, as we move straight right into the final stretch in about 15 more seconds, as I think the eyes is definitely going to be on the Dragonite and the Charizard from Rice, because they will be the big impact maker coming in the big fight. But however, if Team Overdrive could keep the Ice Age going, keep them frozen, they might have the upper hand in this particular fight.
Right, and Team Overdrive decides to poke a bit, but just not the slow smoke's coming out. They see the Unite move from the Mamoswine, and oh my god, there's just so many things going on. There's a Unite move from the Lucario as well. then Team Overdrive is being pushed back to their home base, and they're being knocked out actually with the Lucario, the Ninetales, and also the Dragonite as well. And Rise, I think, will be able to take out the take out the Zapdos at this point. But there's still the Mamoswine trying to pick up the Zapdos, but unfortunately is unable to take it out.
Wow, Team Overdrive immediately melted to Team Rise. The aggression coming in from Team Rise is just too much to be handling with. Freezing that that Dragonite, not allowing it to do any dunking, but managed to dunk off 100 all by himself. As there we have Team Rise is just moving straight, dunking as much as possible. Another 100 going straight right into Blissey as well. Because right now, 585, 332, 45 seconds on the clock. Rim Rise is on the lead right now, and it still could be anybody's game as Team Overdrive is just trying to push so hard on the top side.
Yes, that's very correct. We see the Dragonite still has the Unite move to dunk it with a body barrier, and all of these Teams Overdrive Pokemon still had a lot of points to come in onto this match. We see taking out the knockout on the Sarina and also the Charizard as well. There's the Unite move from Rise's side, but decides unable to take knockout on the LR9 on the Lucario. Our Ninetales decides to go for the Unite move as well, but cannot take any knockout. There's the TOD yours, Hyper Beam, and I think for this game around, Rise will take game 1 against Team Overdrive.
Yep, exactly. It's going to be 1-0 going straight right to Team Rise. Team Overdrive really have to start going back to the drawing board. Is the freeze composition really what they need coming in? They're really missing in the damage department coming in this matchup, right? They got the Charizard and the Dragonite. They're just doing so much damage for Team Rise. But on the other side, on Team Overdrive, that Mamoswine is not exactly doing too much damage, and that Ninetales is not exactly that impactful in this matchup as well. So they really have to try to think a little bit harder. Should we go? Should we change our composition to be a little bit more aggressive than a little bit more of a CC composition? Because as of right now, they're not doing too much against Team Rise.
What I'm trying to say, or what I'm seeing as Team Rise, they are trying to go for the war metagame. They try to be together, don't pick too much score, as long as we win the Zapdos final game and we are in advantage in terms of the level. They should win the game. I think that's what's the strategy that the Rise is doing. Whereas from Team Overdrive, I feel like they want to get an early game advantage with those two Ice Age combo, as well as going for the scoring meta. Anytime if I can take a score, I always take a score. And as we see just now, they're trying to divide it by 4-1, 4-1. There's 4 up on top, and then there's 1 who steals the score on the bottom. And but unfortunately, at the end of the game, they lose the Zapdos War, and thus they need to concede the first game to Rise.
Yep, I mean, this is okay, right? This is a best of 3. So Team Overdrive would be able to take this information and see what Team Rise is actually trying to do in this round. So they would be able to go back and just rearrange their mindset, rearrange their team formation in a sense, to come back and take their fight better against Team Rise. Because as you said, in a team fight composition that Team Rise is having, Team Overdrive could not keep up to the amount of damage coming in. Look at this, right? 59k coming in from the Dragonite from Team Rise, and 54k coming in from Dr. Gods. Like, that is just so much damage coming in. But, Eeyore, 77.
77.
Wow. But however, that being said, he's the only damage dealer coming in from Team Overdrive.
Correct. I think I feel like Eazer, which plays the Lucario, plays really well. The damage is there, but it's not as they need one more Pokemon that can do crowd control as well as huge damage onto the opponent's side. As we know, Eldegoss is more or less always the pick for 2 teams, especially top teams, right? With the heal, with the shield, especially with the Blissey as well on Rice's side. That's why they are a bit knocked back when in terms of going into the war.
Yep, so like as what you said, so it's all down to the team composition, right? I don't think coming in, Team Overdrive would be coming in with the Ice Age team composition is going to be different this time. So it's down to what is going to be happening for game number 2. And that being said, we already got the bans coming in from both sides, as we got Team Overdrive banning Venusaur, while Team Rise banning Dragonite. So things might be a little bit like shake up a little bit in this game number 2, because 2 of the top picks are already banned in game 2.
Yep, and I think in the next game we'll see a Wigglytuff as well. As we know, like both teams, I know that both teams have a Wigglytuff player, and it's going to be interesting whether we'll see a Blissey or we'll see. I believe like from Team Overdrive side they will change the whole lineup altogether. But for Rice's side, it's going to be interesting because they cannot use a Dragonite on the next match, as well as Rice. Rice can use the Wigglytuff and needs to be wary of Wigglytuffs from Team Overdrive side.
Yep, I mean, Wigglytuff is really strong coming in this particular meta, right? Like, the ability to go for a massive sleep is just too good coming in. And a big sleep would be really impactful in a team fight scenario. But, you have to be a little bit more careful, because you know that if your opponent pick a Blissey as a counter pick, there's going to be a little bit of a disadvantage coming in, because the safeguard is definitely going to be turning off that Sing for your opponent.
Yep, especially when there's a lot of Pokemon that uses X-Speed.
Right. Yeah, I mean, X-Speed, they can try to run away from the Wigglytuff, but as long as the Sing lands, things is going to be a lot of difference coming in. So I think, it's down to the wildcard coming in is definitely going to be Team Overdrive, right? They won the previous Community Invitational. We know that we have a really strong team coming in from Indonesia. Both teams, in fact, is the top teams coming in from Indonesia as well. So, they are going to be thinking a little bit different compared to, the rest of the average players or the average teams. So, they might come out with something spicy coming in, knowing that the bans is what it is.
I love the word spicy there. Like I'm always interested to see interesting lineup, or even like lineups that can change the metagame a bit, changing the views of certain Pokemons, right? So for example, let's say somebody plays a really great Mr. Run, and then for example, like on the last Community Invitational, I saw a player from Vietnam. I think it's Kyorges is his name. He plays Mr. Run really good and carries like the whole team. After that match, I go to my game and decides to play Mr. Mime after that, because it was just so good. It was inspiring, right? And I think that's what like these tournaments is about. It's about to inspire your team on what, and we see a Garchomp, and a Pikachu as well from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, Pikachu is such a monster coming in, right? He got damage, he got CC, so it's probably one of the premium pick coming in as a damage dealer.
And different item sets as well. With so, different item sets as well.
Mauling is coming in with a more special attack kind of, set with the glasses, while Melon is going for a little bit more, damage amplifier, where more sustainability, and they're going to be using their ultimate so much more in this matchup. But I think, attention on that Garchomp from Death. I think that is going to be the key point. Garchomp and Charizard composition, Team Rise, really interesting, and that's what we call spicy, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, spicy, and also the Greninja that I mentioned to you before, right? We'll be seeing some action within the Greninja, like high mechanic Greninja, which I believe should be able to take the game, take us to game 3 for one. And on the second part, I think what you said before is very true, that they need an attacker. And I believe like as the term right now, Greninja needs to take the game for Team Overdrive for them to be able to take the game 3 for this match.
Yep, the key point for Team Overdrive is definitely going to be that Greninja. Eeyore on that Greninja, the whole pressure is going to be on him. But I think I'd like to, say a little bit about Team Rise, is that they got 2 Stage 2 Pokemon. That being said, they got the Garchomp and that Charizard. So, evolving is going to be a little bit tricky, because their power spiking is going to be so slow in the early games. But, however, going into late game, Team Rise is going to have so much advantage, especially in the team fight scenario.
Yep. And as you see right now, like Rise and Team Overdrive is not, they're a bit more conservative compared to the previous game where they just tried to push as possible. I think it's because like Team Overdrive before is using the Ice Age combo, which has the advantage for them to go up on top or go push the opponent and try to freeze the opponent. But as for right now, because they're starting with a Pikachu and both teams has a Pikachu, they need to be a bit more careful in terms of how they're moving forward. And we see up on top, we see the double dragons, I would say, and against the Greninja and also Lucario decides to go to war. But Team Overdrive, I believe, are able to take most of the Pokemons. We see Eeyore Greninja battling against two, and we move to the... Okay, moves the cameras up on top again. Okay, the cameras on the bottom. We see Torvin. We see the Eldegoss has not evolved yet from both sides. Decides to go and take out the Ordinals on the middle and get that advantage on the experience. The Thunder coming up from both sides, and also Eldegoss from Team Overdrive side decides to evolve faster, a bit faster from Rise's side. And 24 points up on top.
Yep, and that
25 points up on top.
Team Overdrive is just leading as of right now, and they have to try to maintain this lead. As on the top side, they have to try to control that Gabite or the Gibble, right? You know, not allowing it to evolve into Gabite. Okay, that makes say evolved into Gabite.
Yeah.
But you know,
but at the very least, not at the Garchomp, right? And at the very least, it's very hard for them to evolve into Garchomp before the first Dreadnought. But as the top players, and you know, it's always possible, right? Either tried to go for against these two dragons and decides to get knocked out with this Charmeleon and also Dragon, also Garchomp, dunking in 60 points up on top, and Rise is advantage in terms of point by 9 points.
Yep, and that we say the Charmeleon is already at level 8, and he's 1 level away from being a Charizard, and he's so far away ahead against the rest of the team. But that being said, Team Overdrive on the offense right now, and Wigglytuff immediately straight going down to the Granny.
Yep, Greninja right now already on level 8 decides to give out off that very heavy pressure to Rise's side as well. Oh, he's actually using the Surf and Smoke Screen combo instead of the double team. And Water Shuriken decides to go for Dreadnought. There's the ultimate from the Unite move from Greninja, and with the Surf, Ken picks up the Dreadnought with the last hit. Also the Pikachu as well, and the Eldegoss decides to go down as well. And I believe like Wigglytuff with the tiny bit of extra boost in terms of movement speed decides to go away and not give any more EXP points for Team Overdrive.
Yep, Team Overdrive decide to just close off the goalpost on the bottom side, and they will be moving straight right to the top side. Garchomp, a little bit of EXP left to beat Garchomp, but unable to do so. Team Overdrive is just going pushing straight right to the top. They have positioning onto that Rotom, and they will be taking home that Rotom.
Yeah. We need to see up on top actually in terms of the war. But Pikachu is up on the bottom, so I think it will be a 5v3 situation for Team Rise and Overdrive, and I believe like Team Overdrive should be able to take out the Rotom and gives off that offensive pressure up onto top lane. Pikachu up on the bottom side decides to go for the 30 points, and I believe that is also taking out on the Vespiquen on the middle and gives a lot of EXP points for the Pikachu.
Yep, and at the same time, Team Overdrive managed to just over-dunking on the top side goalpost as well. Team Overdrive looking so much better compared to game number 1, as they will be continuing to take this lead, and they have to take this lead against Team Rise. Look at the level difference right here. They are so far ahead, and they just have to maintain this one, or else it's going to be slip off, as Team Rise already got their Garchomp and Charizard live, and this could go anyway, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, correct. And I believe like both of the teams right now tries to decide to sweep all the Pokemons up on the middle, and there's no war over there, but they decide to set up a 5v5 situation, trying to get onto the Dreadnoughts up on the bottom, which will be spawning in less than 5 seconds. There's the Leaf Tornado, and decides to take the knockout on the Wigglytuff, which will be very difficult. Wigglytuff from TOD side decides to go for the Unite move, and also this thing as well. Tries to control it and goes for the Eeyores. Eeyores able to take out, not able to take out on the Garchomp just yet. And Eeyores and also the Wigglytuff decides to zone it out, while either the Lucarius try to take out on the Dreadnought, which I believe they can.
Wow,
big advantage.
While the rest of the team is just focusing on that big fight, you know, that Lucario just behind, trying to get that Dreadnought all by himself. Managed to just take it, distracting Team Rise, not allowing them to have that Dreadnought, to have that additional level advantage. Team Overdrive now leading by so much level as they really rotating straight right to the top side to get their pole position onto that Rotom. Team Rise trying to get in, but I don't think this is the fight that they should be in.
Yeah, in terms of the level, right, they lose quite a lot on this bit. The slow smoke's already coming out, and there's the Unite move from the Wigglytuff. Decides to give out more and more defense boost. And the Eldegoss is knocked out right, coming in, very huge offensive pressure, and decides to take out, dunking in, and destroys their tower on top, and also taking out the Rotom as well. I think it's just a bit of a weird positioning from Team Overdrive on the war just now. What do you think?
Wow, I think the great white shark is back, ladies and gentlemen. God is on the rise. All I can see is death on the Garchomp, going rampage on everyone, and oh my god, and that is exactly the Garchomp did deal as much damage, and this is where Team Drive have to be a little careful, because Team Rise already have their level spike and their power spike already, and Overdrive so much danger right here.
Yeah, especially I don't think like Eeyores or the Greninja realize that there is Charizard up on top. Decides to take out, try to take out knockouts on the Wigglytuff, but with the support up on the back, is actually being respawned by himself.
Yep, I mean, things were looking so bright coming here for Team Overdrive, as right here both teams will be trying to get that Dreadnought. Having that Dreadnought is gonna we will have that shield advantage coming in for that big Zapdos fight, as both teams is gonna be challenging and just skirmishing right here. It's still gonna be anybody's game at this point in time.
Usually on this kind of war, you don't want to go with the Unite move, right? But Team Overdrive decides to go back and set up for the Zapdos. And I think both teams actually doesn't want to take on the Dreadnought, because I don't think that there's any time left. Decides to set up while Garchomp is still up on top, trying to get some experience, I think. Just wait for the wall, and there's the Greninja using the Unite move. Also the Unite move from the Charizard. And there's also the Garchomp just coming in. There's a Unite move as well. And I believe like there's no knockout. The first knockout is for Eeyores, Greninja, and there's Rise's death still surviving with the Great White Shark, as you mentioned before. And also I think that's a team wipe up from Rise. Wow! And Rise is able to take out the Zapdos in this game. I believe it's very difficult for Team Overdrive to get a comeback, but who knows, because there's 500 points up there. Eeyores trying to take out the knockout onto the Garchomp, but I don't think he's able to. Here, Rise, Pikachu just decides to defend himself.
Well, I think it's both. Team Rise is just going on the straight offense right here. Look at he's acting like a Charizard God as of right now, and he's dealing so much impact in this matchup. Team Overdrive trying to push up in the top side as well. Team Rise is going to be defending with all their might. 40 more seconds on the clock. It's going to be a 3-man push on the top side as well.
They decide not to surrender, because there's always a chance, especially when they have made as many points with the score shield as well. But 2 Pokemon are already knocked out, and only Lucario left up on top, which I believe like he will be knocked out by the Charizard God. It's going to be very difficult for Team Overdrive.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Both teams coming in, fighting for pride, fighting for a placement to be the best in Indonesia, to be the best in Southeast Asia. But ladies and gentlemen, as the clock goes down, Team Rise taking home the win, 2-0 over Team Overdrive, and they will be straight right to the winners bracket final, and they will be facing Team No Lucario, while Team Rise is going to be relegating down to the loser bracket, as they will be going up against Eos, Fortis, Regis. So, and it's still anybody's game, as both teams is still alive in the tournament. The dream is still alive to be the best in Southeast Asia.
Yes, correct. And it's just for me as a pure fan, of these two teams. It's just like a really great game, like it's like the mechanic, the strategy on where do they want to go to war and everything. It's just so beautiful. And I believe like Team Overdrive coming up really strong on the early game, same as the previous game. But I believe like at this game they're way more stronger in terms of the pressure. But again, they just lost the war on the last Zapdos war.
Yep, it's all down to the team composition, right? Knowing that Team
Yep.
Overdrive have that stronger early to mid game. But however, Team Rise, that composition, having that Garchomp, having that Charizard, like these two Pokemon scale so well into the late game, especially in the Zapdos fight. And they knew that positioning coming in from these two Pokemon, and they just brought it straight to Team Overdrive. Like taking the fight straight right to them, having that Garchomp just destroying everyone. The process, Dr. Gods on that Charizard just blowing fire left and right, just destroying the whole team, and that is
90,000.
exactly what Team Rise know.
90,000.
90,000, ladies and gentlemen. And they know that they'll be weaker in the early game, but it's okay because as long as they keep up their tempo, bring themselves straight right into the late game, they know they have the fight, and they just brought it straight right to Team Overdrive.
Right. I believe in terms of the timing itself, in terms of the Wigglytuff Unite move, Rise is just a tiny bit better in terms of the timing. Rise Cell decides to time the timing on the Unite move slightly a bit better because in terms of because when they decide, he waits for the Unite move to come first before he decides to go to heal his friends with the crowd control. And as we see, there's not a lot of full heals as well. And in the last war of the Zapdos game, I even I was just mesmerized by how the Charizard and the Great Purple Shark, just rampaging everything and destroys Team Overdrive.
Well, I mean, that is a good game coming in from both teams. Like, props to Team Overdrive as well. They really brought the game to, Team Rise. Like, that is so competitive. Like, that is, at that point, it could be anybody's game down to the final Zapdos fight where, as what you said, the Garchomp took over and it managed to just turn the game around and just bring themselves the victory, and they will be moving straight right to that winners bracket finals. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I think we will be going for a short break as I will be taking a leave of the caster table as Shashegi over here will be joined by Cake from Singapore as they will be showing more games to you guys later on as we got the whole game lineup. I think about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more games. No, 4 more games, ladies and gentlemen. So it's gonna be so many games moving forward, and it's gonna be head to head. It's gonna be so exciting. Do stay tuned as we will be back from the break after this. And it's Moonboy and Haseki blasting off.
Okay.
Yep.
Hello and welcome back to the SEA Community Invitationals. Right here with me is Shaggy and I am Cake. So we've seen
No,
some
I'm
pretty.
Garchomp now.
Oh, we're Garchomp. All right. Let's just do the chant. Let's do the chant one time. Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Garchomp!
Garchomp!
Okay, I'm satisfied. But okay. All things aside, we've seen an incredible showing from the side of Garchomp on Rise. The combination of Charizard and Garchomp just dealing the hurt. Man, that is something I never thought I would see in any professional play, but here we are.
And as we see just now, right? In terms of the level, we know as a stage 2 Pokemon, it's very hard for you to keep up with the level, especially until from the level 9. And even though like they lost the first Dreadnought, they are still able to keep up with the pace and evolve when they need to evolve. But
Exactly.
that was like a really great game by or gameplay by Rise's side.
I mean, not to say that Overdrive didn't put up a good fight. I was actually pleasantly surprised when I saw the freeze composition, having the Mamoswine and the Ninetales, and the Ninetales actually pocketing the first Dreadnought. I just felt at ease because like I don't really see these compositions much, and having to have like looking at a team composition that really abuses the mechanics of two very like
Freeze.
niche Pokemon, which is mainly the freeze, and to stack on all that CC. Woo! The execution, amazing.
Yeah, the execution was really
Amazing.
good. It's just that in terms of the pressure, right? They don't pressure as much. But we're going on to the game against No Lucario against Rise. We'll see two Venusaur still Blissey, and we see the Garchomp again with against the Dragonite, as well as Lucario against the Pikachu. From Lucario, no Lucario is using a Lucario, whereas Rise is using the Pikachu.
I mean, no Lucario, just a bit betraying to their name, picking up that Lucario. But we've seen what the Lucarios on the side of no Lucario can do. Although they say like no Lucarios, and we've also received word that Charizard and Absol have been banned. So we've seen what Rebongs can do with that Absol, just surgically picking off everybody. And Charizard on the side of Rise, stacked together with Garchomp, dealing the hurt as we said just now in the late game, winning them all those crucial team fights. It's just up to this to see whether they can replicate this yet again.
Yes, especially as I mentioned before on the game before, right? Bongo is very correct. Like he's very famous for his Venusaur. I'm not sure about Wraith, but in Indonesia, Bongo is very famous for its Venusaur. That's why I was like really enthusiastic about this game, because I can see two Venusaur going against each other, and we'll see who is going to win this match. First match of this winners finals bracket.
Okay,
Against Lucario against Rice.
I think we're going to see two of the best Lucarios in, the two of the best Venusaurs in each country, because Wraith is also a pretty strong Venusaur himself.
Right, and in terms of the lane itself, is also a bit different, right? The Venus is actually going on the middle, which we haven't seen since quite a while. Since the buff of the Venusaur, and Wraith is able to take the first knockout on Rice on the Eldegoss. I mean the Gossifleur, not the boss.
No Lucario really showing the power of the pressuring of the 1-1-3 composition, stealing almost every single wild Pokemon that Rice has to offer on their side, while just calmly farming away on their own. Like look at the side of Rice. I think they're just still stuck at level 3. While on the side of No Lucario, they're slowly starting to level up already. They already have access to the Eldegoss, while Rice only has the Gossifleur.
Eldegoss and Blissey, you don't forget, and as well from Rice's side, only Chansey and Gossifleur with his 850 on the first fast weekend that has just been spawned. But the slow smoke is actually coming in, but it's still unable to take the knockout on Rice's side any moment at the moment. Rice's side, wait a minute, you use slow smoke, I still can get away from this mess.
Well, slow smoke only slows you down, but it doesn't prevent you from scoring, and Balloon knew that. He just walked right in and scored the goal. Meanwhile, I think they're really putting on the pressure on the Gible right here, because they know that if the Gible is able to level up to the Gabite, he's going to start to cause problems, and they're really preventing him from doing so.
Correct. But as we mentioned, right, for example, if they decide to destroy on the top tower, I believe Rotom is going to get more pressure easier, but the Gible can go for creeping a bit better with the Audinos and also Corfi spawn from his side. And we see the skirmish going on the bottom side, preparing. In less than 45 seconds, we'll see the first Dreadnought of the game, which I believe is the objective for everyone's team to take out on the Rotom, actually take out on the Dreadnought, and gives those experience boosts up for the team. And Lucario decides to still unable, but with just sliver of health for these two Pokemon that Rises has. Very interesting.
Well, that 1v2 situation could have spelled death for Crowning, but I think Crowning's running a close combat. Yes, we see that here. He mentions to take down the Gabite, and I think that will be partially due to the fact that he's running close combat, because close combat can heal you that much. And we saw how that sustain actually managed to keep him alive in that 1v2 situation.
And a Bongo has not evolved yet into his
looking good
Venusaur. Yeah, Venusaur. Whereas for the Dragonite has been ready and up yet. In just a bit after the trading Dreadnought is able to use the Unite move with Unite move, and also gives the body barrier to its team. And the Blissey with the defense able to take out the able to dunk it in, and gives out 101 extra points compared to Rise in this 6 minutes of the game.
So that was quite disgusting, honestly. Like, you have a score shield and you stack it upon with Blissey's Safeguard. That's just gonna give you a really chunky score shield to work with.
Yep, and I think Rice right now, right, without the Garchomp, it's very hard for them to take on the war right now. The Rotom has... ouch. I think Rotom is just will be taken, and Rice needs to get up back on their feet closely and slowly, because if not, they'll be losing on the Zapdos game later on in terms of the levels.
Well, honestly, the levels aren't looking too hot for the side of Rice, and I think Rice really needs to farm up. They really need that Garchomp. We saw how Garchomp could deal so much damage in the previous game. If only they're able to get the Garchomp, I think that's when things will start to go towards the side of Rice a little bit, but no Lucario has to prevent that from happening if they want a chance at winning.
Wow, another 12 points up on the bound for Balloon with the Venusaur with the Petal Dance, and coming in with another 13 points, and just decides to leave it blank right now. Oh, the 40 points from the Dragonite decides to come in, and that's 214 points against 11 from Rice. Rice really needs to step up their game here as well. Up on top with the down there, evolves into the Garchomp.
Well, there's the Garchomp X-Speed actually using it to get away from the Slow Smoke. That's a really good counter since X-Speed removes all slow effects, and I think Rice Dev can actually use that to his advantage in future team fights.
Yes, especially, and of course, no Lucario needs to take into account as well, and make sure during using the slow smoke, use the slow smoke after the Garchomp uses the XP. Garchomp decides to spawn back and jump up on top to get some of more EXPs, as well as no Lucario decides to get their next Dreadnought and be a huge difference in terms of EXPs against Rice at the moment.
I kind of like what Rice did right there. They saw that, you know, they're all down at Dreadnought, so let's not fight it, and let's just farm up on our own. So, like, they minimize their losses while still trying to get back their EXP.
Yes, and that's really good play by Bongo just now. They just decide to split up top and out on the bottom, so the opponent is confused on which one they should chase. And, you know, the result is none of their teams is being knocked out at the war just now.
Well, no
and I guess the Rotom is being taken out by no Lucario. So no Lucario, so far they have taken all the 4 objectives of the game, going off for the offensive pressure against one and only Garchomp. The Garchomp decides to go with the Unite move, but is still unable to take anyone out from the Lucario, with the Blissey defending with the safeguard right there, and also the help from the Rotom. And the Lucario still going in strong with the Lucario, but Lucario is being knocked out, and as well with the Blissey is still being knocked out. Bongo decides to get knocked out by the Rotom there. Such a huge gameplay by the Rotom.
Well, that was a really good executive decision from Rice to defend the top goal, putting in all their resources in order to prevent Rotom from coming in and breaking that goal. Because if that goal was broken, that late game Rotom that's going to come out right before Zapdos would just march straight into the center goal, and that's not what you want. if your center goal is open during the last 2 minutes, everybody can just dunk in a double point for free.
For free, we know the Zapdos, right? Because like
Yeah.
that's the worst things that can happen
Like, you
in
don't
the
even
war.
need it.
We have, yeah. It's one minute left. Less than 1 minute until the Zapdos objectives coming right up. And there's a
Oh, no.
there's the Venusaur coming right up from Lucario is being knocked out. But
This
those,
only-
actually they are able to take the last threat now with 30 seconds left. I don't think up on top the Rice that 48 points. Just try to dunk it in as many as possible. 48 and plus 40. We see less and less difference between these two teams, Rice and also the Lucario. 20 more seconds up until the spawn of the Zapdos. I think Rice just right now trying to farm as much as possible, try to recover as much as possible for their Unite move until the war that will start in less than 1 second. Right now, the Zapdos has been spawned. All the teams except the Venusaur from the Lucario side is a bit off position. There's the Unite move from Depth, but is unable to take anybody's knockout. There's also as well from the Blissey's Unite move, the Bunny Bear is coming in. There's the Broncos, but this starts to get knocked out. But this is a 4-3-2 situation, and I think Rice is able to take a race right now. And right now only Lucario is left with that very little health. I think Lucario can take knockout onto the team as a whole. And there's a Lucario taking out knockout onto the Blissey, but Pikachu just decides to go back and the steal from Lucario, and no Lucario will just go up on top. Bogo decides to just defend a bit, tries to not get as many as points as possible from no Lucario's side, able to take out the knockout on the Eldegoss even though with the lead storm. But we'll see the Blissey's coming in, the 100 points up on top with the safeguard with 404 against 162. I think it's a very difficult situation for Rice. 414, 606. I think it will be very, very difficult for Rice to come back from this game.
Yo, that was just an intense team fight over there. We saw that was a deja vu. Rice bringing in the Garchomp through the middle, annihilating almost every single person. But Lucario was just taken it. But Lucario was just taken out a bit too early before everybody else was just taken out.
Correct.
And he was able to just come back, clean out the Blissey, push the Pikachu away, and come in with the with the Zapdos steal. An amazing textbook play from Crowning.
Wow, this is just an amazing game right by Lucario. No Lucario, they're even though they lost, right? The Lucario just decides to, I'll die first. I'll spawn later, so I can steal the Zapdos at the end of the game, right? And I think the worst part from Rice's side is even though they have the 4v1 situation or 4v2 situation, or even if when they are left with 4 Pokemons left, most of the Pokemon, for example, like the Pikachu and also the Blissey, they're out of health, right? And I think they forgot that the Lucario has already been spawned. Instead of they spawn right back to the base, they just stay there. And when the Lucario is coming in, they realize that, hey, I cannot stay on this. I cannot stay here. I need to go back. But with the power up punch, they are able to take the knockout onto the Blissey. And the Pikachu is unable to do anything against the full swarm of Rice. And so full swarm from no Lucario team that has just been spawned after they were being knocked out on the previous clash.
Okay, actually, I think the Lucario took the extreme speed instead, from what I saw.
Extreme speed,
But
yeah.
No worries, because it doesn't matter. It was still enough to just snipe that Blissey, take her out from the team, and just cause Pikachu to rethink, do I defend this? Do I walk away? Do I defend this? Do I walk away? But he had no choice. He had to walk away. He had no health to contest. Look at the damage, 58k, but Rice, Dev, look at Dev's damage. 61k, Bongo with the 72k, and Maling with the 66k. Although no Lucario didn't do as much damage, they took the final objective, and I think that's really all that matters. If you're losing in the early game or the late game, you just have to fight for the coin flip, and that is exactly what they did. I think if Rice took the decision to defend the middle to prevent Lucario from coming in, they might have taken the Zapdos instead. But I guess it was just unlucky that Crowning was able to get like the reset on Zell, since that little bit of mobility was what enabled him to come back straight to the Zapdos pit and launch a close combat, which ultimately just flattened the battery Jesus of the bird and opened up the goals for No Lucario to walk straight into.
Right, and from the stats that we see just now, right? I believe like Bongo scores. No, sorry, not scores. Damage dealt 72k, 72k for a Venusaur.
Yeah, there's nothing to laugh at,
against,
man. There's nothing to laugh at.
55k, 72k is damn strong, and this Pikachu as well, 66k. But I think in terms of damage dealt, right, Rice is way ahead against No Lucario, but No Lucario, I guess, is more efficient in terms of winning the clash against Rice in the game before.
And well, I guess that's one thing that we can look forward to again, like the huge damage being put out from Rice, team fights being taken by No Lucario. Will they make a change to the lineup? I am not sure. Maybe we'll see Venusaur getting banned on both sides, because we saw how Rife nearly survived an entire 1v4 situation only on this amount of health. His timing with the Giga Drain and the Pedal Dance, and Bongo as well. Bongo's clashes with the Verdant Anger and his timing of entrance and exit. I don't think you can see this anywhere else, honestly. Like, this is high level play that we can only see on like the international stage such as this, and I am just honored to see it, right? Aren't you as well?
Yes, as well. And but I believe right, for Rice just now, their main disadvantage is just maybe because we saw the Garchomp was very strong against Team Overdrive, right?
Yes.
No Lucario decides to punish them. I wouldn't want to make Garchomp to evolve. I wouldn't want to make the Garchomp to rampage against my team. So for example, like on the middle, like the Dragonite decides to go on top, try to take as much as creep as possible from Rice's side, and make sure that evolves late, comes to the war late, and we are able to secure as many objectives as much as possible before they are able to.
And I think we already have the bans coming out. Let's see. Oh, No Lucario has banned Charizard. Okay, so we're gonna see a respect ban from Charizard over here.
Yep.
And
Dragonite.
Yeah, Dragonite has been banned out from the side of Rice. So we're gonna look at the burst damage of Dragonite. We're not gonna see any more hyper beams being like shot out from Rebongs. I mean, that's okay, but
Absol is coming.
Do you know what that? Yes, Absol has been opened. Rebongs on Absol. You don't want to give it to him. If you give Rebongs to Absol, you just know he's gonna go in. He's gonna work his magic. But then again, Venusaur is still open as well. Bongo is gonna have it back.
Yeah.
And Garchomp is also open. And
Garchomp
maybe it took some time for him to come online, but we all know when he did come online, that's when the damage started. That's when the team fight started going to the side of Rice, and that's when they started to overwhelm at a snowbally pace.
Yeah, especially against Garchomp, right? You don't want them to unite move you again and again, because that's like the maximum amount of damage that you'll be receiving. So what you actually want to do is just try to spread out as much as possible, and try to take a knockouts little by little. Try to take out on the back, and just swarm in, but don't be on the same space when the Garchomp tries to decide to unite move everyone. Because he'll be just rampaging everyone on his front.
Okay, but enough about the damage dealers. We all know that they are really crucial in winning the team fights. But how about the supports? Eldegoss and Blissey. Blissey with the safeguard, just negating all the CC from Slow Smoke. We saw how the safeguard on Garchomp allowed him to just run in, and especially with the X speed, that's another counter against the Slow Smoke. And with the Eldegoss Cotton Cloud Crash, giving everybody that much needed healing and the body barriers. I'm not sure about you, but I saw Garchomp go from this amount of health to suddenly, bam, you just get an entire chunk of white, and they just kept him alive in the team fight for so long. The way they staggered all their body barriers to ensure that they ended up on Garchomp is wow. And okay, not
Yep,
just
yep.
not just Rice, no Lucario as well. They put everything on the carries like Venusaur and Lucario, like ensuring that okay, it's time to fight. I'll pop my Verdant Anger so that we have some body barriers and I can go in and take the damage, Giga Drain whatever I can out. And then when I start to get a bit low, Cotton Cloud Crash comes in. Lucario comes in with his Aura Cannon, Safeguard and a Blitz Assistance as well. I mean, the communication required for this is something you won't get from a solo queue match. And I know this because I'm a solo queue player myself and I hate it. It's
Exactly. Solo queue, it will be very rare for you to see slow smoke.
exactly
Full heal. Most of the things that you'll see is just like eject button. Sometimes
self-preservation.
Sometimes right now, potion, because you cannot communicate with your opponent, right? These are the matches that you want to watch. You want to see how the team play, the strategy, how to comes in, how to communicate, how to destroy the opponent tactics. This is why we live here. This is why we play Unite.
Exactly. And I know there isn't like a formal ban system in place right now, but the fact that this tournament itself has introduced the global ban system where we can pick out 1 or 2 Pokemon to not have in the match. I think that's still pretty fresh. It really opens up the avenues of team compositions. Like, I think if not for these bans, we won't see Garchomp on stage.
Yeah,
Facts.
we'll be just
We won't see Garchomp on stage. We'll just see Serenas, Lucarios, Dragonites. The usual picks. Boring. We don't want to see those all the time now, do we? We want to see something fresh, and something fresh is what Rice brought to the table, bringing in the Garchomp in not 1 but 2 matches today. I honestly, I just appreciate Rice for that.
Yep. So I think both teams are trying to prepare. Both teams are trying to choose in terms of who will be playing on the next match, because as we know, each team will be bringing in 7 players, right? And the bans is actually in place before coming into the room. So for example, like as we see before on Tower Drive, when we banned Venusaur, so Bongo doesn't play throughout the whole 2 games, right?
Correct.
And
correct.
coming into the next match, for example, like Charizard is banned. We don't see Dragons playing, and we see right now. I don't think there's a Venusaur in this game right now.
Yeah, but speaking of next match, we are just jumping straight into it, and as we've expected, Rebongs on the Absol. Oh no!
Yeah, Rebongs out. First Rebongs on the Absol. We see Kensai using the Sarina, right? As well as the Gardevoir coming in right now. Like a huge difference in terms of lineup on this Rice game. And we see the Wigglytuff as well coming in right up from Rice's side.
Okay, Kansai actually has been showing a pretty good performance with Serena. His timing of the storms, dealing out so much damage while keeping him alive. That's something I've seen throughout the matches. But let's not forget about the new Lucario on their side of no Lucarios, Sana. Now, I'm not sure if anybody knows, but Sana is one of the global Lucarios out there who is really good with him. And I think this is what we can expect to see. We're going to see like a really interesting match of top laners. I think it's going to be Kansai against Lucario. And it's either Maling or Kansai against Sana. And probably in the jungle, Rebongs will be there.
I believe Garchomp will be on the mid though.
Well, I mean, jungle Garchomp is definitely really strong, since you're gonna give him so much more resources to level up. And
Garchomp,
there he goes.
There he goes, Jungle Garchomp, Serena on top, and on the bottom lane, we'll see a battle against Jigglypuff, Eldegoss, and also Pikachu against Venusaur again, Chansey as well as Eldegoss. Wow, they just don't want to hit.
Yeah, like we're just going to see a standard 1-1-3 composition yet again. No Lucario putting the pressure onto the onto the creeps that Rice owns, and they got it yet again. Oh my god, is this going to be deja vu?
Deja vu again. I think Rice needs to be a bit more. I think the score on top is a bit mistaken. No Lucario wins game 1, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Oh yes. No Lucario actually got game 1.
Yep.
But no worries. We're just going to move into the second game. Who knows? Maybe Rice might get a point off this match. And I really
well-
think that Rice really needs to take advantage of the pressure that 1-1-3 can generate, because it seems that they're just playing a little bit safe over here. I don't know.
I believe it's because
Now
it hasn't evolved into Wigglytuff, and we see the Wigglytuffs coming in with the same right now, sleeping all on No Lucario's side. But Rice is able to take out most of the.
That's to Sing. I think
most of the it's a Sing, right? It's a Sing, right? And up on top, Kensai is being bullied by No Lucario as is not evolved into Serena yet.
I mean, look, they're really putting up the pressure on Kansai, preventing him from evolving. Because we all know when Serena becomes a Serena, that's gonna spell a lot of trouble with skills just be popping off here and there. It's gonna cause a really big team fight havoc.
Havoc is the word. And okay, Lucario just now I believe tries to go onto the jungle from Rice's side, but decides to go back because his jungle has just been respawn, right? So you want to make sure to get all the buff you can, as well as evolving. Gossifleur is actually coming up on top, probably to help the Serena, going against the Lucario. We'll see the Lucario will be battling against 3 Pokemon at the same time. The close combat, but is not enough to heal enough points for them for a 1 versus 3 match.
Well, that was a really good pick over there, preventing the Lucario from leveling up any further. And this also unlocks Serena on the side of Rice. So we're going to expect Kansai to come in with some really insane team fights. But No Lucario just got a little bit more pressure down on the bot lane. So it seems that they are really in a good position for Dreadnought, but Lucario is just going to fall there.
Right. What I see is interesting is they don't try to go to bottom, so they will just leave the Dreadnought alone. No Lucario is going to take the Dreadnought, and Rice is not even going up on top to take the Rotom. I believe like the game that they're trying to play is trying to steal the jungle from No Lucario's side, and No Crowning is evolved into Venusaur up in this minute 6.
Well, looking at their levels right now, I can't say for certainty, but it seems that they're not high. The side of Rice isn't high level enough to fight against No Lucario in a full 5v5 team fight, and that's what we saw just now with Rebongs just easily picking up the Pikachu.
That's the gotcha, but also the Unite move from the Absol is still unable to take the knockout. There's also the softball, I believe, right? But Lucario, Bliss Assistance, but no Lucario because it's only a white bar. It's not a health bar, right? It will be gone soon enough. Just decides to go back, respawn, and make sure that Rice doesn't get any EXP points, especially Absol is the top level Pokemon from the Lucario side.
Well, that I guess you said something about like the white bar just disappearing after a while. That's exactly what happened to Lucario on the side of No Lucario. He overextended and paid with his life for it. But I think what's really interesting to note is nobody is really wanting to go for the. Just as I said this, Rebongs is already on the case and is smacking down the Absol with much fervor.
Right, and right now, even though they get Rotom, actually Sana is the ones being bullied up on top. Maybe because it's a 2v1 situation, right? But in terms of the objectives, No Lucario is still winning the whole game. More points, more objectives get. It's going to be difficult for Rice to come back from this point.
Okay, but can we just have a moment to appreciate that Garchomp is online, and he's online way faster than he was in the previous match, and I think we're gonna expect a really great team fight over here. Garchomp and Serena.
Garchomp and Serena, 2 all-rounders coming up on top. We'll see the Unite move, taking out the knockout onto the Eldegoss as well as, but with the Unite move as well from the Venusaur, the Body Barriers just decides to go out of her hit. The close combat is not enough to take any more life steal points from Rice's side, and right now Rice is coming back up with taking out the Dreadnought and also wiping Team No Lucario out.
It's just as we said, the moment they have access to Garchomp, team fights are going to go heavily in the favor of Rice. Every single one of Garchomp's skills can slow down the opponent, and it's not single target skills. They're all AoE. What can you do against a skill that just slows you forever while the damage is just being dealt to you.
Right, but again, here up on top, we see the Unite move from the Lucario and take the knockout onto the Serena. Sana is going back as a Wigglytuff, as a support Pokemon, defender Pokemon. You absolutely would have won the chase, the Lucario. And Lucario has just gone back and right now goes up on top onto the next objective, which is the Rotom that will be spawning in less than 15 seconds.
Now the level lead has flipped on its head. Rice is now slightly ahead of No Lucario, so I think No Lucario really has to either farm up or just score some points. And since Rotom is here, I think they can just slap it down, score some points, and be on with their merry way.
Right, especially Wigglytuff is on the bottom side. They wouldn't win with a 5v4 against situation. Marling decides to get. Oh, Marling is still survived with the body barrier here, and also takes the knockout onto the Absol and also Lucario, two of the carries Pokemon. And there's the Eldegoss. Eldegoss is also taking on the knockout on the Venusaur, taking the knockout as well, and tries to defend from the Rotom. We see a 1 minute left until the Zapdos fire up, and there's still a 20 seconds before the last objective of the game, which is the Dreadnought will be spawning on the bottom in less than 15 seconds. Right now, up on top, they're trying to score as many as possible before the Zapdos, because they want to make sure the Zapdos, when they score the Zapdos, they will be scoring as much as possible on the second tier and also the third tier.
Well, I'm not really sure if they wanted to use their Unite moves right there. That means for the final Zapdos fight, we're missing a Thunderstorm. At least that's what I could see. We're missing a Thunderstorm from the side of Rice, and that's a really critical Unite move to like open up the map and allow just that damage to be dealt to No Lucario, as well as that body barrier. So they're going in with one Unite move less. I'm just really interested to see how this will turn out for them.
Yeah, imagine if somebody is going out on the AoE on this bush, but no, they decide to poke the Zapdos a bit. They actually tried to kill it. Oh no, actually no. With the Zapdos is going for the Thunderbolt onto No Lucario's side, it's actually chipping off of some damage on No Lucario. Rice is trying to circle the team right now. Decides to go out for a bit. The Pal Dance going out. The Serena and the Eldegoss is almost dead, but I think it still survives. The Unite move from most of the teams decides to go all out, but the first knockout is going on to be No Lucario's health is actually almost down, but Pikachu and also Wigglytuff is going to be knocked out. Garchomp using the Dragon Rush, able to take the knockout onto the Lucario, onto the Blissey. Right now, battling against three Pokemon. No Lucario is going to take most of the team out from Rice's side and is able to take the knockout onto the Zapdos, which will be coming soon. Will it get stolen by the Pikachu? Pikachu stalling it with the Sing as well from Rice, able to take knockout onto the Eldegoss, but will be knocked out again. The Rice on top, 500 from that. They now right now needs to defend themselves up on the bottom. We'll see if this any scoring going down. The Unite from the Serena going onto the Venusaur, tries to defend as much as possible. 60 seconds left. We see the Garchomp knocking out the Lucario up on top. No, Lucario up on top. Nobody's going to try to go up. They're trying to go down. 100 on the bottom. 100 on the bottom. Sell 100 on the bottom. 50 on the bottom. The Serena is still able to score 52. We'll see who's coming up on top on this game. I believe it will be still a No Lucario, I believe.
I think it's a No Lucario victory right there. Yes, it is.
It's No Lucario.
Just by the
little really good defense. A really good defense by No Lucario on the bottom side. Imagine if they decide to go full front on the bottom and they decide not to defend. Everybody's dead on the tower. Especially it's the first tower, and it's very easy for you to just score. Especially with the jump pad is not able to stop the Pokemons from Rice's side from dunking in. But really great gameplay by Sana. Decides to leave it out, and I think Rice, they didn't realize the Lucario is up on top, right?
I don't think anybody realized Lucario went on top. Not even me.
Nobody.
I didn't even see him.
Nobody realizes that. Was really, really great sneak in by Sana. Oh my gosh, it was. Oh, I believe I thought Rice would win that game, to be honest.
Oh, but yesterday we saw a sneaky dunk from Airy, and this is just a deja vu. Sana sneaking in at the back, popping in the 50. Okay, but enough about that score. Dev with that amazing Pikachu steal on the Zapdos. Earlier in the first game, we saw Lucario just close combat the bird away, but this time Rice just came and said, you can steal, so can we, and they proceeded to just snipe the Zapdos away from no Lucario. But I don't think it mattered. You can get Zapdos for sure, yes, but if there's nobody to score, how are you gonna get the points?
Yeah, especially I believe it's really great that Dev can scores up on top, but unfortunately Zell up on the bottom side, it's being ambushed by more than 3 Pokemon if I'm not mistaken, right? So that's why he cannot able to score the 100 points to the opponent's side. And I believe in terms of Rice, right? I think in terms of Rice, they're also a bit worried whether they actually win the score or they lose the score, especially as the players don't know what the scoring looks like. Only you got a huge lead, you got a lead, only things like that.
Definitely.
So it might change the strategy a bit, but again, I think Sana decides to go up on top is a really, really huge dunking points from the Lucario.
Not to mention, Kansai actually managed to pop in a little 32 as well. And okay, if not for Sana, the game would have gone to the side of Rice. Because that little 32 points pumped up the score to 292 against 244. And alright, benefit of doubt, nobody could have known what the score was, but Sana with the sneaky dunk, I just can't stop talking about it.
Yep. It was I think it was a really, really great gameplay by both teams. Really great strategy. In terms of the changing of the strategy from Rice's side, especially using the Serena, actually helps a lot in terms of the team match against no Lucario compared to the game one. How do you think?
Garchomp.
Garchomp.
That's the only word I can say. The moment they got Garchomp online, we saw almost every single team fight go to the side of Rice, like the Dreadnought, like the little Zapdos skirmish over there. Okay, granted, they didn't really win that, but we saw how much impact the Garchomp could have made, and the decision to put Garchomp in the jungle allowed him to level up faster, and we saw Garchomp come online faster than he did in the first game, which also gave him a little bit more impact. But I guess ultimately, in the end, this is Pokemon Unite. This Pokemon Unite we're talking about. There's no way that you're just gonna win if you win. Like, there's no confirmed way that you're gonna win if you have an early game lead. Like, sure, take the early game lead, take the mid game lead. What really matters is what goes on in the late game. If you manage to score, if you manage to get the Zapdos, if you manage to wipe out the entire team and dunk in some points of your own, or as we saw just now, if you manage to sneak behind the enemy team and pop in 100 just to push your team over the lead by that little much. No changes in strategy was needed. I guess it was just...
no changes on the strategy is needed. But I believe so in terms of the grand final, right, no Lucario will be the first team going on to the grand final, whereas Rice will be going up on the bottom. Whichever who wins in the match up on the bottom, I believe will be playing against will be playing against Rice, right?
Alright, okay,
on the lower bracket.
Okay, but before we close it off, can we just appreciate one thing?
Yes.
Venusaur in the Zapdos pit, piloted by Crowning, got a Penta. He got a Penta out of the entire thing. Like, everything was just so fast. Like, Garchomp nearly wiped out the entirety of no Lucario, but Crowning, with the support of the Elder Gods and the Blaze, he just stormed right in, spun a little bit, helicopter, and then just wiped out the entire team, picking up all those last hits. Kudos to you, Crowning. Like,
Is that the first pentakill on stream throughout the whole
Yeah, I think so
Invitational?
too.
I think so,
if,
right? I think
if
so, right?
if anybody clip that, like, just send it around. Like, we need this to be known. First Pentagon match, man.
Yep. Really cool. Anyway, guys, we'll be coming up on break, but on the next match will be a losers bracket match coming up on next. So do not go anywhere. I'll be leaving up soon. Cake will still be online. We'll be having another caster after this. So stay tuned with us in the Sea Community Invitational.
All right, goodbye.
Welcome back to the Southeast Asian community. We talked about this. Shut your damn mouth. We're back at the Southeast Asian Community Invitational for Pokemon Unite. Of course, as you can see here, this is I would like to clarify that this is an instruction given to me by Cake. So I am legally bound to say, who's that Pokemon?
Type in the chat, guys.
Alright, was that all you were gonna do? Are you gonna make me say who's that Pokemon and then just be like, type in the chat? That's like, that's
yes.
not okay. That is not the type of energy we want for the upcoming match. We got Stick Pokemon Unite coming up. We can't have this, Cake. We need you to get it together, homie.
Alright, whoever gets it right in the chat will get like 5 claps. But okay, enough of that. We've seen some pretty intense gameplay before, like Rice against No Lucario, and we saw 2 insane Zapdos skills. So, Sneeze, who is going up against this time?
Before we can even introduce anything, for those of you who are just joining us, welcome back to the Southeast Asian Community Invitational. For those of you who don't know what's going on, how can you not? You might be living under a rock, but we've invited the best of the Southeast Asian teams from every single Southeast Asian region to come forward and represent their country for ultimate glory. Of course, we are now into the lower bracket, not the finals, not the lower bracket finals, but we're gonna have these 2 teams fight it out for a second chance at life in this tournament here. It's Eos Fortis Regis from the Philippines up against Team Havoc, which is also a team I've casted before and a team we are very familiar with. So both these teams will be vying for a chance to get their revenge in the upper bracket or in the finals. But for now, it appears we are already in the pick screen as we see a Charizard.
Kamiru on that Charizard is something that we have seen, and we have seen him lay the hurt. So, are we gonna see this again in this match? Who knows? And KST is back on that Lucario, and we all know that he's an awesome Lucario. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why it's usually banned against him, right? KST is such a menace as well, and of course we don't really need to talk about Kamiru. He has won games on this Charizard that we've already seen. On the other side of AFR though, have you casted any of their games recently, or have you seen this team perform? What do you think of them?
I have. Okay, one player that I would like to point out is Dan on that Wigglypuff, because that Wigglytuff that he plays, he has really good engages. His timing is just really nice, setting up the team with really good Sing, putting them all to sleep while Eos Fortis Regis can just come in and clean them up straight away. And Miva's also a really good player as well, so that's something to take note of.
Yeah, before you get to literally introducing every single player, let's introduce the teams as we get into Game 1 of the lower bracket. This is Eos Fortis Regis Seoul from the Philippines against Team Havoc from Singapore, of course. For those of you who don't know, my name is Perma Sneeze. I'll be casting a game alongside my homie Cake over here as we see some action. Already started kickoff, but nothing really special, just a few early skirmishes here and there.
Well, what I see now is KST just dunking in those little goals on the top lane, so I have a feeling he's just gonna stack his attack weight up, and that's something you don't really want to see. That's something you don't really want to be on the receiving end of.
Yeah, actually, one thing I want to ask you about, since you are the analyst in Colorcaster after all, tell me a bit about the different team comps, because really it's just a difference of the Greninja and the Charizard. How is this gonna play out for both sides?
Pikachu is just gonna come in with the CC and the damage. As we see over here, the AoE damage from the Thunder, and the Sings will just put the opposing Pokemon to sleep, as we have been demonstrating over here as well.
A bit of a fight here in the bot side. Slow Smoke's helping them escape though, so really nicely done from the side of Havoc. They're keeping themselves alive for now, and we've already seen how snowbally these bot lanes can get. If you get those EXP advantages early on, and that's where it can get really dicey for you to fight back. Then he's under a bit of threat here, immobilized and taken down by the last shock from Havoc. They're taking the early lead here.
Well, Havoc really using that 1-1-3 pressure. Okay, now not really in the early game stages, but they're really just utilizing every single Pokemon skills in order to bring down like some little picks. It may be just 1 or 2, but any pick is a good pick, right? Honestly.
Oh, and this is the Lucario solo that we've been talking about. KST getting the edge over Miva over here. You mentioned he's a good player, but is he good enough against the KST Lucario? It seems like they're drawing even for now, but that looked a bit dicey for a moment.
KST, oh, look at that skill. I think he stole that little Aldino over there. So that's going to push him out to level 6. A step closer to close combat. And that's something you don't really want to be on the receiving end of as well, with the health regen and the insane burst damage.
Yeah, I mean, both teams just kind of take it. Ooh, the solo kill. Miva Doubters in chat, couldn't be me, takes down KSD in the top lane. Forget everything I just said, he proves his worth on this Lucario. Meanwhile, Tussle in the bot lane, ooh, nice little CC chain, catches NT off guard. The Focus Man gonna keep him alive for now, the shield's up as well, but they're gonna take down the Elgos to begin with. Shua able to slice him down with those shurikens, and now it is Eos, Fortis, Regis, Soul who are backing up a slight bit. They may have overextended with their own Wiggly, and it ends up being an even trade as both teams, they brought all 5 towards the bot side. Sometimes we see trading out the Rotom, no such thing here. They want this Dreadnought and they're ready to fight. Walking into a sleeve though, catches 2 of them. NT keeping them away is Yang with the electricity, but who is gonna be the one who takes the Dreadnought? It looks like it was the left side, AFR. They just walk in and steal it right under their noses. The Lucario just sweeps in Miva, making work happen all across the map.
Well, as we said, Miva haters, where you at? Couldn't be me.
Couldn't be me. No Miva haters around. Eos, Fortis, Regis, Soul proving themselves here. It looked a bit dicey because the Charizard was here to party, but he just sweeps back in, makes it look easy clap indeed. As the side of Havoc, they're gonna answer by rotating towards the top side, looking towards this Rotom now, and AFR, they don't look like they want to contest.
Well, I guess this could also be due to the difference in junglers, as we said just now, because Greninja is really good at last hitting and dealing some burst damage, while Charizard is just really good at dealing sustained big damage. But Charizard takes longer to come online, and Greninja took Eos, Fortis, Regis, they took advantage of that. And since Greninja was able to come online faster than Kamiru, they took the fight, they took the Dreadnought, and that was just a teamfight 1 for them.
Yeah, so both teams just petering out here as the big objectives, and I mean, just take a look at the map. 0 yellow dots to speak of, no farm at all. Both teams just standing around waiting for these juicy wild Pokemon to respawn so they can keep collecting this EXP. In this intermediary 5-minute mark, let's just take a look at the points as well as the levels here. Looks like AFR, they have that preliminary advantage. It's not too much to speak of though, as they burst open that top goal. That's gonna be another 40 for them, but level wise, it looks like it's AFR with the edge as well. Charizard only at level 10, but Greninja up him by 1 level, and across the board it seems like they're just 1 level up on the Team Havoc.
Oh, that's not what you want. The first tier goal for Eos, Fortis, Regis has been downed, which eliminates their Speed Flux Zone and the Citrus Berries, which could actually help them sustain in the Dreadnought fight, which is about to happen, and that's something that Havoc has.
Yeah, so they stay at the goal zone, hanging on by 3 points, but still goal zone nonetheless, as Dan, he's a bit far forward with the Wiggly, but pops the Starlight Recital, keeping himself alive. Was this a bait? But here comes the answer, the Recital on the end of Havoc as well, keeping them alive, but like you said, the sustained damage from this Charizard coming out hard and heavy, slicing down the Wiggly. It's 2 down for the side of Havoc at the moment, though. Hey, Kamiru, he has to turn tail and run. Yang, he's caught in a rough spot, eject buttons out, and as the dust settles, as the fight completes, it's gonna be AFR who managed to take that over the scary Charizard, blowing fire down their throats.
This is where you can see how a difference in level really plays an impact in the team fight. Havoc just wasn't that high enough level to compete with Eos, Fortis, Regis in a big 5v5 situation, and I think they took advantage of that, dealing out so much damage that Havoc couldn't sustain against.
And that is definitely not a good look, right? Whenever you are playing Charizard and you press that Unite move, you want to be the strongest Pokemon on the map, but if you're getting beaten back like that and the rest of your team's just getting killed, it's really hard to do things alone, as we saw Kamiru. Even though he was firing out so much damage, he could not get the job done, as both teams settle into a bit of a lull right now as they start to get their resources back up. A lot of Unite moves being expended in those past 2 fights, so it's a lot closer in terms of goals than expected, but like you said, the level's just not looking too pretty for the side of Havoc.
Eldegoss, I think on the side of Havoc, Eldegoss is still on a level 9 while Eos, Fortis, Regis is already at level 11. And let me just tell you, and level 11 Leaf Tornado prevents basic attacks from hitting whoever is affected by the Leaf Tornado. And that's going to be huge, especially against Charizard, whose main damage comes from basic attacks itself.
Yeah, could essentially just negate this Pokemon's just put an end to this man's whole career as Havoc. They look like they're posturing for a little bit of a something here. Might be up to some sneaky moves, but no one's falling for it at the moment. Eos, Fortis, Regis, they sniff it out. They're just gonna rotate towards the top side and pick up whatever left of the farm top they can get, as 26 seconds, 25 now left to that Dreadnought. It's likely gonna be the last big objective that they grab before the inevitable Zapdos fight. But Havoc, I don't really know about this move because I feel like they've just been standing here for a long time. They're waiting for Eos, Fortis, Regis to kind of come in and fall for this trap, but They're not
but
biting at the moment.
That's a good positioning, honestly, because they have no choice but to come in from those angles that they are already guarding. And with NT on the sink, that's just gonna stop all attempts at coming in. But I don't think that matters. They just burst it down so fast.
Yeah, I mean, then they get what they came for, right? They managed to pick up that Dreadnought, they've been posturing alongside time for it, and now with those shields and additional boost to the team-wide EXP, they're going to be in a much better position for this incoming Zapdos fight that could decide the game. 271 to 182, it is still anyone's game at this moment as the Thunderbird spawns. They catch sight of AFR though, as the fight breaks out. In the middle of it all is this Lucario, Aura Cannon out as well. Greninja trying to answer back now, but Kamiro is falling a little low, Seismic Toss is out. The big bad Charizard is here to play, baby, and he's sniping them down. The Greninja first of all. The answer back is the Lucario. Kiwi still doing the damage, but Dan on that Wigglytuff, so important in terms of the CC, gonna fall. And now the side of AFR, they need to run away. They've nicely incapacitated Kamiro here. He's gonna try and keep the chase going though. Miva trying to do what he can with the dashes, but the shields are there. Avery keeping his team alive. Yang is gonna fall though. They're evenly trading. It's 2 for 3 right now. Kamiro is falling so low. Where's the kills? The shields are there. Quick Soul can't finish him off. They get the last kill, but right now the resets are coming in. Both Pokemon on both sides streaming in one by one. They know they can't let this up. They're trying to start the Zapdos now. 1 minute left on the clock. Havoc, they're coming in one by one. Eos Fortis Regis gathering the troops as well. The Wiggly's up. Dan is already into the fight, and they are starting off this Zapdos half HP. Who's gonna finish this off? Schwa is around the area as well. This Greninja, they have to be so careful with this last bit. Who's gonna grab it? It's gonna be Havoc. They grab the Zapdos for themselves, and they chase Eos Fortis Regis out of the pit. And now this is the important part. There are 2 Pokemon down. What can you do with these dumps? KSC gets 100. Already puts them in the lead. Another 100 in the bot side from Yang. Breaking it apart. Now Havoc firmly in the lead. But now AFR, can they respond back? It doesn't look like it in the present moment. 580 points on the side of Havoc, and they're not even done. And they're back to defend their goal. AFR, what can you do? Just
That's
surrender,
what they can
it
do.
seems.
That's what they can. I mean, time to throw in the towel. On to the next. That was a really good showing from Havoc and Eos Fortis Regis, but unfortunately, the damage from Havoc was just a little bit too much. KST with that power-up punch and the close combat really just securing the objective right there. Who said power-up punch was dead?
Said Power Up Punch was dead, and as we've been saying this entire cast, obviously KST is the better Lucario, right? Come on, let's be real. That's what we've been saying the entire time. Where are the KST haters? Not here. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be 2K. We're all KST fans in this chat. As the side of Havoc, they're able to take the first game, and what a way to do it as well. It looked a bit dicey for them near their mid game, but they managed to really power up punch their way back into success.
I guess if they had gotten that last little pick on the Kamiro back in the previous Zapdos fight, I think the match might have gone to the side of Eos Fortis Regis. Kamiro was at such a low HP, but Aerie just came in with the Cotton Guard, and Quick Soul just couldn't land that last hit on Kamiro.
Yeah, and I think biggest thing of all, like, we didn't really mention his name throughout the entire game, but really the solid rock of Yang in that bot lane, pumping out so much damage on that Pikachu. 52, almost comparable to a Charizard, which is absolutely insane if you think about it. But powered up by his supporting cast of Aerie and NT, able to just dish out the thunder for his squad and ultimately bring it home for the boys. Of course, this is not over for AFR just yet. This is a best of 3 after all, and kind of like this, you know, if you recognize, okay, you know, this game is over, let's not just waste time, let's just get into the next game, let's try and reset, come with a new strategy. If you are, I always like to ask this to my color because I feel like it puts them in a little bit of a thinking mood, right? If you are the coach of AFR, what do you bring out?
What do I bring out? I bring out encouragements, words of boosting, and
yes.
Okay, but honestly, I think the game plan was actually pretty solid. It was just some moments that they couldn't really catch, and I think that was just more of the critical team fights. It wasn't much so on their concept, but rather it was just you know, it's Pokemon Unite. Anything could happen. Even if you have a rock solid plan, it could just fall apart by some random lucky power up punch. And I think they just have to keep going at what they're doing. Probably pile in a bit more pressure onto their junglers so that you don't get a Charizard like breathing fire in your face all the time. And I guess that's what they could do. They really utilize the fact that Greninja spikes earlier than Charizard, And as we saw in the first fight, they just swept Dreadnought off the feet. But the moment Charizard came online, that's when the damage started to come in, and that's when like it started to get a little bit more troublesome to go against, and ultimately ending up in like how the last Zapdos fight ended.
Yeah, troublesome indeed, as actually we didn't mention this earlier on because we had to hop into the game so quick, but actually in the first game Venusaur and Dragonite were banned, so that explains the curious absence of those two very meta Pokemon that we've been seeing time and time today. As we wait for the second team to get their bans in, Dragonite once again has been banned, but the second ban, that might be the adjustment that we need for this upcoming game for AFR to try and pull one over, you know, the side of Havoc. Do you think that, okay, so your own expectations, did you think that Havoc would be able to run away with this? Because there were moments where it looked a little shaky for them.
Okay, honestly, I had my doubts at times. Like, there were certain situations where it just looked heavily in the favor of Eos Fortis Regis. But somehow, Havoc managed to come back into it. And I guess that could be partially due to the fact that their supports really focused on peeling for their damage dealers. Sana and Charizard, Sana and Kamiru were able to do what they did, like because you know, Aerie and NT, they just popped in the peels whenever it was needed. The Starlight Reciter with the body barrier, the Cotton Guard, especially the Cotton Cloud Crash, which just dealt that super big AoE healing. Okay, not to say that the side of AFR didn't do the same, but I felt that the impact of the supports were much bigger on the side of Havoc, seeing like how they were able to dish out that much damage without like fearing for their life too much, in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, all very valid points, of course, and we're still waiting for both teams to get ready, though. I believe that we are getting into it very shortly, so hang on to your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we're right into the picking phase, as we have the second game of Team Havoc versus AFR here. Of course, Team Havoc able to take that first game over AFR, despite a nice early lead from AFR. But AFR now, we're gonna have to see whether they can come back and do their country proud, or whether, you know, they can just get, or whether Team Havoc can just sweep them off their feet. It looks like they're going for the same thing on the side of Havoc, though.
Wait, hold on, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I am absolutely seeing.
Is that a Cinderace?
Hell yeah, it is Cinderace.
God.
Locked in for Schwa here. The Greninja doesn't work. Let's get the other guy who can hard carry a game from the jungle. Let's get that Cinderace online. Not really a Pokemon that we've been seeing quite a lot, especially in recent times, but definitely a pocket pick and a favorite of some of these jungle players. And we're gonna have to see how that works out for him in this second match. No, we don't. No. Let's be saying that. No, Schwa, he's like,
Come on, man.
No, he's like, you know what, Permasneeze, shut up. Shut up. None of that. No, we ain't having any. We'll just go back to that Greninja. And like you say, you know, they had that solid game plan early on, and that's what they're going to go with. Maybe a bit of tightening up in terms of team fight decisions and stuff like that. And from there, they could really, you know, try and take a game off Team Havoc.
Well, we're gonna look at the full heals coming on Schwa and Dan. Not sure about Dan, but I think the full heal is gonna do really good with this Greninja. Seeing how, you know, there's a Sing on NT, we have a slow smoke on Eldegoss, a slow smoke on Lucario. There's gonna be a little bit of a trouble if you don't have that, you know, that cleanse that you have with the full heal. So we're gonna see whether that makes a difference in anything.
Yeah, we are gonna get into game number 2. Team Havoc versus AFR, of course, like I just mentioned. Team Havoc, they're able to take the first game. This is the lower bracket after all, so both teams fighting for their tournament life. Eos Fortis Regis, they're gonna be a bit more tight on this one, seeing as if they lose this match, they are out of the Invitational. So they're gonna have to bring out the big guns here and, you know, try and pull one over Team Havoc. Of course, Team Havoc are not gonna let them take that so easily. We already saw how strongly they played in the first game, and they're gonna revert back to the team comp, because if it ain't broke, why fix it, right?
Exactly. Right now, we're just gonna see which jungler is gonna be able to hit the spike first. But on the bottom lane, they really have to put in the pressure of that 1-1-3 composition. As we saw just now, the side of Havoc weren't really able to catch that Aldino, but I think they're able to get a pick on Dan.
Nope, absolutely not. Way too big and fluffy. Cake, come on, man. Come on, bro. You really thought Dan was gonna die like that? Absolutely not. He just stays alive with the support of his team, and both tri-lanes. This is the way of the tri-lane, man. You just tickle each other, run back. Tickle each other, run back. You know?
But what you really want to do is get your level spike and start dealing the hurt. Look at Schwa just dealing the hurt.
Okay, a
The
little bit of
top lane.
slow smoke action back and forth though, but it looks like Lucario on the blue side under threat. KST has to back out from that, and Miva and Shua getting better of that trade. But once again, like we said, a little bit of tussling back and forth, and a relatively earlier quiet. Both these teams, one thing I noticed, some of the games that we cast, right, it's chaos early on, but it doesn't look that bad for this game early on at least. Both teams just bide me at the time a little.
Oh,
As I
no.
say that, of course, kills happening across the map. I love my prediction powers. As AFR Miva, he's gonna be able to take down his counterpart KST. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Havoc, they lose their Wigglytuff as well. So it's looking pretty good for AFR in this early stretch.
Well, even though I'm the Gardevoir, it's you are the one who is using it. And that pick on KST up there, that's not gonna do Havoc any good. Because look at the level difference. Miva is just one step closer to the next skill, while KST is just on the level 5. Okay, but granted, he's just stacking his attack weight, so we're just going to see how he can come back from this.
Okay, so once again, we're having the same, the same composition from AFR, right? And I want to ask again, you mentioned that Greninja spikes earlier than Charizard. Do you think that's going to have an impact on what early objective they want to secure first, or what fights they choose to take? Because in the first game, we saw, like we're seeing now, both teams bring all 5 members to the bot lane. Who do you think this favors, the Charizard or the Greninja?
Well, if we are talking about all 5 people, definitely the Charizard will be a little stronger thanks to his AoE
Okay,
skills.
gotta interrupt you as all 5 people already in this bot side, starting off the fight. It's gonna be Wigglytuff and the 2 supporters on the side of Havoc first of all. They can't deal enough damage to push them away, and this poor little Charmeleon trying to do what he can. The fire damage coming out, but KSD, he's here to play, but he gets so low, he needs to be careful. The slow smoke not enough to keep him alive, and Miva cleaning up Shua just wipes him all out.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said about the earlier spikes on Greninja. With Greninja, you can have access to the skills like Surf and Smoke Screen earlier, and that's exactly what he used to wipe out the entirety of Havoc on that bottom lane fight.
Yeah, and NT tries to come in and steal that Dreadnought, but to no avail there as he just gets wiped down for his troubles. The rest of the side of Havoc, they're trying to regroup, but it's too little too late as AFR, they just sweep that from right under their nose and now heading straight for the Rotom.
Well, I mean, honestly, that fight I didn't really expect Havoc to win that fight because they didn't have the access to the Charizard yet. But now that Charizard is up and online, things might go for a change. We're going to see the AoE damage coming from Kamiru.
Yeah, they're gonna manage to pick up this Rotom for themselves without much contest for the side of AFR. I think after that bot fight, they're happy to just sit back and farm up a bit, and they're just gonna send Miva to the top side to deal with that. As the rest of the side of Havoc, they're gonna split up and try and farm whatever they can. But that's exactly what AFR were doing just 30 seconds ago, right? They sweep out most of the map, leaving Havoc with not much to do, just kind of waiting around for the next objective.
Alright, but it's not really looking good on the side of Havoc because Eos Fortis Regis already has access to the Starlight Recital, which is going to aid in the team fights so much.
Yeah, Dan walking forward with a sleep here, a bit of a skirmish early on. I think Yang, he needs to back off, falling so low there as we're taking a look at, okay, I mean, we're kind of zooming back and forth, but ends up with nothing at the moment. Don't let the scoreline deceive you though. Even though Havoc is up 91 to 37, like Cake said, the level's not looking too hot for them. Shua going in, needs to be so careful though. The Leaf Tornado, he just dashed straight into the Leaf Tornado and gets wiped out.
That's that's really something you don't want. That's something you don't want. You really don't want to find like unnecessary skirmishes, getting yourself into a 1v2 situation. But that's exactly what Shua did. He put himself in a 1v2 and he paid for it.
Feeling a bit strong at the current moment, but walked straight into AoE into his face, and now that gives Havoc the better positioning for this incoming Dreadnought just in 3 seconds. I'm sure they have the Unite moves available as well, and the side of AFR, they need to be so careful. They spot out Miva though, they want to get him Seismic Toss out, and here comes the Charizard, spraying fire all over them. Meanwhile on the backline, the CC is there from Dan, and he's gonna try and keep them all down, but the Unite move, Starlight Recital, return from AFR, keeping his team alive for now. NT is in with the sleep slow, Kiwi falling a little low, that poor little Pikachu, the shields are up though, and KST is gonna fall as well, so it ends up being an even trade as the side of AFR, they start to stream back in, not a lot of HP to work with, but they manage to push back the side of Havoc. Shua is back, and he's ready to fight, but here comes the Cotton Cloud Crash. Can they achieve much? Not at all. Airy jumps straight into a sleep, and they're able to claim the Dreadnought on the side of AFR, running forward to Yang, and then Pikachu gets picked off. Airy looking to be next. They're trying to surge forward. KSC here on his goal zone trying to defend, but they're falling so low on the side of Havoc. They need to run, and they do. It ends up being a huge success for AFR.
AFR, they timed those Unite moves so well. When Charizard used the Seismic Slam, they just dropped in the Starlight Recital, dropped in the Cotton Cloud Crash to ensure that Kamiru couldn't do anything at all throughout the duration of his Unite. And once his Unite was over, it's our turn, baby! They launched every single thing that they had and wiped out the entirety of Havoc. That was just great timing on their part.
Yeah, I think it looks so scary for a moment, right? But AFR, they were just biding their time. They knew as soon as that Charizard Unite move ends, that's our time to strike back. They were patient with their moves and it paid off. Even though it took a couple of deaths, it took a couple of Pokemon just falling unintentionally, but they end up finding them back with the respawns. And now Havoc trying to push into the first goal zone, but getting slapped up by Dan and NT. A hit forward alone, but it's so close in terms of the goals, right? 146 to 155.
But then again, the goals now don't matter. It just matters what comes after. At the 2-minute mark when the goals are doubled and the Zapdos has spawned. Right now, looking at the levels, I really think that Aeol's Fortis Regis has an advantage in the team fight. Looking at how the Eldegoss already has access to that level 11 Leaf Tornado, which is going to prevent the Charizard from, doing things at all. While on the side of Havoc, I think they really need to rely on superior positioning and timing in order to take this team fight.
Yeah, it all comes down to this Pokemon on your screen right now. It's Kamiru on that Charizard. It'll be on him to see whether he can do the damage that he needs, right? Because he's such a big component of his team's fight. And as we see, now 10 seconds left to the Zapdos. AFR, they're trying to rush the Dreadnought from right under Havoc's nose. I feel like this is a slight replay from the first game where like Havoc, they opt to choose the bigger positioning over trying to make the map motions, as much as the fight is starting to not break out just yet. A few pokes back and forth. They see Dan though, the Sing is in, and the Starlight Recital just in time to keep him alive. They have to retreat for a short while as Havoc, they have the superior positioning now. AFR, they're trying to inch forward through this little brush, but keeping them away with the Leaf Tornadoes, with the Thunder, just herding them back to the goal zone, and they're starting out now. This Zapdos, we're following AFR as they try to breach their way into the pit, but the Zapdos already started by the side of Havoc, and the team fight is erupting. Here comes the Unite moves, the Cotton Cloud Crash as well. On top of all of them, the Pikachu Thunderstorms answer back and forth. NT falling a little low, both teams staying alive for now. No one really falling, but Schwa takes the long time to pop that Water Burst Shuriken, but finally does. But it's too late for his Wiggly though. First one to drop is the Wiggly as well as Schwa, and now Kamiru is starting to clean up. Already 2 down, but answered back on the side of Havoc. This AFR Miva Lucario doing so much work, finally being stopped by Yang's Pikachu, but he gets sniped down as well. So it just trades back and forth. They're trying desperately to take out this Zapdos, but just with Kamiru alone, they don't have enough damage. The Pokemon starting to stream in from the respawns now. They need to be careful. They have 46 seconds left. The Pokemon are trying to come back on both teams. They're trying to make this happen. Zapdos falling low. Who's gonna get it? It is Kamiru who grabs it for the squad. He just stays there and does the job. He's under some threat though. He needs to be so careful. But they're walking forward now. AFR, they need to defend their goalposts where they can. A dual KSD, just trying to deal with Kiwi at the moment. But the dunk in from the Wigglytuff on the side of Havoc. They've eclipsed the goalie now, 346, and KSD, he's gonna get another 100 in as well. Where's the answer back? 15 seconds left on the clock. They still have this outer goal that they could make something happen here. AFR Miba. But Airy being chasing him away. 9 seconds left. You can't make it to the goal. That is your only hope. That was the Lucario. And he couldn't make it happen. Gets taken down. And with that, it looks like Havoc, they're able to just sweep AFR straight out of the lower bracket.
That team fight at the Zapdos pit was an entire opposite situation of that team fight at the Dreadnought pit. Meanwhile, at the Dreadnought pit, AFR waited for Kamiru to come in with the Seismic Slam before popping Unite moves of their own. But in this case, Kamiru waited for Unite moves from AFR to come out first before popping the Seismic Slam of his own. Starlight Recital was used up by Dan way too early in the game. That removes the much needed CC immunity and the body barrier that AFR so desperately needed in that team fight. And with that, we saw what happened just now. KSC just coming in, punching everybody to oblivion, Kamiru burning everyone to a crisp, and ultimately taking the Zapdos fight in a very intense final match.
And we really got to bring attention to the positioning more than anything of Team Havoc, right? Because time and time again, we question it a bit. We look at them opting to try and position for a nicer, start to the fight for these big objectives rather than split the map and farm, which is what we saw AFR do. And it ends up to their credit because they just keep the side of AFR stuck in that choke point with the constant spells coming out, the thunder, the leaf tornado, the charge out, just pumping fire straight down that entranceway. It just forced them, like you said, to pop that Starlight Recital so early on, and from there, that's such a huge aspect of the fight to suppress the Charizard's damage. Like you said, the patience on that Seismic Toss was everything.
And those were some mind games that Havoc really just played on AFR.
Absolutely.
Baiting out such critical unites before finding a team fight for themselves, and also timing the unites of timing of their unites as well. Like, can you see this anywhere else?
Absolutely not. I think, of course, Team Havoc, they definitely deserve it. They were down at certain points in both games, but I think maybe a bit of I don't know, because AFR, you know, they kind of lost to this lineup. They felt confident though, they wanted to bring it back and try it again, of course, but it's not really working out for them in this present moment. Like, I don't know how I really feel about the Greninja, even though we did see it pop off in the early fights. It feels like it's all about the team fight execution that they got outplayed with. So I'm not really sure whether a draft change would have really mattered. What do you think?
I honestly don't think so. Okay, but let me just point out one thing. Hamiru scored 0 points in that match. He scored 0 points in that match. Like,
literally,
I'm not kidding. Look, 0.
MVP rating 31, even though we've been saying his name the entire time. That's a little bit embarrassing, but I mean, who cares? You win, right? Who
You
cares?
win. A win is a win. We take those.
A win is a win. We take those indeed. And I mean, even though he doesn't score any, we know for a fact that this man really put in the work for his squad. Of course, very well played to AFR as well. Unfortunately for them, that will be the end of their tournament life, as this is the lower bracket after all. But that just means Team Havoc from Singapore will continue fighting on into the next stage.
Honestly, really well played from both sides. AFR utilizing the early game advantage that they had, especially in the jungler with Greninja, and Havoc for playing such high level mind games, like baiting out Unites, throwing in the timing of the Unites of their own, and ultimately stealing the Zapdos at the end. I want to see it again. I want to see
me
it
and
again.
me and you, we're just playing Pokemon Unite solo queue, man. These guys, they're playing 4D chess with their motions. Just stay in place, way ahead of the curve. We're like, oh, Dreadnought's coming out in 30. Yeah, they're already there in the brush, way earlier waiting, right? They're on another level, that's for sure. But that's exactly what this Southeast Asian Community Invitational hopes to bring, right? The highest level Pokemon Unite that we have from every aspect of Southeast Asia, as Cake unfortunately dips away for moments as commentator, but I believe that's just a bit of yeah, you're back, welcome back. But you know, we're gonna be back though after this short break for more high level Pokemon Unite. For now though, thank you for joining us. We'll be back very shortly. Stay with us for more Pokemon Unite action. Alright, welcome back to the Southeast Asian Community Invitationals, brought to you by literally every Southeast Asian Pokemon Unite community. My name is Permasneeze, and I'm joined here by the man from the Pokemon Unite Indonesian community himself, Hashegi. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good, Permasneeze. How is the match just now that you just cast between Singapore and also Philippines?
Bro, I mean, Singaporean pride, of course, when you have me on the sidelines, they gotta have energy, right? I believed in my boys all along and managed to take it 2-0, so they move on. And I believe we're still gonna be casting them now, but it's so fitting that we have both of us on this cast, right? Because now is the showdown between Singapore and Indonesia. Why don't you introduce your side?
Correct. I think I have introduced just now with Moonboy Gaming when I was in a stream just now. So basically, Rise, I guess, they're quite a new team, but it was filled with old players. So players in Indonesia, they quite change team members quite a while. So they do like transfers between here and there every now and then. I think the most consistent players until now was only Team Overdrive. They were quite solid since the beginning during the Switch era. Whereas Rise changes like their team members and change their names once in a bit. But in terms of the quality, it's always there.
Right, so can I just ask you, since you're saying, basically it seems like Overdrive is this solid force in terms of Indonesian Pokemon Unite, whereas for Rise, they're a bit more of a wild card, right? They go through their seasons. What do you think about this season of Team Rise?
This season for Team Rise, right? I think the captain itself was very prominent, especially on the Venusaur, Bongo. We have seen some other players as well. Like Dragoots with the Charizard. We have seen the Garchomp as well. There are some players that actually has a very unique playstyle. I think that's why the Team Rise is again rising throughout the fame. And I guess like when there's a match between, even like if there's no casters, right? When we have a tournament or just like some streams and stuff like that, these players tend to live stream their gameplay on Discord.
Right.
So sometimes we just all come in to watch them play.
Right. Okay, it appears now that I'm sure all of you are just waiting for this game to begin. I am as well, but the bans are in. Of course, for those of you who don't know, we have been implementing global bans for this tournament. So basically, each team gets a chance to ban a Pokemon they don't want to play against, and we are having a bit of issues at the moment. So there's a bit of a longer wait, but let's talk about the bans for a moment. Team Havoc, they banned Charizard, and Team Rise banned Dragonite. So immediately already, two of the prominent junglers that we've seen both sides pick up out of the question.
Right. I think the Charizard ban was quite interesting, especially when, again, like Charizard on Rise side, as we saw, was very strong. But let's do not forget, like the game just now, even though like he doesn't make any score, right? Havoc's Charizard was pretty strong as well, right? So banning two all-rounders, right? Banning two all-rounders, like strong all-rounders, is going to be interesting. I think we'll be seeing Lucario and also Serena in this game.
Yeah, okay, you just had to mention, oh yeah, by the way, he didn't score though, just rub it in a little bit, right? But no, I believe in my boy Kamiru. I think the ban is quite interesting because, like you say, we saw Dragots also pop off on that Pokemon. And I think Dragonite, even though he's been recently nerfed, right, with the Unite move as well as the percentage on the Hyper Beam, it's still such a strong Pokemon. We've been seeing it throughout the entire day today, and I believe they are in the midst of recreating a lobby again. So sorry, thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you everyone for joining us. Of course, it's been a brilliant day of Pokemon Unite so far, and we're not done just yet. Of course, this is the lower bracket finals. What this means is these two teams, Havoc and Team Rise, they are fighting for their chance to face off in the grand finals. And I believe waiting for them in the grand finals is a Singaporean team again. No Lucario.
No Lucario. Yep. And both of these teams have played against no Lucario, right?
Yeah.
Havoc was defeated on the first bracket, on the winners bracket. Yeah. As well, Rise was actually defeated after defeating Team Overdrive. On the first bracket as well. So again, like I guess like both of them wants to have the chance, to get on with it and actually defeat no Lucario and just get on the revenge and winning the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. For both of these teams, it's going to be a story about, the comeback and, basically getting their revenge, right? They both kind of suffered at the hands of Low Lucario. And I think, okay, so I'm sure you have your feelings and I'm sure you're rooting for Team Rise, but based off the performances so far, do you have any particular team that you think is going to take an edge?
For this match?
Yeah, for this match.
For this match, I believe, I feel like Venusaur from Rise's side, it's going to be interesting against Havoc. Like going with the crowd control with the paddle dance, going with the Giga Drain as well, just to survive and deals a lot of damage, especially on the third attack of that Venusaur. It's going to be huge, right? But I believe like Havoc as well. It's again, I think it's very interesting on banning the Charizard, especially like on their side was actually pretty strong as well. So I'm not sure on what kind of game change or gameplay that they are trying to do for this time around.
It's interesting as well because, like we said, in these performances that we've seen from both teams have themselves used the Dragonite, have used the Charizard to such great effect, right? So obviously both teams coming in, they have an idea about the type of game that they want to play. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the delay because it seems like there's some difficulties. The teams are still trying to get together, but I of course, my fingers are crossed, but rules are rules, so if they wait for too long, we'll unfortunately have to award one game win to one of the teams, but we're still waiting on news from the admins here, so thank you everybody for your patience and sticking with us. But Hashegi, I want to ask you a very interesting question about the patch, right? Recently, we saw the patch come out, and the first thing I thought was like, man, this Gengar Pokemon's gonna be so strong. But we have not seen a single Gengar. Tell me why.
I guess like again, I think Gengar is just like Speedster. It's a Pokemon that's pretty fast. It takes up the mid Pokemon, right? Whereas I believe like even though like Gengar is strong, there are still other Pokemon that are quite strong to really, rampage on the jungle. Like creep on the jungle. For example, like Absol, I think is still stronger. I feel like, for example, just now, Charizard was actually pretty strong in terms of the game fight. It's just so bulky. It's just so with the flame showers, right? Throughout the opponents with the AoE as well. It's quite strong as well. So again, like I believe like this is very it's just that it doesn't get the spotlight that it deserves for Gengar at the moment.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to get the spotlight here as we are into the big screen. Once again, thank you so much for your patience, everybody watching. But we are finally into the lower bracket finals of Team Rise from Indonesia up against Team Havoc. Both these teams fighting for a chance to take away the trophy and their revenge against Team No Lucario, waiting for them in the finals. As we see a relatively cookie-cutter draft coming out from both sides. The only real difference being the Pikachu Gardevoir as well as the Blissey and the Wiggly.
Yep, I think Blissey and Wiggly both has different style of play, right? Like one is healing, one is crowd controlling, and again, like Pikachu and also Gardevoir is also a very different playstyle as well. Like Pikachu is more like a crowd control, I guess like crowd control as well as a huge damage, whereas for Gardevoir it's just pure damage with a side shot onto the opponent and make sure. I guess, like in a sense, also crowd control make sure like the opponents tries to, split themselves in a way. But we'll see how it goes during this match.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how well they can split themselves against the Gardevoir as we get into game number 1 of the lower bracket finals. You've waited long for this, and so have they. Team Rise and Team Havoc, they're fighting for their shot at tournament life as well as revenge against No Lucario in the grand finals. But for now, they have each other to contend with. It's the best of what Singapore has to offer against the best of what Indonesia has to offer, and we're gonna see which team comes out on top.
Right, especially right now, Team Override has been out from the tournament after being defeated by AFR, right? So these are the only Indonesian representative for Indonesia, so I believe like they want to do their best to make the country proud.
Yeah, and already starting off with a bang here, taking a kill off in the bot lane. But once again, like we say, every single time we kind of bring some attention to the bot lane. It's a bit of a kill lane back and forth. Sometimes you fall a little low, like we saw just there, but it doesn't really lead to any big consequence unless you get wiped out completely, or your main Pokemon doesn't manage to get its evolution out. But Kamiru already getting that level 5 very early on and rotating to the top side.
And the Psyshock also hits all of it onto the Venusaur side, or the Bulbasaur side at the moment. We'll see on the Fastly Queen actually being taken most of it from the Havoc side, I believe.
Yeah, actually I want to ask you about this because this is not something I get to see very often. I rarely see Venusaur jungle. Is this a thing that Rise always pull out, or because Singaporean teams, they always like to keep the Venusaur in the bot lane AFK farming, right? But Bongo C, is he a notable Venusaur jungler?
Yes, I think whenever I play with him, right, he always plays Venusaur jungle in most of the games, especially just trying to get onto the level 7 as soon as possible.
Okay,
especially
but
like
I
right
think
now,
there's some action happening in the bot lane.
composition.
Sorry to cut you off here. I think they're tussling a bit. If we can just switch over on the Observer. They're trying to fight out, but we're going to take a look at top first. It's Dev 1v1ing here in the top side. KST, level 5 only being run down by the pedal dance. Meanwhile, on the bot side, it's going to be Wiggly on the side of Havoc. Gonna fall. Rise, they're going to back off. So I believe there was a bit of a skirmish, an extended one at that, but we didn't manage to catch a lot of that action, but it ends up with just 1 kill overall.
Yep, 1 kill on the Lucario up on top as well. Yeah, looking back, I think in terms of the team composition as well, right? Rise wants to have the Venusaur as soon as possible becomes a Venusaur. From the Ivysaur as soon as possible at level 9. Like the others, they can survive with a little just a little low in terms of the level, as long as Venusaur is up on top and make sure to rampage the holes on opponent side of the team.
Yeah, I mean, and we're starting to see that emphasis right now, right? Because as much as the Venusaur on the side of Havoc has been sitting in this bot lane and being involved in the skirmishes, Bongo has just been farming away for the most part, trying to power level towards that Venusaur stage where he can get online. But already a tussle in the bot side. This is the Dreadnought fight that we've been waiting for. And the Lucario, KST caught on the wrong spot, but now the shield's coming out. Can they clean up the Lucario first to fall? But answer back by NT. He's going to be the second one to fall. And Bongo C showing exactly why he power farms that jungle. Coming in with the Venusaur, getting 2 kills and cleaning out the side of Havoc. Get out of my jungle, get out of my bot lane. Dreadnought is mine, baby.
Right now I think it's a very great game by Rise, and as we see up on top, Lucario's already prepared himself, just going on the attack wave by scoring on a bit and also taking out on preparing the Rotom as well, but the war is still going on right now.
Havoc trying to contest here in the bot side, but they get beaten back yet again. Is this Venusaur with the pedal dance? They just can't make their way through him. Rise, they just have formed this solid wall with Bongo C as the front line, leading the team, like you said, as the captain, and he knows exactly what he needs to do. It's exactly where he wants to be, and now rotating back into the jungle to get that farm on.
Yep, especially we haven't seen a jungle Venusaur in quite a while, since I guess like the first time Venusaur gets buffed a lot, where we saw a lot of jungle Venusaur back then, right? But not as much as of now.
Yeah, I mean, as you were mentioning that, they actually Havoc managed to take the Rotom away from under them. I don't think Rise was super interested in contesting because they just wanted to go back and farm. But they'll clean up this Rotom nice and easy with the help of Dev. And now they're rotating back over to Bongo C. Finds 2 in the mid, and he needs to be a bit careful, but not as careful as NT needs to be. Dodging out of that situation, now under some threat. Picks up the Citrus Berry and back to the goal zone. But this Ivysaur, not in as much, so much trouble, so much damage coming out, and gets struck down. Bongo C just evaporates them in an instant, and now they're right between the speed flux zone. They don't even care, but very Singularity keeping them all under control. Bongo C, can he survive here? Has healed to back him up, and the shields, they're too strong. Camilo needs to keep his distance, can't walk up to Bongo C, and gets pushed away just when it looked like the Gardevoir could catch them with the Unite move. It's not nearly enough damage, and this Venusaur is standing tall.
You see, even the level difference is like already level 12, right? You don't see a lot of Venusaur that has huge difference in terms of level in the fourth minute mark.
Yeah.
Oh wow, there's a
might
really
see a bit of a
great.
reconsideration coming here from Havoc here, because they're staring down a Venusaur when theirs is only level 8. Finally gets to that Venusaur mark, but is it too late? Bongo C keeping them all away as the Dreadnought's falling low. Where's the contest? The Aura Cannon out from Rise, managed to secure it. Dev takes it for the squad, takes out 3. There's more to follow. They're chasing forward. Dev just cleans them all up. That's a team wipe for the side of Rise. They make it look easy.
Right, and 50 as well points up on the bottom and destroys on the first lane. I think both of the teams right now just prepare themselves to go up on top and take the next objective, which is the Rotom, which will spawn in less than 5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, right now at Rise, they're walking towards the top side though. They want to get this Rotom. Usually you'd see with the amount of resources they've used, they will back off from this and just relent it to Havoc, but they don't want to give Havoc an inch. They don't want to let them take any single advantage. As Thunderstorm being used by this Pikachu on the side of Rise though, Malin keeping them away for now. Airy and NT try to break in, but they can't break past Bongo C yet again. How many times am I going to say this man's name? Burden Anger in as well, wipes them apart. There's one down, Wiggly as well. KSD falling low. Petal Blizzard cleans them all up. Oh,
and they're able to take the Rotom as well.
Yo, I
believe
okay. I gotta be real, this move is called Petal Dance, but at this point it's looking more like a Blizzard with the way it's completely wiping out the side of Havoc. It's just absolutely demolishing them. This man has had this thing going for so long, and he's just an unstoppable wall.
Blizzard. Yup, I believe so. Like, here's the thing, right? I think that's why I always mention to the teams in Indonesia, right? He's a very scary player of a Venusaur.
Yeah, I mean, and you've been preaching, and now you know we have no choice but to listen. I mean, it's right in front of our eyes. The evidence is right there. This man is an absolute menace. Already level 14, almost at max level. He's just been getting his farm on and putting the carry pants on. He's like, "Come on, Indonesia, we got this. We want to make our way back into the finals. We're not going down without a fight." But speaking of a fight, though, looks like they're gearing up for one in the bot side. They want to contest this Dreadnought, even though there's only 15 seconds left. They've started it off, but Bongo C finds KST inside the middle of the map though. They're gonna start a duel up, but Bongo C, this could be their opening to take him down if he's not careful. He's gonna get picked off. No, the Burden Anger Shield is there, and the backup, they managed to get down Bongo C. That's a huge kill. He's down on sidelines for 30 seconds. That could be the pick that they need to take this team fight. But meanwhile, the rest of the side of Rise surging forward. They're trying to take down Kamiru, and Dev gets the kill. That is one of the big damage dealers. Meanwhile though, Yang, level 12, trying to do what he can, fighting against the supports. Now his turn to battle, dance it up, but it's not gonna be nearly enough at this point. 9 seconds until Big Bad Bongo C is back to the party, and they need to be so careful because this Venusaur, they need to try and do something with this opening, but they can't really get their hands on anyone right now. Havoc, they need to sort of retreat. 244 points to 66. They need to make a move happen, and here comes Bongo C. He's back to play, and they have to be so careful of this Venusaur. Here he comes. They've started Zapdos. It's nearly at half HP. KSD is in, but the Verdant Anger is not there from Yang. Where's the shields? They're not there. They're gonna keep him alive for now, but it's gonna be Eldegoss on the side of Rise to fall first. Bongo C takes down his counterpart, takes down KST as well. Surely to fall. To follow is this Wigglytuff. NT trying to run where she can, but it's gonna be Zapdos, secured by Rise right from under their noses, and now they don't care about the kills, baby. They're charging straight for the goal zones. Bongo C, we've had our camera on this man this entire game, and he does not disappoint. Sure, Havoc, you're getting the dunks in, 226, but can you compare to the Zapdos dunks? No, you can't. 594 down now, and even more to follow. They have another 50, and that is a surrender. Havoc give away game number 1 to Bongo C and the gang.
I like that word, Bongo C and the gang.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see right now, like, I believe like in terms of the meta right now, we don't see a lot of a jungle Venusaur. But when the Venusaur is actually up on top in terms of the level, in terms of the damage, just going up on top, pressuring the opponent, you cannot be too near with the, again, Pal Dance Venusaur, because like you're taking a lot of tons of damage, and thus, for example, like the Lucario can just sweep in with the power up punch, can just sweep in with the close combat. There's also the crowd control damage from the Pikachu as well. So I think, going in forward, especially for Havoc, they need to be a bit more careful in terms of what they're going to ban in this next game.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the team comp that we've seen from Havoc time and time again, but I feel like it's just like maybe they just didn't respect the Venusaur timing enough. For them, they're used to putting Yang on that Venusaur themselves and having it farm up slowly. But Bongo C, with the emphasis on his own farm, we saw it every single time there wasn't an important objective or fight to take. He wouldn't stand around and waste his time skirmishing. He just straight back into the jungle, farming up that EXP, and it was really that lead that just put him way above the rest. And even in the crucial pickoff, it looked like the side of Havoc, they might have had a chance, but they weren't able to capitalize on the window, and it just kind of crumbled for them.
Yes, especially on the 30 seconds respawn time from the Venusaur, right? I thought that was like, oh, Havok's actually able to take this game, especially with the Bongo was actually knocked out and there's a 30-second. But the Lucario, I'll say hats off to the Lucario as well from Zell. Decides to pick up some duck outs and try to balance it out in terms for the team war, and just to make sure that Bongos is survived for the last war for the Zapdos in the end.
Yeah, and I think ultimately very well played though for the side of both teams. I mean, they obviously Team Rise looks a lot better in this particular game, but it's not over just yet. We could still have a Singapore versus Singapore Grand Finals, but that wouldn't be very fun to watch. Although, of course, I'm rooting for my own country, but I think it would be cool to see, at least Team Havok punch back in Game 2 and give us a Game 3, because we're all here for high action Unite, right? This is exactly what we came to see.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I would love for Indonesian team to be on the finals, as what you mentioned before. But obviously, what I want is just like for everyone who's watching to enjoy the game. Like I want high level match, like top level match, to be up there with high level strategy, high level of mechanic gameplay, high level of like like very niche strategy that you might just realize like, oh, you can actually play that Pokemon like that. Oh, you can actually have these kind of compositions. That's what we want to show to the whole world, I guess.
Yeah, and now look at our spectator. He's trying to tell us something here. Look at the damage dealt by Marling. We didn't even talk about his name at all, but he actually eclipses Bongo C in the damage dealt. And I feel like these Pikachus, they're quiet, but they're definitely putting in the work. Sometimes it's really hard to see the thunder coming through when there's just a giant Venusaur running you down, right? But Marling definitely playing super stable on that Pikachu and getting the work done for his team.
Right, especially I think in terms of the next match, right, Havok needs to position a bit better, needs to be a wide a bit better, especially, Bongo is a crowd control, Pikachu is also a crowd control with the Thunder as well. So knowing that the tons of damage they have been doing, I think it's in terms of the feedback or in terms of the assessment that they should do is how they should position themselves and make sure that the opponent does not do as much as damage as the game before.
Yeah, and I think this is a very good adaptation actually from the side of Havok, because they've opted to pick up Absol instead for Kamiru, and I think this is, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but it looks like this is their answer for the Venusaur in the jungle, right? When you are that Bulbasaur early, what can you do against Absol just running you down? The answer is not a lot, and we're gonna have to see whether Kamiru can make it happen for his team and stop Bongo C and Marling as well. As right now we're getting a pause, but don't worry guys, it's because of beautiful production that you haven't been seeing these so far. But the reason why we have these pauses is to make sure both teams, they're stable, there are no issues, we don't need to remake and all that stuff. So just hang on tight, I'm excited, I know you guys are too. I know Shiggy's just on the edge of his seat, but we'll be right back into the game in an instant as soon as we confirm both teams are good to go. It'll just be a moment, don't worry. But do you think the Absol can do the job here?
I believe like that Absol can do the job here. That's for one. And on the second one, I feel like again, like in terms of the banning, right? They banned the same Pokemon. They banned the Charizard and they also banned the Dragonite. And in terms of the change of Pokemon, Absol, it's very strong in terms of like the early game, especially when you're just like 1v1 against Absol. Like there's no way you can win, especially a high mechanic, able played Absol player. Like it's just like it's very strong. Compared to the previous game. I believe like they have more damage coming into the war, but we'll need to see the game on how it goes or how it will turn out.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's just a little scary, right? Because I feel like every time Absol, yes, you have the good mechanics and yes, you can maneuver the fights very well, but the main concern for me is always once you get into the thick of the fight, when there's so much AoE damage all over you, that's when you can just get wiped out within an instant, right? Absol, not the tankiest Pokemon, can really get their health bar evaporated in an instant. I believe we're having some issues with the draft right now. We are confirming the Pokemon. I believe there might have been a bug entering the game, so we're trying to sort that out at the moment. Once again, sorry for the delays, everyone. Yeah, there seems to... Yeah, there's a bit of a spectator bug at the moment, so don't worry, stay right with us because we're getting into the action soon enough, right? I'm sure you guys can't wait, I can't wait as well. But right now, just to give you a recap for everyone joining us, of course, Team Rise, they were able to take the first game off of Team Havok, and if they are able to take this last bit, or they are able to take this game off Team Havoc, they get to go to the grand finals for the Indonesia versus Singapore grand finals, right?
Right, correct. And I believe like I would want to see a rematch between Rise and Team No Lucario as well, especially on the second game before. Like it was a really close game. Would love to have those kind of match being replayed, right? But I believe like both of teams right now just need to focus on what's in front, which is like again the losers final. I just hope that we can see that top level match upcoming onto this second game.
Yeah, I as much as of course this is not me play. I'll never play at the level of these teams. I'm not even anywhere close, right? But I think
Same.
that yeah, right. We're just scrubs. What do we know? Just casters. We're casters for a reason, right? We're not players. But I do want to say that it felt a bit. So I think it's like you said, like the positioning coming out from Havoc, right? Because very interesting to note. Like I don't know if you're watching the game before when Havoc was playing AFR, but Havoc really had beautiful positioning in that game. Like they constantly camped the places they needed to. They choked them out. They were right at the choke points that they needed, through their spells accordingly. But it feels like maybe it might just be these bands, or it might be this Team Rise that's just throwing them off a little bit, because it feels like Havoc are making a few mistakes that they really shouldn't. Like here and there, they're just kind of getting outplayed in certain areas. They're getting outmaneuvered, outpositioned, outfarmed all across the map. Would you agree, or do you think it's just an overall team execution thing?
I believe like it's a more overall team execution thing, and it's just like because we focus too much on how the Venus is actually rampaging. I think that's why like we are having difficulties on seeing Havoc again farming and stuff like that. But I believe like Havoc is actually doing just a pretty good game. It's just like they just need to keep an eye on the opponents, and as we see right now, Absol is going to take on the mid lane, whereas on the bottom lane we'll see the 3v3 Pokemon as the same as the game before.
Yeah, and once again, it's Bongo C in this jungle as we get into game number 2 of Havoc versus Rise. I believe we have a bit of a display error here, as it was Rise who won the first game, so don't pay any mind to that. Rise are one game away from making their mark in the grand finals here, and Havoc, this is the last game of their tournament life. If they lose it here, they are going to be out, and they will lose out in 3rd place, as both teams just trading blow for blow at this present moment. As the Absol manages to pick off the Lucario though, so already making a mark is Kamiru.
Yep, and as you mentioned before, right, I think like Absol is actually a good call. Absol and Lucario is able to take out on the Lucario, and you can snowball from there in terms of the EXP, in terms of the gameplay, in terms of the positioning, in terms of the farming. And that's why like I think it's very dangerous for Absol to be just rampaging the whole team for Team Rise.
Yeah, I mean, it's all on Bongo C, right, to see whether he can kind of get up to that previous level. But I also want to point out, like, maybe a bit of a sleeper player on this team, Rise Malling, as the spectator pointed out, doing so much damage for his team, backed up by Zell, as well as his other support on that Eldegoss. I don't remember the name here, as I don't have it on my screen immediately, but yeah, Malling out. Yes, it's Xenos, of course. How could we forget on this Eldegoss? Just being able to just keep a distance and stay relatively untouched. So I feel like Havoc, they kind of have their work cut out for them, because they need to get their hands on 2 of these Pokemon.
Right, that's correct, and especially on the bottom side, the role of these 2 supporters is to make sure the attacker is on the enough level to do a huge amount of damage to the opponent's side.
Yep,
wow,
absolutely.
30 points up there, and 5 points as well.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, they're almost breaking down this goal already. Rise pulling no punches here. Bongo C in a duel in the mid, and he actually managed to pick off Absol. That's not the way it's supposed to go, as KSD trying to get revenge, but Dev able to dash away, even pulling some of the spots to the top side. Both Eldegoss's trying to run up to do what they can to help their team out, but it ends up being Bongo C once again taking the early lead. He's so close to that Venusaur, and they need to be careful as they fight over the bees here. NT needs to back off. The pedal dance forward. Bongo C trying to do the damage. Xenos may have overextended a slight bit, and now Kamiru, he's here to clean up. He's here to get revenge, but he can't. He just gets damaged in the face, just gets slapped back and denied.
Molly.
Bongo. Yeah, once again, it's Bongo C and Manling, of course. How could we forget this Pikachu pumping out so much damage to the Thunder? Now, the Lucario down at bot as well. Dev, he's here to party. He wants to take them down and forcing them away from the Dreadnought. They've already started it out. Leaf Tornado as well. Bongo C, Venusaur up, and Kamiru gonna drop as well. He manages to escape for a moment, but it's only a moment that he'll stay alive. Bongo C, meanwhile, though, just rampaging through the goal. Dreadnought taken as well. And this is starting to look like chaos for Havoc. Can they stand up? It doesn't look like it. They're trying to take down Bongo C now. Have you got a bit too far forward? Where's the support? The shields? They're there. The safeguard as well. And here comes Dev. The cleanup crew has arrived. And Speed Flux Zone, they don't care. They'll just kill you all. They're just walking straight past the first goal. They haven't even taken it yet. And look at Dev. He doesn't care at all. Trying to take down Kamiru. They haven't even taken down the goal. Shaggy, what is going on?
I don't know. Like just now, I thought the Absol was able to take out some knockouts, but it's just like Marley just coming there, doing the thunder, and I think the Absol doesn't even realize that his health was so frail. You know, it's just like he was gone in an instant.
Yeah, and Dev, of course, coming into the backlines yet again, though, fighting them off. But here comes the slow smoke, keeping him away for now. And he's going to be able to dash away as both teams posture towards this Rotom. It looks like Havoc, they have a nice advantage, or advantageous position over it for now after pushing Rise away. And they're going to take this for themselves. So very nicely done. A nice little answer for Havoc. As Kamiru, he's not done, he's dashing in. But Dev as well, trying to take down Zell early on. And that's the Blissey down. That's a huge kill and so much sustain for them. But it's going to be Eldegoss to fall as well. Or Absol, rather. Going to be taken out immediately. Dev, he's not done, trying to take down the return kill onto NT. Knock up there is there from KST though, keeping the Lucario at bay. But here's Bongo C with the Verdant Anger, so much damage coming out, and the shields as well. KST, Giga drained up, slapped down, staying alive for now, but ends up falling as he dashes back into his death, and now struggling absolutely Havoc. 100 points behind as Bongo C, it's all Bongo C, baby.
I just need to mention like how Bongo C a move against the Pursuit from the Absol, like because like Absol's Pursuit, when he attacks from the back, it does more damage, right? Bongo C's positioned himself so to make sure that the Absol does not hit from the back, but instead hits from the front. I think that I just need to mention that, like how good the positioning is.
Yeah, very nicely done from the side of Rise. They're everywhere they need to be, and right now where they need to be is at that Dreadnought, but they're pushing away Yang once again, not even at that Venusaur stage yet. So close to the EXP, it's not gonna be there. The shields, the slow smoke can't keep him alive as Aerie doing all that she can, but not much else that she can really offer up, as Bongo C gonna order up another 50-point dunk, and Marling really gotta point him out, because I feel like the entire time Rise, they were rotating towards the bot side. It was this Pikachu, this lone Pikachu, keeping them at bay all alone, and so much work coming in from him this game, as you know, the side of Havoc, they relent and they try and work towards the top side and farm their way there, but Rise, they're not gonna let this go so easily. They want this Rotom as well.
Right, I think they both want, especially, you know, going late onto the game and they have just lost their first tower. They don't want to make sure they don't want to lose the Rotom as well, because the Rotom gives a lot of offensive pressure, especially on the top
speaking
lane.
of losing the Rotom, they might not be able to make it through the fight here, as the side of Rise, they're surging forward. NT to drop, that's a big support down, and more to follow. They're surging forward, they want to get these kills, Marling. No fear whatsoever, eject button in and Thunder, just to scare them off. What a terrifying Pikachu to deal with, as they just walk back to the Rotom and pick it up for themselves. As soon as it started, that's how quickly it ended, and the side of Havoc, they're forced to give it up yet again. It's not looking good for them. 130 to 320 points, Shaggy.
130 and 320 points, around like 200 points difference, especially in the 3-meter smart. But you need to see on the levels though, like 3 level difference from Rose Venusaur. Like that's just really huge.
Yeah, I mean, just taking a look at the core matchups as well. 14, 13, and 12, and you see the other side, it's 11, 12, and 12. It's not looking too good, and it's already so hard to take these fights against Rise. It's starting to look like we might have another 2-0 on our hands, but of course, it's not over. It's in these final stretch where these things happen. Oh, They're just gonna let him get a 50 off. I guess they don't really care about that dunk, but that's a huge amount of points to get in and some nice little boost to EXP as well. They need to be careful, but it looks like they are opting to prioritize this Dreadnought instead. They don't really care about Kamiru dunking away. They want this shield. They want this little boost of EXP to tip them over the edge, although Bongo C doesn't even need it. But I don't think they can finish it off actually. They don't. And now it's a Zapdos fight. We're taking a look at this Thunderbird who could decide everything, could decide the finals as the fight is breaking out to the left, to the top. NT falling a little low though, but Yang, he's under fire. He's gonna be the first one taken down. Can't get his hands on that Eldegoss with the Cotton Cloud Crash. And meanwhile though, it's the side of the Lucario Rise. The Lucario has been taken down, but they answer right back of the KSD. Right now, it's looking like it's in Rise's favor. Kamiro forced to turn there and run area as well. Where's the chase? It doesn't need to be there though, Xenos. Have you gone a bit too far forward? Yes, the Eldegoss a bit too over-aggressive there. Gets picked off, so it's a 3 for 3 right now. Venusaur rolling in. The Lucario shortly to follow, but Marling, they managed to get that Pikachu. That's a huge kill for Kamiru. And Area as well, answer back. But now Bongo C, he has so much damage with the Giga Drain. He made himself alive. Level 15, backed up by Zell. He can't fall on this Venusaur. And KSC trying to do what he can. Aura Cannon out, but it's not enough. And Rise, they take the Zapdos for themselves. And out they go onto the goalpost. It was a valiant attempt from KSC to do what he can, but the timing just wasn't there. And once again, the rest of Rise, they come in, clean it up, and they're storming right towards the goals.
Yes, especially I think the timing of the Lucario's Unite move, right? It's just like tiny bit difference that makes Rise able to finish off the Zapdos, I believe.
Yeah, it looks so dicey for them, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw surrender here, as that we do as we get into the finals. This was an exciting lower bracket, but it ends up being a 2-0 for the side of Team Rise, showing everybody that Indonesia is here to play. They're gonna get their revenge up in the winners, or rather the grand finals against No Lucario after this magnificent 2-0 performance.
Yeah, especially I believe like in terms of the game itself, right? Just now, the Absol's actually doing pretty good, but it's just like it's not enough damage. It's not enough positioning in terms of like the team match overall that he's able to take out knockouts, especially on the important Pokemons on Rise's side, especially on the Venusaur or even on the Pikachu as well. I would like to see in terms of how many damage does these two Pokemons do this time around.
Yeah, I mean, as we can go to the details straight away, thank you to our observer. Shout out Arcodio Gaming. Yeah, oh my god, come on. The Bongo C this time round, he's not gonna let Marling steal his spotlight, baby. He's gonna be the one on top, and most definitely almost breaching 100k, which is absolutely insane there. And I mean, like you said, the Absols didn't necessarily do bad, but it just wasn't enough, and it all kind of sort of fell apart, right? Because I feel like as this Absol, you're supposed to have the early advantage against this Venusaur in these jungle skirmishes, but he just gets picked off, and really nice recognition from Dev to rotate downwards to help his Venusaur out.
Right, I think in terms of how Dev plays, right, he plays really good. He supports Bongo well. That when Bongos come into the lane, especially on the top lane, he's able to push back a bit in terms of Havoc side. So to make sure that Bongos, in terms of level, in terms of the power creep, is still way more against the Havoc side.
Yeah, and I think just excellent resource management and just maneuverability from this Team Rise altogether. Like you said, Team Rise, you know, they've been on the up and up. They've been trying to come with a new roster. They've gone through different seasons. They're not as stable maybe as Team Overdrive, but maybe this is the season of Team Rise. Now they've earned their chance back in the grand finals against the side of No Lucario. But No Lucario, of course, they're in the grand finals for a reason. They're such a dominant team. Do you think that Team Rise can take it?
I think it's going to be very interesting, right? You know, looking back on the first Sea Committee Invitational, we actually run a best of 5 grand final where actually Team of Rai coming on from the lower bracket and they're able to win with 3-1. So again, like, you know, winning from the bottom, it's not something new. It's something that can happen. But for this time around, we have a very interesting format that I guess it's being used mostly on fighting games instead of mobile games, where, for example, like if you are actually winning from the winner's bracket and you lose on the grand final, we'll have a reset bracket. So basically you get an advantage So you get an advantage that you can only lose twice. You need to lose twice for you to be out of the game.
Yeah, so like we said all along, this is a very interesting format that we're trying out. So if you're not a fan of it, or you get spam us be like, oh, this format sucks. But I mean, no Lucario, they played perfectly, and to make the winner bracket, even more mean something a bit more, because a lot of the times coming up from the lower bracket as the winner, it doesn't really give you any advantage, right? Here you have an extra life, like Shaggy said, and we're gonna go into the grand finals very shortly. Okay, so actually we're getting word that, according to our beautiful organizers, this is very standard. So maybe this is just something we don't see in other MOBAs, right? Because, for example, in a lot of other MOBAs, it's not that you don't really get a second life. It's just like that. But for tournaments like this is basically the standard. So basically get used to it. But of course, no Lucario, they're gonna be able to have a second life to work with here. So even if now the momentum firmly on the side of Rise, they're gonna be able to sort of try and have an extra game, have an extra life to compose themselves, assess the situation, and fight again. But now it's all up to them. It is a final matchup between Indonesia and Singapore, and I could not be more excited. What about you, Shaggy?
I could not be more excited as well to see, like two top teams, especially when we see on the winners brackets just now, right, when they meet each other, the level of the game is like high up here. And I want to mention as well, like Rise is actually playing on the Winters tournament as well, in the Japan Winters Cup as well, where they, I believe, like they won on the group stage or something. That they went to they went to a certain level where they play against like all the other teams around the world. So I would say like they actually have a good, they have a good composition of team. They have a good teamwork, and I'll just hope that the winners of this match is like the best out of the best.
Yeah, I think there's no denying it, right? Because we've had an excellent 2 days of Pokemon Unite so far. We're down to one final match, but it's the match that everybody has been waiting for. It's both countries' pride on the line. We've had excellent teams coming in from all our communities to show what they're worth. And of course, GG's as well to Havoc, because even though they lose out here, Team Rise, third place is no joke amongst so many high-ranked teams bringing their A game. Big congrats to them for finishing at this place. Of course, not where they would have wanted, but now it's time for the final match after a short break. So stay right with us. This is what you've been waiting for. This is the Southeast Asian Community Invitational, and we'll be back with the grand finals after a short break. Signing off.
everybody! We are back once again. We were starting this off, the both of us. We're ending off the both of us. Once again, let me introduce you. I am Nitera, and with me, I am with JJ Kun. That way, because the camera is flipped.
Yeah.
How are we doing back here?
I'm kind of offended that you introduced me on your right side. So kind of, I'm not feeling good right now.
You want to
with
redo
you,
this?
sir.
You want to redo this?
Wait, can we redo this? Yeah. Okay. Let's redo this.
All right. Roll back. Roll back.
Yeah, roll back to the break scene, please. Thank you very much.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Trainers alike, Sea Community Invitationals is back once again. We started this off, and we're gonna end it off with the same pair of casters. My name is Nitera, and right here we have JJ Kun on the right side.
It's the left.
Oh
my
goodness! It's the correct side. We're not doing this again. But we had a.
I have no hopes for you, Nitera.
We had a spectacular amount of games here today, and I don't know, JJ. Coming down to this, it was Singapore versus Singapore, Indonesia versus Indonesia, going to winner finals. It was Singapore, Indonesia. Once again, we're seeing a repeat of this. What are your thoughts on this? Come on, hit me.
You know, no Lucario hasn't had any losses yet, right? Overdrive, Rise only lost against no Lucario, right?
Yes.
And then, of course, they got their way back up. They crawled way back up into the grand finals, and now we're gonna be seeing the same matchup, you know, from that of the winners finals, you know, the upper bracket finals. And this is gonna be an interesting grand finals, just because of the fact that, you know, Rise here might be the chance, you know, the opportunity for them to have adjusted against no Lucario, and perhaps even, you know, going over into a reset if they can win against no Lucario in a 2-0 fashion, perhaps a 2-1. But still, you know, no Lucario here hasn't had any loss even in the group stages, even in the round robin. So if they're going to be losing against Rise, this is going to be their first loss in the entire Invitationals. So now, this is really exciting to watch.
Yeah, but could you bring me real quick to the bans and picks here? Because I know that they have banned a few Pokemon, but you know, let's get the viewers to understand like what they've got in store.
Right. So for Team Lucario, no Lucario rather, they banned Charizard, and then for Team Rise, they banned what do you call this? They banned Absol.
There we go.
Yeah, they banned Absol. So, you know, like we saw Bongo earlier, and Rebonks actually with the Absol, but it's really going to be interesting that we not going to be seeing that. Obviously, there were some players as well. There were some teams who banned out the Bulbasaur, the Venusaur, so that, you know, Havoc won't be. Sorry, no Lucario is not going to have that. Unfortunately, sorry for that technical difficulty, guys. We're going to be changing the names real quick. So it is no Lucario into the left side, and of course we have Rise onto the right side. And again, you know, we're starting. This is the first game of the grand finals, so everything 0-0. There we go. Thank you very much, our most trusted director here. And now let's find out who's going to be winning this. We're going to be seeing, you know, the Lucario top, you know, same old as a top laner, and then of course it's going to be a 1-1-3 rotation. But quite interestingly as well, you know, we see the Bulbasaur once again into the jungle for the side of Rise.
Now, with all that being said, this is going to be interesting because, you know, we've all talked about this. Bongo is a massive beast on the Venusaur. In fact, a few of our casters were saying it before, even behind the scenes. And of course, you know, no surprise here, Rebonks, if you can't go Absol, you still pick the almighty Dragonite. Oh, well, maybe not so almighty now. But here, moving into the beast, we're going to see who's really in the lead here. And of course, bottom side, no Lucario not looking too good. We do see Rise being a little bit ahead with the Pikachu being the level 4 here.
Right, and here we go. We're going to be seeing some clash into the top lane, of course, the bottom lane, but into the top lane, Bongo looks like it's going to be getting taken out, but not enough, though, as this Lucario is going to go to KO into the side of no Lucario, actually saying, hey, this is no Lucario. You might be a no Lucario zone, but here comes the bad boy in the town, but here comes another one. Of course, instead of the bottom lane, we're going to be seeing some skirmishes as well, but it looks like no Lucario wants to get back up in that of the top lane. Lucario Ditto match into the top lane is happening, but we're going to be seeing some disengagements, and now into the bottom lane as well. Man, 21 to 55. It looks like everything is kind of, it's their composition is mostly the same, and how they play is kind of mostly the same as well. They are, we still need to see the catalyst, in the equilibrium that no Lucario and Ryze have.
And definitely, I think that is what they're going to try and aim for, because once it starts a chain reaction, they're going to go back and forth, down all the way, and move in towards, of course, your first major objective, which is Dreadnought, right? So, first pick coming in, let's see what it is as the beasts are going up in 10 seconds. My prediction here is that, we're going to see Bongo coming in from the back and clear out maybe an Elder Goss and, the Dragon Knight potentially before it goes up to level 8. But
right,
no,
but
that's
here we go. 720 now. The beast is now coming up. We're gonna be seeing some skirmishes here. There it goes. One hit into that of the Blissey going down from the side of no Lucario. That's gonna be 1 for 0 trade. And now Crownin wants to get away, but it's gonna be caught. Gonna get caught by the Pikachu and of course the Venusaur as well. Sorry, the Ivysaur rather. And that's gonna be 2 down into the side of no Lucario. Nobody's going down as well. Coming in from that of Ryze. But look at that. We're gonna be seeing some skirmishes. Another one further than Anger is gonna be used from that of the Venusaur from Ryze. And they're gonna be able to punish the Ivysaur as well. Balloon here tries to defend the score goal, but is just gonna get attacked so much that they're gonna be able to score in, and probably, well, not probably.
No, I don't think it's probably.
Now. Well, it's not probably. It is. It is a guarantee now. A guaranteed Dreadnought. But now, of course, we're gonna be seeing no Lucario now going into the top lane, trying to secure this Rotom. They don't have they already didn't get the Dreadnought, so at the very least they should be trying to get this Rotom. Unfortunately for Ryze, they're not going to be able to get the Rotom as no Lucario secured them for themselves, especially now Rebonk is currently into that of the Dragonite, of course, a really huge objective-oriented Pokemon, even after the nerfs.
And tell me about it, as we look through all these new ideas that are pulling around, we do see Bongo once again being the prominent player like we were all saying. He came in, he had his level 9 as well in mid-fight of the skirmish, and he was able to continue going on from a double KO into a triple and a quad. But look at his rebounds, very brave here, going in with his goal-getter, scoring, getting out, and he was able to at least push for a little bit more XP and dealing a bit more chunky damage with the Hyper Beam. But real quick here, I need to note you something, right, JJ? Hear me out. Why is our dear Ivysaur no Lucario side still an Ivysaur?
Well, you can definitely see how Ryze is really pressuring up no Lucario, and even inside the speed reflux zone, Ryze just doesn't really care at all. They are rising against no Lucario, pun intended. But and they're just like, this is like, look at this. Ryze is not destroying the first tier score goal by design. They're not destroying it. They could have already did it since earlier, but they don't want to. They don't want to get rid of the Odinos into that first tier score goal, and it's going to be a fast score for them.
If it goes to Zapdos.
Sorry, I got muted. If it goes to the Zapdos, it's going to be a fast score as well. But let's find out if they're going to be able to punish down no Lucario right now into that skirmish, into that bottom lane. Screen Sprint is going to be used. Thunderstorm is going to be used. Counter Crash as well is going to be used to survive, to sustain Ryze here. And it looks like the Venusaur coming in from no Lucario is going to get punished, picked off right there. And now Balloon is there, trying to get away. Blissey trying to counter score while Ryze is going to destroy that first score goal. Now Balloon with the safeguard. I don't care. Not that I don't care, but like, I don't think they're going to be able to survive this. And just like that, it's going to get punished.
Right here now, of course, after all that, what they need to do is go top lane. They need to get the Rotom here. But again, no Lucario is ahead of the game. They're already waiting down there and making sure, they're not going to get it. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're able to get it. Lucario tried his best here and is able to just stay alive a little bit longer. But Dev, you're going down with the Dragonite's Hyper Beam. One shot down here, and I don't think you want to walk in there, Xenos. Just back it a bit. You're not the 1v5 champion that you thought you were, Elder Goss. Let's take it back at home, hit a Rotom, let's start farming. That's the way we gotta do this, and of course, luckily for them, not too much casualties, only on the side of them going down, and Ryze is still looking pretty solid here. With 166 points means that, they don't have to continue forcing this, they just need to play more defensive.
Right, and what I really like about here is that, Ryze, no Lucario rather, despite not being able to get the Dreadnoughts, at least they can always they were always securing the top lane into that of the Rotom. But right now, it looks like they're gonna get punished here, right here. Wants to get away with the help of the Petal Dance, but I don't think that's gonna be enough for them to get away, especially that Zell here and Bongo rather with the Venusaur is double teaming into that Venusaur. But we're gonna be seeing that spawn up again in just a second. There we have it, into the top lane. Crowning trying to defend the top lane as well, but they're gonna be able to score in with a score shield rather. But however, they're not gonna be able to get a score here with a 44. But we're gonna be seeing some response here from a teammate from Rise. Let's find out if they're gonna be able to destroy this first score. I think they would, and overcapping it as well. And they're gonna be able to take the beast into the top lane, and now going into the bottom lane to get in that Rotom. I don't think we're gonna be I don't think we're not gonna be able to see the Rotom into the top lane. There's not enough time for them to take it down. But at the very least, we're gonna be seeing one more skirmish before we head into the Zapdos the moment that the Dreadnought comes out, and that is what's happening right now. We're gonna be seeing some punishing here into that Lucario. Lucario used that amazing stream speed to no avail, getting punished as well, getting picked off, and now Rise is going to rise up in XP and securing this Dreadnought, going over into that of the Zapdos. Now no Lucario needs to be able to punish down Rise and take the Zapdos if they want to win this, as Rise has the lead in terms of XP and the points.
Rise just force starting this is a very interesting play, because usually you're in the lead, you don't want to start this, but denying them of the objective when they're one down might be the play here. But of course, we see the team fight coming in here. Not any skirmish, it's probably the final fight that really matters here, as we do see Brave going down just like that. Pikachu going in with Thunderstorm here, and of course letting it all out. Wraith coming in, trying to stop that out, but Bongs is coming in, showing him, I'm the Venusaur of the match. You can't get me down. Pulling it together. He's gonna go for the burning anger, throwing it somewhere else, but that is a very bad play, because now Wraith is back in the corner. He's gotta get out, and looks like Zapdos is gonna be here. But topside Balloon dropping the score. Oh no, I don't think that's what you want to see here, because the skirmish is going down, and Balloon, where are you at? You gotta be with your team supporting them. As we see this right now, they once again come together in that choke point, and they're making small picks here and there. Bongo, you're going so low! Right, where are you going?
I think they're going to be able to get this Zapdos. I think they're going to be able to coin flip this away from Saint. But look at that! They were able to get the Zapdos away from Rise. Not only were they able to punish them and hold down that Zapdos into that of the team fight, but they were also able to get the Zapdos, and now they're going to be scoring in against them, and that they've already got the win. They already have their hands on the belt of the win of this game. Unfortunately, Rise wasn't able to rise up, as no Lucario is going to take that punish, is going to take that very small gap of an opportunity away from Rise, and now they don't have enough time to score back against no Lucario, and Rise, against no Lucario, and now no Lucario is going to win the first game of our grand finals. That's gonna be 1-0 in favor of no Lucario. And if we're gonna be seeing no Lucario, here's the thing, right? If we're gonna be seeing no Lucario win one more game, if they win the next game, then they are going to be the grand champions of the tournament. However,
Kings of the Sea.
if Rise wins 2 games in a row, then we're going to see a grand finals reset.
Of course, we're just looking at the stats real quick here, but can I say one thing? I was gonna make a joke about Crowning being dethroned, but Crowning coming up on top, showing them really why he is crowned the champion of no Lucario, as, irony, being no Lucario.
Yeah.
We see how he played it out. We saw that right there. I'm not sure why Rise was in that choke point, giving Lucario like free hits on his E-Speed and raised Petal Dance, but wow, that was a spectacular effort coming in by no Lucario.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, at the first half of the game, well, even even in the second half, right? It looks like a game for Rise. Like it's like 90 to 10%, right? That it is going to be a game of Rise. However, at the very last team fight, right? At the very last team fight, Rise was they overextended just a little bit. That no Lucario, when they were KO'd, eliminated by Rise, right? They were able to retreat back, spawn back, and everyone has their resources And they just bursted down into Team Rise, and from there they were able to punish down 4 from Team Rise, and as well as getting into Zapdos, getting the win as well for themselves.
All right, and I've also just got confirmation that they are selling in. Maybe you want to talk us through how they could potentially, maybe switch their team comps instead, because I think, I'm gonna take a page out of Permace's book right here, put you on a spot. If you were the coach, what would you tell them to do, so they can win?
There's nothing wrong with what they did. There's nothing wrong with what they did. With Rise, there's nothing wrong with what they did. Like, it's working out pretty well for them, It's just that, well, they really overextended at the very last,
right.
as I just mentioned, right? But everything that they were doing, they were getting the Dreadnought, they were getting the objectives. The Rotom, while it is, while no Lucario was able to get the Rotom against them, they weren't letting it. Not one time did Rise allowed it to get in on a score goal. So I don't think they need to change anything. I just think that if they want to dominate against Team No Lucario, I think they have to maintain it, and they have to do it in a way that it's less risky. As we saw earlier, they were able to punish down No Lucario, but at the same time, they allowed them, to get back up with all their resources before they can, before they even, how do you say this? What's the term here? Before they disengage the fight, and from there they just got punished.
Well, let's see if what you said is going to be taken into account on the ends of Rise, because it looks like their picks are going to be more or less the same. We're going to see Bongo again going into the jungle. He's going to be on the, Rise is going to be on the left side. And on the right side, we're going to see No Lucario. Also, same thing, probably going to go with a Blissey, Eldegoss, Venusaur the bot, and your Dragonite staple into the jungle, right? Having Reeboks not in jungle is pretty... the words I would say for Twitch is Pepega, or in YouTube terms, troll. So we'll see how that plays out.
If we're gonna be considering it, right? Like, Rise, despite losing 2-0 against No Lucario, this is what I told you guys earlier, right? Like, this might be the game where Rise adjusts against No Lucario after getting the 2-0 into that of the winners finals. Upper bracket finals rather. And this just might be it. We might be able to see game number 3 here. Perhaps it was really looking like a game for Rise. Unfortunately, again, they got punished into the very last second. So let's find out if it's still going to be the same match as game number 1, as nobody really changed up their nobody really changed their Pokemon, their lineup and all. And I don't think they should change anyway. I think they're doing pretty good. But right now, let's find out if that's going to be the case.
Well, that balloon's definitely going to be popped very soon. I'm telling you that for sure. As Rise is pushing in from the bottom lane here. Can they at least get the Audino to deny them a little bit more EXP as they... No, I don't think that's going to be it for you. No Lucario losing another Audino at the bot side is not something you want to see. Especially since, once again, that means Rise is dominant in the bottom lane. Again,
and
what am I telling you?
Ooh.
Zell with the pound, just giving it a little slap here and here, and taking another Audino all for himself, and going to the Beast means that they're going to be more or less theirs, right? And like I said,
right? It's they're still dominating, like it isn't like their game on the semifinal rounds. It isn't anything like their their upper bracket finals game. Rise is different this time. I think this is the time where they are awakened as well. That they are really playing differently. But right now, Rebong's actually surviving and getting that citrus berry away from Dev, but it's not going for long, as that KO was inevitable going into the side of the enemy team, taking their citrus berries. Of course, they have to take revenge against you. But right now, no Lucario here, and of course, Rise is still in an equal footing here for both of the teams. So there's still no catalyst. However, it's going to be changed, of course, the moment that this Venusaur gets into the Venusaur into that of the level 9. So let's find out if that's going to be the case.
Well, at least Rift did level up at that point into the Ivysaur here, which means they've got a little bit more of a power spike here, and they are going to push back because Rebong's coming down with that little slither and a little bit of a fire, right? So 720 Bs coming up here. We're going to see how they're going to clear it out. We do see both sides of No Lucario have both the buffs, by the way, crowning is now sitting in with the red blue buff and on E-speed as well, which means a mass slow effect coming in from him if he E-speeds through everyone. But of course, with 19 seconds on Dreadnought, I guess the first fight is going to start here after the beast. But they broke up quite fast. I'm surprised.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Like, Rebongs here is going into the team fight despite still not being the Dreadnought. Dragonite rather. Wow, imagine becoming a Dreadnought.
Pretty powerful, but you know,
pretty
OP.
powerful, I'd have to say. But hey, look at that. We're gonna be seeing some skirmishes here. The Pickers are gonna be able to take down Rebongs here, and look at that balloon's going to go down as well as the Ghost of Glory goes down as well. Still not an Eldegoss up until this point. I understand why they're doing this. I understand while this Gossifleur is still not an Eldegoss. This is to take how to say this? Take advantage of the XP share. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, did you see the level up
at this stage of the game? I think it's a little bit too late for it to still be a Gossifleur at level 3, but now you know it just started to Eldegoss to level 4. I think it's a little bit too late.
Level 7 Eldegoss was level 4. I know that's not how you play the game, but at the very least they are ready to try and do the Rotom this time. Can NL take this out right here? Because it looks like Rise Dev is not gonna let that happen, and again he does not make it out with NL coming up on top of this objective. But this time they're not looking too hot. Because
yeah, it's still the same thing. You know, it's still the same thing as earlier, where you know Rise is going to be able to take down the Dreadnought, while you know No Lucario is going to be able to take the Rotom, while Rise is not allowing that Rotom to get in on any score goal. So I really want to see something different here from that of game number 1. As it stands, you know, it's still more or less the same what we're seeing. But look at that right now, Rise is still rising up. Once again, really aggressive, even inside a speed reflux zone. They're going to be able to punish who they can punish, if they can. And now Dev is trying to take down Zir as well. Is he going to be able to get away? No! They're not going to be able to get away. Going to be able to pick that up. And we're going to be seeing the Dreadnought in just a bit. As we can see, Rise is just rotating into that of the top lane and the bottom lane right now, while No Lucario is preparing to go into the bottom lane to get the Dreadnought contest against Rise.
Well, let's take a quick break really here and let's look at their levels, right? Enough of Rise jokes, let's look at levels. The only thing I see rising is, of course, Team Rise's levels. Why did I make that joke? Okay, whatever. Moving on, No Lucario has to try and grab this Dreadnought to try and equalize himself. You're rubbing me off the wrong way, dude. You've one too many Rise jokes and now I'm following up. But it looks like they did clear Wraith out right here, but with the Verdant Angle allows him to stay alive right here, and Mailing is going to be next to get picked off if he doesn't move out with the Unite move here. A bit of a
No Lucario got the Verdant once again. Draco Impact is going to be used as well, and there goes Slow Summon is going to be used, and there goes another one as well. Hyper Beam is going to be able to take down the Pikachu, but that's going to be 1 for 2 trade, and now that's going to be 2. That's going to be 1 for 3 trade in favor of Rise, and now the Bongs here. They need to be able to punish down Rise here, because if they can't, they're just going to be able to lose. They're just going to lose the XP that they got against that they got into that of the Dreadnought. But look at that, the Verdant Angle is going to be used here by Bongo. Going to be able to take down the Rebongs with the Dragonite. That's going to be 2 down in favor of Rise. No, make the 3. Bongo playing the bongo drums right now. Amazing play with the Venusaur.
Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. Playing the bongos, right?
Let's go. And of course, you know, as we're doing all that funny shenanigans, let's look at what they're doing on their side of the map here. As they go top side, we do see Rotom almost going down, but I'm not sure why Crowning isn't trying to go for it. Maybe he's afraid that, you know, his team's not here, so he wants to wait a little bit. And nicely done. He just bursts it down with Zir, and they've got the Rotom once again. Now they've got 3 objectives total in comparison to Rise, which is really good. Right, equalizing the field here. At the very least, now they're able to fight back. Mailing, where are you going? Why are you using your Unite like that? I don't think you want to do that. Wraith is just going to continuously suck up with Giga Drain here and heal back up as he runs away with Paddle Dance, and you're going to be caught off guard here. So hopefully you get taken down Wraith. I don't think he's going to live,
no.
and that is it. Topside now is going to be trying to dunk with the Rotom here, which has been defended, but hey, you know what? You're still able to
doesn't have the Rotom, actually. It doesn't have the Rotom.
Yeah, it doesn't have the Rotom. They got defended. Yeah. But they did.
But at first, you know, at the very least, they were able to destroy the first score goal.
Exactly.
At the same time, you know, like the Venusaur into the side of a Lucario actually got eliminated quickly. That it's still going to be into the you know, it's still going to be available into that of the Dreadnought fight. And I really think that No Lucario should take the Dreadnought here if they
need to
want
take
to
the
catch
Dreadnought
up
now.
against Rise, and if they want to go toe-to-toe against Rise into that Zapdos fight, and they're going to be able to get it uncontested, as Rise here is, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing.
Posturing for it.
Here's the thing. Yeah, I know. They're just like positioning themselves going into the Zapdos, right?
Yeah.
But here's the thing as well. They don't really need the Zapdos. All of them had like 50, 40, 50 points. They can just give away the Lucario and still be on the... Well, actually, no.
No, why would he do
No,
that?
Lucario is currently in the lead.
Yeah,
Currently, I just noticed.
in the lead by like, what, 19 points? And of course, we're gonna see the
19
fight
points.
here. All the Unite moves are being popped out here.
There's gonna be
Lucario
used
with
blast
BC.
assistance. Or
Exactly.
as well. There goes the Pikachu with that of the Thunderstorm. There goes another Hyper Beam is going to be used as well. No Dragon Dance, however. Aura Cannon up again for the anger from Wraith is going to be used. But that's why the extreme speed to take down that Dragonite. No Mega Tree. 3v3 situation right now. Bongo is going to go down as well. No Lucario seems to be punishing Rise heavily dev here with the CC from that of Divine Whip into the boosted basic attack of Raid into the Venusaur. Is he going to be able to punish them? Yes, he would be able to. They would be able to punish that Lucario, but here's the thing. They don't have enough prowess to take down the Zapdos. Venusaur and Blissey don't have the power to take down the Zapdos. They would need to wait up until they have their teammates. But Xenos right now is just forming up into the top lane. The Pikachu is here as well. They're trying to steal, but they're not going to be able to steal it away. No Lucario is going to be able to take down that Zapdos away from themselves, and they just need to get away from this and score away to victory against Rise. And we might be looking at our grand champion for the third Pokemon Unite Southeast Asia Invitationals.
And I can't wait to see how this plays out. But with 30 seconds on the clock, let's be hopeful here. You know what? They might be in the back foot, but look at it this way. They're all coming in. Rise is pushing inward here. If they can make at least 3 dunks, right? They have
At least 3
shot
dunks.
at this. They've got their first dunk in. Not too
Alright,
much
they just
points.
need like
It's very close. 2 more.
Yeah, they just need a little bit more of like 100 or so, like 10 seconds.
No. There's no way they can do this now. I'm sorry. Like, Rise making it their best. I'm so sorry. This is going to end us off at a 0-2 with no Lucario taking this as our champions of the Southeast Asian International Community Challenge.
What? Did you just change the name of the event?
I think I did, but I'm too excited to actually think about it. Can we talk about that? Can we talk about that?
Southeast Asia International what?
I'm adding more words. It's the Southeast Asia International Community Challenge 2022 Spectacular Extravaganza. No one make a graphic of me saying all those words. Don't do it, please. My career is on the line.
It's Pokemon Unite Southeast Asia Invitationals. That's it.
Extravaganza 2022.
And Knuckles featuring Dante from Devil May Cry.
Let's not take away Lucario's win here, and of course Rise's hard work. So let's do them first.
definitely.
No Lucario, congratulations on taking away that win. Rise, they did a spectacular job. Honestly, I thought it was going to go to Team Overdrive, but Rise definitely took up the spot here. They rose to the expectations here and just took over that grand final spot against No Lucario. But unfortunately,
Right.
you know what? You got to get cut off at some point, and I think, No Lucario did it for you.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, though. I think they really want to win the prize.
They
I
do,
think they
right?
really want to win the prize. Can we? I think it's time for us to go back to the casters. Yeah. I mean, let me show you guys the. Let me show you.
The prize?
Do you know Do you know our prize here?
I actually have no clue what the prize is, so this is going to be as much of a shock to me as a lot of the viewers, because I know a lot of us don't know that there was a prize in the first place.
All right, so the prize for
Take it
Pokemon
away.
UNITE SEA Invitational Spring 2022. You can see this on the Battle 5 page as well. The prize is a clap from me. Congratulations. No Lucario.
Okay, come on. Put in a bit more effort to it. No, it's not. Don't give me a wimpy like a. No, it's not.
It is the. It's just a clap.
Okay, look. It goes like
It's just
this.
a clap, dude.
Give it a good one.
There you
Your
go.
mic is shit.
There-
I'm sorry.
What did you say? No, you didn't just say that.
No. You muted yourself midway through the stream. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
What
okay.
do you got?
Well, anyway, yeah. Just to once again congratulate all the teams that played. Let us have a roll call of all the teams that played. We have
okay.
Greedy Ghost from Malaysia. We have Team Overdrive from Indonesia. We have Team Rocket from Vietnam. We have War from Vietnam as well. We have Tarv. Night Raid from Philippines, Aos 40 Regis Soul from the Philippines. We have Team Anigamu from Brunei. We have XDT from Brunei as well. We have Nolukari from Singapore, our grand champions for this time's Pokemon Unite Sea Invitationals. We have Rise, which is our first runner-up as well, coming in from Indonesia. We have PKK Unite coming from Malaysia, and not the least, we also have Team Havoc from Singapore. So thank you very much for joining in. I hope you guys enjoyed this event, and we do hope to host more Pokemon Unite Southeast Asia Remember this,
And Southeast
Sarah.
Asia,
It's Pokemon Unite Southeast Asia Internet.
It rubbed out the wrong way, but let me just clarify for you. We hope to definitely host more Pokemon Southeast Asia, invitationals. Thank you once again to all our communities from the bottom here. Okay, we're gonna go from left to right. Pokemon Indonesia, Pokemon Unite Malaysia, Pokemon Unite Vietnam, Pokemon Unite Singapore, Pokemon Unite Brunei, Pokemon Unite Philippines, and once again, of course, back end we have our producers, our Kodio, our tournament organizers. We got quite a few of them, and of course, all the casters you've seen today, and of course on day one, right? And do you have any closing thoughts? Because I have one to make before you want to go.
Well, I'd just like to give thanks to everyone who made this possible. You already mentioned our partnered communities. Of course, we do want to give thanks to the casters once again, and to our stream director who's really doing their best right now, and to our tournament organizers as well. It wouldn't be possible without you, and I'd like to see more of this. And I'm pretty sure a lot of Asian communities as well would like to be part of this. So perhaps, just maybe, it wouldn't be Southeast Asia next time. It would be the entirety of Asia.
I mean, I'm just saying,
let's
but
just
we've got
find
a
out.
lot of
Let's
news
just find
coming, right? Southeast
let's
Asia.
just- yeah, that's
Maybe a little
the
bit of Australian blood there.
that's what's confirmed. At the very least, right? There's gonna be more Pokemon Unite coming up for the Asian community, but let's just find out. Let's just find out together what those are going to be. Moving over into the year of 2022.
All right, once again, let's call this off, right, JJ? This is the Pokemon Unite Sea Invitationals. I'm your host, Nitera. Okay, with me, I've also got JJ Kun. And we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see you. Yeah, that's it. Congratulations to No Lucario. Peace.